Welcome to the Senate chamber. In just a few minutes, we're going to gavel into order the Senate Committee on Elections. And I know that every one of us is passionate about the issue that we are going to hear today. And it's so easy to let our passion get the best of us and make us mean-spirited. And I include myself in that precaution. With this in mind, before we begin, Senator Johnson, would you be willing to pray for us and ask God to make us gracious, merciful, and loving with one another in spite of how much we might disagree on the issue?
Yeah, thank you, Senator Gaskell. If you're so inclined, please pray with me. Father, I just thank you for this moment that we could gather together, and we just ask that you open our hearts and our minds to be honoring of you, that we truly love our friends and neighbors, and that is your second greatest commandment to us. And then first is to honor and love you, and just weigh that on our hearts as we talk and discuss and debate today, and that you show that through our actions and our thoughts and our hearts. In your name we pray.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. I'd like to call the Senate Committee on Elections to order. My name is Mike Gaskell. I'm the chairman of the committee. I represent Senate District 25, which is all of Madison County and the northeast corner of Hamilton County. I'd like to take this opportunity to allow the other members to introduce themselves as well. Let's start to my left here with Senator Good, move across the front row, ending with Senator Cadora, and then drop back to the next row and also move left to right. Senator Good.
Greg Good, Senate District 38, that includes Vigo, Clay, and a portion of Sullivan counties.
Senator Tyler Johnson, Eastern Allen counties and Eastern DeKalb County in Senate District 14.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Senator J.D. Ford representing District 29, which covers portions of Marion, Hamilton, and Boone counties.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Fadi Kadura, Senate District 30, north side of Indianapolis. And I welcome the people of the House to be here to share their votes and their voices with us today.
Good afternoon.
Just a moment, Senator Rogers. Was Senator Schmidt's mic on? Okay. Let's go ahead with Senator Rogers, and then we'll resolve the mic issue and come back to Senator Schmidt. Senator Rogers.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Senator Linda Rogers. I represent Senate District 11, which is the northern portion of Elkhart and St. Joseph counties.
I think it's working now. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, everyone. Senator Darrell Schmidt, District 48, Southern Indiana. I represent the entirety of Gibson, DuBois, Pike, Spencer, Perry, and Crawford counties.
Good afternoon. My name is Stacy Donato. I represent Senate District 18, which is Cass, Miami, and Fulton counties in completion, and portions of Kosciuszko and Howard counties.
Thank you, committee members. We are here today to consider House Bill 1032, authored by State Representative Ben Smaltz and duly passed by the Indiana House of Representatives. All committee hearings in both houses of the Indiana General Assembly are open to the public to attend in person or to watch via live stream at in.gov. The video is also archived at in.gov and can be watched later. Representative Smaltz is unable to be here today, so as the Senate sponsor of the bill, I will be presenting the bill in just a few moments. After that presentation, we will allow public testimony to those who have signed up on the tablet in the hallway. Then we will open the floor to committee members to question me about the bill and or to offer amendments. Lastly, we will take a final committee vote on the bill, either in its original form or as amended. I've allotted 4 hours for this committee hearing, and so we want to be done roughly about 5:30. We started a few minutes late, so we'll try to finish by 6. My plan is to dedicate most of that time to public testimony. Hopefully about 3 hours to public testimony and about 1 hour for committee business. Currently, we have how many people signed up to testify? We have 127 people signed up to testify. So please, I'm going to get to decorum, further decorum items here, but let's refrain from applause, jeers, boos, accolades, or outbursts of any kind, please. I'll get to that in more detail later. So basically, in order, if you take 127 people, if we had all of them testify, that's 254 minutes, if I'm doing the math correctly in my head. And that's, of course, 240 minutes is 4 hours. So I'm going to do my best to get to everybody. If you signed up, and I would ask the folks in the hallway monitoring the kiosk to go ahead and shut it off at this point, as I don't see any way possible we can get to everybody, but we're going to make every effort that we can. To use a little baseball lingo, this podium here is the batter's box, and there is a bench on the north side of the chamber with two little placards that say reserved, and those are for the on-deck batter and the person that's in the hole. I don't know any baseball lingo for who's up fourth, but I think to have the best opportunity for everyone to testify, we need someone at the microphone and 3 people ready to go. And we need to move as quickly as possible to minimize the downtime between testifiers. And the goal of that is to let as many people testify as possible. I think the only fair way to do it is first in, first out. And this electronic sign up has been available since 8:30 this morning. And there were some people who hit it immediately. And so I think that's the only fair way to do it. Sometimes we do those who are for and those who are against and those who are neutral. The only thing I know to do to be as fair as possible is first in, first out. Okay, so we have limited seating here in the chamber, both on the floor and in the balcony. And it's possible that some of those who have signed up to speak are watching on the television screens in the hallway rather than in the chamber, or perhaps that some who have signed up to speak are actually sitting in the balcony. Could I see just a show of hands of anybody sitting in the balcony who has signed up to speak? Okay, so when we call your name, move from your balcony seat and come down to the doorman who will usher you in, and you will be able to get your seat back. So I want to make that clear. If you're watching in the hallway, please listen carefully for your name to be called as one of the next 3 speakers, and let the doorman know so that they can escort you into the on-deck circle. The last thing that I want to mention here is decorum. We're not allowing applause or jeers or compliments or outbursts of any kind whatsoever, regardless of which side of the issue you're on. We've had a long-standing rule when we do committee hearings here in the chamber that we don't allow signs. And I think they have mentioned that, the doormen have mentioned that to folks. Now, I understand if you didn't want to leave your sign in the hallway and you've tucked it away in a bag or something, that's reasonable. Please do not get it out and wave the sign during the meeting. When you get up to speak, please, 2 minutes goes fast. We have a timer right here, which will be operated by our IT personnel. And when it goes off, it'll make a chime. If you want to see how you're doing on the time, you can look from the podium and see the timer and see how your time is going. I'm going to be pretty strict about cutting it off immediately when the timer goes off. And the reason for that is just to get as many people the opportunity to testify as possible. When you speak, please keep it on the policy of the issue. Don't name call, and do not purport to know the motivations of individual senators that are either for or against the measure. Keep it to the issue. I would echo that precaution when we get to the committee business to our members as well. Let's maintain decorum. We can have an argument and still be nice. And Senator Johnson and I had a meeting this morning with Senators Ford and Cadora, And I applaud them for, I know they are coming in with that type of spirit and attitude. And, we need to make our points and we need to argue our side of the issue, but we can do that and still be nice. So with that, I will move to the introduction of the bill. I'll keep this reasonably short, and then we'll move straight away to public testimony. And I'll mention to the members of the committee that once the testimony is finished and we move to committee business, you're welcome to either present amendments, question the Senate sponsor, but we're going to try to keep that part of the meeting to an hour. And so you're going to have to manage the clock and make sure that you get things done in the order that you want to get them done. Okay, here we go. House Bill 1032 is a bill authored by Representative Schmaltz to redistrict Indiana's 9 congressional districts with a new map. Section 1 of the bill provides clarity that although current code says that we must redistrict after the census, it's silent on whether we can do it at other times. There is no prohibition on that. And for clarity, this section adds that the General Assembly may amend the congressional districts at other times. Section 2 of the bill removes some old language that was added back in 2021. Due to COVID, the Census Bureau provided us with the census data, which is required for redistricting, at a time that was after our regular session, and we had to pass some legislation to allow for that before we adjourned sine die, and then we came back, as I recall, in a special session to do that. So that language is no longer necessary. It's just simply cleaning up some code that is no longer needed and is dated. Section 3 of the bill sets the ground rules for court proceedings regarding redistricting cases for either our congressional districts or our state legislative districts. Section 4 has some definitions that handle the timing of if this bill would pass, when the old districts would sunset, and when the new districts would take effect. And Section 5 is complementary to that procedural. Section 6 is where the new districts are defined. And that section of the bill is broken down for each congressional district. It lists the number of counties that are entirely within the district, and then it lists the counties that are partially within the district, breaking them down either by township, precinct, or census block. Page-wise, that's the meat and potatoes of the bill in that section, the one that everyone is most concerned about. Sections 8, 9, and 10 are rather minor. I'm happy to take questions on those if the members have questions. I'm sure you've all read the bill. I don't think we want to elaborate on those further at this time, but I'm happy to if you have questions. So that being the case, we are now ready to go to public testimony. So as I call your name, please come to the chamber or and to the podium. Our very first person who, I'm trying to stay close to the microphone and get my eyes close enough to read the tablet here. So we have Kelly Thompson, is at bat. Sarah Bartolo is on deck. Samantha Resnahan is in the hole, and fourth is Mike Morris. So when you come to the microphone, I would minimize your introduction of yourself and make that very quickly, and so you can have maximum time to make your point. And Zach is our timekeeper. Are you prepared, Zach? Okay, the floor is yours. We will reset your time after we resolve the microphone issue.
Is this on? Yeah,
Yes.
that sounds better. Ready? Thank you for allowing me to speak today. As a Hoosier wife, mother of 6, and grandmother of 13, business owner and nonprofit founder, I'm appalled that our representative government in the House has proven it has forgotten who it is that they have been hired by and who they are obligated to represent. Instead of fighting for Hoosiers, the majority of which are against mid-cycle redistricting maps for Congress, they have chosen to cave to the pressure of the very people they have pledged to protect us from, the DC elite. I've spent the last 20 years working with local families, helping them to survive systems and policies that repeatedly reward lobbying over labor. And over the last 8 months, I've been entrusted with story after story of insane hardship, actual cruelty. Maybe you haven't heard from Hoosiers, my friends like Chrissy, Treshy, Jose, and Sean, who cannot afford their lives no matter how hard they try. Or maybe you didn't get a call like I did a week ago about a farmer who found out that the bailouts that were promised weren't coming, stacked up his bills, and took his life in his own barn. This is life and death. This is what happens when you don't listen to the people. If you vote to redistrict now, ignoring the wishes and desires of Hoosiers, I will make it a priority to inform all of my 58,000 followers, which is a number that grows by over 1,000 a week, to let them know that everyone who voted yes today on redistricting needs to be fired. Because here's the deal. A member of Congress gets elected for a term of 2 years. That term is short by design, on purpose, because they are our firewall between Washington, D.C. and our people. But let's be honest, it has been admitted that the motive behind this bill is to change these maps for no reason beyond pleasing the president, who knows that his big, beautiful bill combined with our SB1 is going to hurt Hoosiers. This pain will be so great in 2026.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank
Your time has expired. I'm going to ask the officers to, we'll give a mulligan on this one. There's to be no applause, regardless of which side of the issue the person is on. And officers, if you see someone applauding at any time after this point, please feel free to remove them from the chamber. Okay, next we have Sarah Bartolo. And we also want to call into the number 4th position, John Colburn.
Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am here because I care deeply about the future of Indiana. Redistricting can feel like a technical issue, but the outcomes of this process shape everything from school funding to workforce development to public trust. Right now, Hoosiers are being asked to accept a reality where resources for early childhood education and family support programs are shrinking. At the same time, we are using taxpayer dollars to call special sessions and pursue political aims that do not directly improve people's lives. This contradiction is impossible to ignore. We know factually, consistently, across decades worth of research, that quality early learning is one of the strongest predictors of long-term academic success, workforce readiness, and overall health. Despite this, funding for programs that lift up children and families who care for them has repeatedly been constrained and cut by this legislative body. While we are in special session, childcare deserts are expanding. Providers across the state are closing, 147, by the way. Providers are closing, families are being pushed to the brink, trying to balance work, childcare, and basic survival. These are not theoreticals. They are real daily hardships for the people that you have been elected to represent. When we talk about redistricting, we are talking about who gets to influence these decisions. If districts are drawn in ways that dilute community voices or insulate policymakers from accountability, these choices, like cutting these incredibly sensitive programs, become easier and easier to make without consequence. And families, real families with real challenges, are paying the price of your choices. We are watching state tax dollars flow through political maneuvering, special sessions, rushed agendas, and processes that bypass the very public whose money is being spent. Every special session costs money that could have supported programs or strengthened things to help Hoosiers get and keep their jobs. But instead, we prioritize political convenience over public investment.
Okay, your time has expired. Thank you for your testimony. We now have Samantha Bresnahan. And I think the next person we want to put into the fourth position is Brian Pease. So are you Samantha? Yes. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Chairman Gaskell and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Samantha Bresnahan, and I serve as the Senior Policy Specialist for the ACLU of Indiana. We are here today to testify in strong opposition to House Bill 1032. The right to vote is one of the most sacred civil liberties we hold as Americans. The promise of one person, one vote is at the heart of our democracy. That promise depends on fair maps that protect every community's voice. This mid-decade redistricting effort threatens to break that promise. It risks silencing communities, undermining fair representation, and eroding trust in our democratic process. The Indiana Constitution mandates redistricting once every 10 years after the census. In 2021, this legislature followed that mandate, holding public meetings across the state and approving maps that leaders called fair, transparent, and reflective of public input. Yet here we are, just 4 years later, without new census data, without a constitutional mandate, and with just 2 committee hearings in Indianapolis held in the middle of the workday. Unlike the 2021 maps, which faced no legal challenges, these proposals could expose the state to costly and time-consuming litigation, paid for by Hoosier taxpayers. It is difficult to claim that elections are free and equal, which articles—
Thank you for your testimony. Your time has expired. Next up is Mike Morris. And into the fourth position, we want to move Kathy Humbarger. The floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I am Michael Morris, representing Lafayette Citizens in Action in favor of HB 1032. First, I'd like to compliment our Democratic friends. They stick together. When they win elections, they take office to wield power and unabashedly advance their aims, as we see here. I tip my hat to them. It's what their voters elected them to do. I point not only to New England and California, but how our own Hoosier maps looked the last time Democrats drew them. Care to look at them? It wasn't pretty, it wasn't fair, but it advanced their agenda as best they could, and they would do it again in a second. Here or anywhere. Good for them. Now it's time for Republicans to take a page from our friends' playbook, and even though we're only now catching up, do the same. Our 2 Democratic congressmen voted twice to impeach President Trump. They also voted to raise everyone's taxes last summer. Imagine what a Speaker Jeffries or AOC would do with the gavel. Senators, I urge you not to just merely be in office, but to be in power, and to use that power to save our federal republic. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We are now ready for John Colburn, and we will move into the fourth position, Monica Boyer.
Hello, I am John Colburn from Sellersburg, Indiana, and that is Senatorial District 45. I would strongly encourage the Indiana Senate to pass this redistricting legislation. The Indiana Senate can help fight the actions of California, Illinois, New York, and others by working to add 2 additional Republican representatives to the U.S. Congress. If by your inaction, a Democratic majority enters the House of Representatives in January of 2027, the result will be the beginning of 2 years of more accusations and investigations based upon the lies and deceit, and an end to all the great things the current administration is accomplishing. The comments of Democratic U.S. Senator Mark Kelly and other members of the Democratic congressional delegation urging the military to ignore the orders of a duly elected president, a president who incidentally won a strong majority of the popular vote and an overwhelming majority within the Electoral College. These comments, coupled with the call for a military coup d'etat by Democratic U.S. Senator Mark Warner, have a disqualifying effect on members of the Democratic Party. These comments are, by definition, tyrannical, and we must keep the Democratic Party from the levers of power until more reasonable factions have a chance to replace these despots. Allow me to put this into perspective. The Democratic Party has proven themselves capable of deceiving the American public through the demonstrably false Russian collusion investigation. They have openly called for a military coup of the U.S. government and continue to thwart all reasonable actions towards a healthy society. Our nation has demonstrated for nearly 250 years how the peaceful transfer of power, civilian control of the military, and a free market economy can lead the world to unprecedented wealth and prosperity. The current leadership of the Democratic Party wants to eliminate these things, and with them our great republic, and replace it with a despotic.
Thank you for your testimony. Brian Pease, is that you? Okay, you have the floor. And Sue Lyle, L-I-L-E, please move to the fourth position. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak for redistricting by refuting the claim against it. A recent social media post by a prominent Indianapolis Democrat inferred, at least as I understood it, that there is a racist motive in the drawing of the district lines in and around Indianapolis. Further, it shows the maps that what the author calls as a minority populations being divided up. Comparing these numbers, it shows a fairly even distribution among the proposed districts. The author infers that racism shows an astonishing hypocrisy in contrast to his party's clamoring for greater diversity. The redistricting proposal increases the inclusion of minority populations in the redrawn districts and not just segregating them to just one area. Mr. Chairman, I implore you and your committee not to give credence to such inflammatory rhetoric and refute this twisting and distorting of the issue. The author's insinuation is unfortunately in the highest tradition of media misdirection and yellow journalistic muckraking. The facts show for decades, Democratic majority states have usurped the people's voice by denying representation of up to 40% of voting residents. The remedy for this injustice is the redistricting of our own state. We can correct this imbalance, halt the continuing attempts to silence Hoosier voices in our nation's capital, and for these reasons, I urge you, Mr. Chairman, and your committee members, to support the proposed redistricting bill. I thank you, senators, for your consideration, my observations on this matter, and I truly pray that God will give you wisdom in your continuing deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And now, are you Kathy Humberger? Kathy? Are you Kathy? Okay. And then we want to bring into the fourth position J.D. Minier. Floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for listening to the citizens of Indiana on both sides of this issue. I really appreciate it. I'm Kathy Humbarger, and I'm a resident of Fort Wayne, Indiana, and I come in support of redistricting as it's been passed by the House. I was leaning against this legislation when I heard about it in the summer. However, people I very much respect and understand how the political game is played much better than I do quickly convinced me that this was not only an important piece of legislation, but that so much hangs in the balance. Now I enthusiastically support making Indiana a 9-0 state. It is unusual to redistrict other than after a census, and this should have been the map after the 2020 census. However, the leadership we look to has no backbone. Now's the time to correct it.
Thank you for your testimony. And next is Monica Boyer. And we want to move Lasima Packett into the fourth position.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Monica Boyer. I'm from Warsaw, Indiana, and I was here last Friday, and I watched this pass out of the House. And one thing that I noted as I was watching is they said nobody showed up who supports this bill. And so I closed my business today. I canceled my clients, and I decided that I was going to make a trip here to let you know that I fully support this bill, and I ask you to pass it today. I also have a letter that I would like to read from constituents. It is important that the Indiana have proper representation of the U.S. House of Representatives. Please know that the following individuals who live in Indianapolis all support redistricting in order to enforce the conservative Republican values, goals, and platform, and is thereby reflect the support of the constituents of Indiana. Jimmy Joe Bennett, Karen Lee Bennett, Jeffrey Aaron Bennett, Christopher Bennett, all from Indianapolis, Indiana. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Sue Lyle. Am I pronouncing that right? Okay. Floor is yours. And let's see, looks like J.D. Minier is signed up twice and is already here. So let's move Leon Bates into the fourth position.
Thank you all for hearing us today. My name's Sue Lyle. I'm from Hamilton County. I'm a PC chair, and I have reached out to my district, and the majority of the people that I spoke with are in favor of redistricting, as I am. So I'm asking that you please vote yes on this bill. And then I also have a letter from another constituent who could not be here due to illness. It's Cindy Noe, who lives in Noblesville. And she says, it is time not to be weak-kneed, but bold and vote in the affirmative for redistricting in Indiana. Is it legal? Yes. Is it constitutional? Yes. Is it smart? Yes. Is it bold? Yes. Is it political? Yes. And it is not a bad thing simply by being political. The other party has carried out this strategy for a number of years, and it is time to rebalance. Make it happen, Indiana. Vote yes for redistricting. It will matter across our country. Thank you all very much.
Thank you for your testimony. We now move to J.D. Minier, and in the fourth position, Chuck Blessing.
Let me contact Chuck. Quick.
Let's go ahead with your.
Yeah, I'm ready to speak.
Let's go ahead with your testimony. I'll call him again if I don't see him. Come sit down.
My name is J.D. Minier, and I moved to Indianapolis fresh out of college in 1982, 43-year resident of Indianapolis. My wife was a great pastor and passed away a year ago. But she grew up in Southern California, and she was pretty close friends with Ronald and Nancy Reagan. And so this year the year I came to Indianapolis, Reagan made a tremendous speech, and I want to quote some of it because it applies to all of you right now, this very time. I'm in favor of this bill. But Reagan said, "You here are the ones who will carry this experiment forward. You are the public servants who offer the most creative solutions and most promising hopes for our nation's future." That was the federalism speech. To uphold our Constitution, let's remember our preamble that speaks of forming a more perfect union. Consider this bill to bring our nation into a more perfect union. I went to school at Northwestern in Chicago. The district maps up there look like Pablo Picasso drew them up. So I want to leave you guys with this other thought. Some great heroes shed their blood so that we could have freedom and get together and speak about what matters and show leadership here in the state of Indiana. Yesterday was Pearl Harbor Day. Abraham Lincoln at the Gettysburg Address spoke of of the people. He spoke of the people, by the people, for the people shall long endure. Benjamin Franklin said, you have a republic if you can keep it. Consider these high, lofty remarks. Consider the people that passed and shed their blood for our freedoms. And thank you, God bless.
Thank you
God
for your
bless.
testimony. Next is Lasima Packett, and then in the fourth position, we're going to have Yvonne Cook. I see the bench is empty, so let me, before you start, Lasima, let me just real quick. On deck is Leon Bates, in the hole is Chuck Blessing, and in the fourth position is Yvonne Cook. So we need to get folks down here relatively quick and lined up and ready to go. Okay, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Lasima Packett. I am a Hamilton County resident. I stand before you today in opposition to House Bill 1032. Like many of you, I have spent my life in service to my country, to my state, and my community. And like you, I have been called to make difficult decisions in moments that matter. As a retired Sergeant First Class, I served on active duty at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba during the height of the prisoner hunger strike. In that environment, one of the most politically sensitive in the world at that time, I served as a public affairs sergeant charged with navigating complex ethical decisions every day. Every word whispered carried weight. Every decision made carried consequences, just like the ones you'll make today. But through it all, I held fast to my constants, my honor and my integrity. No political convenience, no pressure from above, just the responsibility to do what is right. House Bill 1032, by its own author's admission, was drafted purely for political performance. That omission alone should give us all pause. Maps designed to serve party over people may win elections, but they erode our democracy. Since my time in uniform, I've carried the words of Dr. King with me, that the time is always right to do what is right. And this is such a time. Today, the Senate has the opportunity to not just vote on a bill, but to lead the nation, to show that in our state, we do not cave to the pressures from Washington, D.C. We do not redraw democracy to suit a moment. And here in this state, we still believe in fairness, transparency, and the right for every Hoosier to be fully represented. Let us stand in this moment and
Thank
not
you
for
for your
partisanship,
testimony. Your
but for
time has
principle.
expired. Please
I
step
urge you to
away from the
vote no.
microphone. Okay, are you Leon Bates? Yes, sir. Okay, the floor is yours. Before you start, let me call out the queue. We have Chuck Blessing on deck, Yvonne Cook in the hole, and Ken Colbert in the fourth position. The floor is yours.
House Bill 1032 is a glaring example of how democracies fail. There are several good books available on this topic. I suggest How Democracies Die by Nancy McLean and The Colonizer and the Colonized by Albert Memmi. The authors of this legislation disingenuously suggest that this redistricting is for political advantage, nothing more. That they are simply using the tools provided them, that if some people don't like the system, it's up to Congress to change it. Only an oppressor thinks and speaks in such arrogant terms. Oppressors have always used the levers and, the laws and powers of government to achieve their unjust goals. Oppression and racism go hand in glove, go hand and fitted glove. Bigots and racists are oppressors' handmaidens. People foolishly believe that if they do not use slurs and epithets and just sit silently, that they are not racist. However, they are being racist adjacent. They sit quietly in the pews while a few of the congregants lead the masses in destruction What the silent participant fails to understand is in destroying us, you destroy yourselves. Oppression is a malevolent force. It needs someone to target, someone to feed upon. Once it has vanquished the Democrats, who's next? Hindus, Jews, Muslims, or perhaps Christians against Catholics? Indiana has been down this ragged road before. It did not end well for Indiana nor Republicans. In 1921, the Ku Klux Klan came into Indiana through Evansville. In 1922, the Ku Klux Klan began its meteoric rise to prominence in Indiana.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, next is Chuck Blessing. Chuck Blessing is not in the chamber, so we're going to skip him and go to Yvonne Cook. And then Ken Colbert is on deck, Maggie Ballantyne in the hole, and Don Stock in the fourth position. Go ahead with your testimony.
Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I stand in strong support of HB 1032 because Indiana needs representation in Washington that can effectively push back when federal decisions work against Hoosier families. This bill ensures our state has a voice and the leverage we need at a time when national policies increasingly overlook the realities we face here at home. We've seen the consequences of one-size-fits-all federal mandates. Energy regulations is one of the clearest examples. Indiana utilities have testified that recent federal rules force costly compliance upgrades, and every one of those costs is directly passed on to the ratepayers. The affordable energy advantage of our state once enjoyed has been steadily eroded by mandates that ignore our unique economy. Healthcare tells a similar and an even more painful story. The Affordable Care Act was sold as a path to lower costs, but in Indiana, it's done the opposite. The ACA structure, its mandated benefits, price ruling, and regulatory requirements, it's its primary driver of premium hikes families are facing today. Indiana marketplace plans are already set for increases exceeding over 25% in 2026. For many families, this isn't affordable by any definition. It's a direct result of a federal system that was never built for the reality of our states. This is why it is important who holds these seats. Republican leadership in the U.S. House has consistently served as a check on aggressive federal mandates that raise costs for working families when either energy, healthcare, or other essential areas. Indiana needs strong voices in Washington who will fight back against policies that make life harder for us citizens. Redistricting is more than drawing lines on a map. It's a fundamental responsibility that determines how effectively Indiana can defend itself against interests and protect the families from federal overreach. For these reasons, I urge you to support HB 1032.
Thank you for your testimony. You beat the buzzer. Okay, next is Ken Colbert, and then Maggie Ballantyne, Dan Stock, and in the fourth position is Tracy Kissel. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I support a bold and necessary redistricting reform, dismantling Marion County from its current status as essentially one congressional district and redistributing it across multiple districts as proposed. This is about fairness in representation. Marion County's nearly 1 million residents deserve voices in Congress that understand both their local challenges and the shared needs of greater Indiana. Right now, one representative carries that entire load. By distributing the county thoughtfully, more members of Congress will advocate for pieces of Indianapolis, amplifying our capital's influence rather than confining it. Critics call this gerrymandering, but let's be clear. Redistricting is a constitutional process, and mid-decade adjustments have happened before when circumstances demand it. This isn't about silencing voices. It's about making sure all Hoosier voices are heard proportionately. With ideal districts sizes around 760,000 people, a county as large as Marion naturally belongs in multiple districts, just as large counties in other states are handled. Indiana thrives when we work together. Dismantling the isolated urban districts and weaving Marion County into the fabric of our state will create a stronger, more unified delegation in Washington, one that fights for all of us, from the Ohio River to Lake Michigan, from the fields to the factories. Let's embrace this opportunity for fair, more responsive representation. Support redistricting is for a better Indiana tomorrow. Thank you. God bless you. And God bless the Hoosier State.
Thank you for your testimony. And are you Ken Colbert, by the way?
I am.
I just wanted to make sure I was at the right spot on the list. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. So next we have Maggie Ballantyne, and then Don Stock, and then Tracy Kissel. And then we understand that Chuck Blessing did not hear his name called, and he has been found, and we'll slot you in the fourth spot and come back to you. So at this time, then we are ready for Maggie Ballantyne. Is that you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maggie Ballantyne. I'm from Crown Point, Indiana in Lake County. I'm here to speak out against mid-cycle redistricting in Indiana. Indiana has had a supermajority in both chambers of the Indiana General Assembly since 2012. If this redistricting is really what Hoosiers wanted, then why wait until now? Why not change the map during the required redistricting cycle in 2020? To answer this question, we need to look at the election results that came from earlier maps. In November 2008, 5 Democrats and 4 Republicans were elected to the U.S. House of Representatives. In the first election, where the 2010 maps would have been used, Republicans won 7 seats and Democrats won 2 in November 2012. According to reports from this time period, the goal of this map was to make districts more compact and more keeping with existing county boundaries than the previous map. This begs the question, what is the excuse now? The boundaries are not more compact. The representative from District 4 would have to drive more than 2 hours from one of their end of their district to another. Counties are being fractured. Most notably, Marion County is in about 4 or so different districts. There is no at least publicly accessible data on the populations of the new proposed districts. Hoosiers cannot even determine if their vote was being diluted, even if they wanted to. The data being used to create this new map is more than 5 years old. Hoosiers and lawmakers alike are using old numbers to make new unnecessary maps. There is no logical or legal reason to redistrict at this time. I have major concerns with House Bill 1032 beyond just the map itself. Under Section 3C, this bill purports to restrict the powers of the courts. Under Section 3C1, it states that a restraining order may not be sought or issued. Under Section 3C2, it states that the Supreme Court has mandatory and exclusive jurisdiction over any appeal.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So now we have Dan Stock, Tracy Kissel, and then Chuck Blessing, and in the fourth position is James Bopp Jr. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and start your testimony.
I'd like, first of all, to thank the chairman for the courage to call this bill to the floor so that it could be debated by this committee. And I hope that all members of this committee will show equal courage in passing this on to the full Senate, because until the Senate passes rules reform that allow for discharge petitions, the people of Indiana will have no idea how most of the Senate felt about this very important bill. I'd also like to support those people who tend to vote against this bill for their principled idea that gerrymandering is a very bad abuse of representative Republican government. It is. Unfortunately, this is not the way many states in this country feel about that position right now. And therefore, to reward them for their unprincipled gerrymandering they do in their states by diluting the voices of Hoosiers in this state is actually a support for gerrymandering. But I would also like to offer this committee a way out of this dilemma by amending this bill to say that when all 49 states will accept it, Indiana will also accept that all federal districts will be mandated to be no more or less than 10% different from any contiguous district, both in population and in area, as that mathematical formula will force all of these districts to be a blend of both urban, suburban, and city dwelling and rural voters, so that those debates can happen in your local districts long before they reach this, and there will be no debate about anything being gerrymandered anywhere in the state of Indiana. And that will actually help free this chamber and the House up to be what I believe you wanted to be when you ran for office, which was truly representatives who are not coerced by the lobbyist campaign cash that comes after you on a regular basis. Let's understand the importance of this. Gerrymandering is only going to change who you are abused by or who is being abused. It will not change the fact that abuse is going on. But this will allow us to fight back on the idea of preventing gerrymandering across the country. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So now we have Dan no, that was Dan. Tracy Kissel, and then Chuck Blessing, James Bob Jr., and then in the fourth position, Richard Bagsby. Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Today I stand before you to speak in strong support of redistricting our congressional maps here in Indiana. Right now, as we approach the critical 2026 elections, our state has a real opportunity to update our districts in a way that better reflects Hoosier values, strengthens our voice in Washington, and ensures Republicans can effectively counter aggressive democratic gerrymandering happening across the country. Indiana is a solidly Republican state. Hoosiers overwhelmingly supported President Trump and Republican principles in recent elections. Yet our current 7-2 congressional delegation doesn't fully capture that strength. By thoughtfully redistricting now, mid-decade, as allowed under the law, we can create fairer, more competitive districts that align with how Hoosiers vote, potentially securing a delegation that truly represents the will of our people. Look at what's happening nationwide. Democrats in states like California have redrawn maps to grab extra seats, tipping the balance in the U.S. House. If we do nothing, we let them gain an unfair advantage while Indiana holds back. Redistricting allows us to level the playing field, protecting our slim Republican majority in Congress and preventing radical policies that don't reflect Midwestern values. This isn't about silencing voices. It's about amplifying the majority voice of Indiana farmers, families, and workers. Our proposed maps keep communities connected where possible, follow equal population rules, and focus on political performance to deliver results for Hoosiers. We've seen this work in other states, and it's time Indiana steps up to secure our future. Redistricting is legal, it's necessary, and it's the right thing to do. Let's support this effort, stand united, and ensure Indiana's voice in Congress is as strong as our great state deserves. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Chuck Blessing, followed by James Bopp Jr., Richard Bagsby, and in the fourth position, we have Foss Eggeman. I'm sorry, Shar Foss Eggeman. There we go. Okay, are you Chuck? Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chuck Blessing. I do not have anything prepared, like I noticed some of the other people. I'm going to speak from my heart. I'm going to be speaking from the point of view of a Vietnam veteran, someone that served this country, member of the state, and I feel that I am for the amendment. I believe that we should pass this for the good of the people that I'm involved with and the people that I see. And it's as simple as that. I'm open to questions. I don't think that's going to be allowed.
Yeah, I don't allow the members to question the witnesses. It's intimidating enough.
But I just want to make it simple. This is my first time. I don't have nothing prepared. I'm speaking from my heart. And from what I see, the benefits of passing is going to be to the advantage of the people that I'm associated with. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now move to James Bopp Jr., followed by Richard Bagsby, Shar Foss Eggeman, and then William Smith. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Jim Bopp. I'm a constitutional lawyer from Terre Haute, Indiana, and speaking in favor of HB 1032. I wish we had a nationwide law that required the use of traditional criteria for redistricting. But I live in the real world, and we don't have such a rule. And since congressional redistricting affects the entire country, we have one set of rules for the nation, and that allows, even contemplates, partisan gerrymandering. Now, this is not an accident. In Rucho versus Common Cause in 2019, the U.S. Supreme Court rejected outlawing partisan gerrymandering and pointed out that the founders intentionally appointed the legislatures of each state to do redistricting, and that's because they were a political body. And then they held to hold that legislatures cannot take partisan interests into account when drawing district lines would essentially countermand the framers' decision to entrust redistricting to political entities. So, and also mid-decade redistricting was also approved by the Supreme Court in the LULAC case. So are both sides playing by the same rules? No. The Republicans play softball, the Democrats play hardball. In the 15 Democrat trifecta states, there's of 169 districts, only 15% are held by Republicans. In California, not satisfied with 17% Republicans, they will soon be at 8% when the new redistricting takes place. And do Democrats play hardball in Indiana? They certainly do. In the redistricting in 2019 and 2001, the result was
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Bob.
These districts on your desk.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now move to Richard Bagsby, Shar Foss Egeman, William Smith, and Megan Robertson, excuse me. Okay, are you Richard?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the floor is yours. And I didn't mention, Zach, that, and I'm sure you've probably been doing this, but don't start the timer until they say their first word. That's probably what you were already doing, but okay, thank you.
Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Richard Bagsby. I am a resident of Tippecanoe County and also a Republican candidate for the Indiana Senate. I am here today because I support this redistricting effort, and I want to be clear about why. My support is rooted in American exceptionalism. You will hear claims that redistricting is an attack on minorities or representation. I reject this premise. This discussion is not rooted in race. It is rooted in preserving the values and civic structure that allow every American of every background to rise. I support redistricting because I support America First priorities and the conservative Republican principles that strengthen families, encourage entrepreneurship, reward hard work, defend liberty, and pass on a nation worth inheriting. When districts are drawn to restore transparency, accountability, and competition, democracy strengthens and all Hoosiers benefit, including minority communities. The House has acted, now the Senate must finish the job. On the record and in full view of the people, redistricting must not be handled behind closed doors or in any ways that shield votes from public accountability, excuse me. My request is simple: advance the maps that restore confidence in government, ensure every vote is recorded so Hoosiers know who stood up and who avoided standing, prioritize American cultural principles that strengthen our republic rather than dilute them. This is not division, this is preservation of a country, a culture, and a standard that generations fought to defend. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony.
Are there any questions or?
We don't do questions
perfect.
for the witnesses. As I said before, it's intimidating enough to come in here, and the last thing I want to do is have our legislators grilling people from the public who've come to share their opinions with us.
I can appreciate that. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you.
Okay, so we now will move to Shar Foss Egeman, followed by William Smith, Megan Robertson, and Gregory Catter. Is Shar Foss Egeman here? Okay, we'll try to see if we can move on and come back to her if possible. William Smith. Thank you, William. Welcome to the podium, and the floor is yours.
I want to thank everybody for giving me the time to do this. I want to state that I'm against redistricting, and there are a lot of reasons why. I have been a poll worker for more than 20 years in 3 different states, and this redistricting bill will cause unbelievable chaos. In my home state of New Jersey, we had Hurricane Sandy, and after Hurricane Sandy, everyone was out of their houses, and they had to let them vote in whatever district they chose to vote in. And the result was unimaginable chaos. But this bill will create chaos that'll make Hurricane Sandy look like a mild summer breeze. So besides that, Hoosiers don't want redistricting. We want better roads. We want access to health care. This is what matters to Hoosiers, not something that is being shoved down our throats by outsiders from Washington, D.C. So I say that we say no to redistricting. And thank you for everybody that's listening, and I'm going to end my time here with a piece of poetry that I wrote right out there in the middle of all that mob scene and everything else like that. The chanting echoes across the State House. Wait, the People's House. As we gather, some see a disorderly mob saying we're doing a bad job. Yet I see the First Amendment in action. All those Hoosiers saying we don't want redistricting, making ourselves heard. We want better roads, health care, yet redistricting is being shoved down our throats by Washington outsiders. And if you think that Trump cares about Indiana, well, then I can tell you a story of how I sold the Brooklyn Bridge to Indiana. And we don't need redistricting, and I thank everybody for their time.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll make another call for Shar Foss Egeman. But we will move forward in the meantime while we're waiting on her to be found with Megan Robertson, followed by Gregory Catter and Berjan Crispin.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Megan Robertson. I'm here on behalf of Indiana conservation voters and as a lifelong Hoosier who cares deeply about our state. I'd like to note that I grew up in Porter County, which this map splits in half and then divides us from our friends right next door in Lake County. Now I live in Indianapolis, which this map splits in fourths. In fact, the building we're in right now is in a different district than Cafe Patachu, which is right across the street. Most of you have probably been there. The people who drew these maps, who are apparently in Washington, D.C., and have never been to our state may not know how ridiculous these things may be, but everyone in this room understands it. 4 long months ago, Washington insiders started leaning on state lawmakers to engage in mid-decade redistricting, kind of out of nowhere. Lawmakers politely declined. DC pushed harder. Tens of thousands of Hoosiers spoke up against the plan, calling, emailing, showing up in person to rallies and letter writing parties. Then came the threats behind closed doors. Still, lawmakers politely declined in our very Midwest Hoosier way. Those threats got louder. They spilled into social media. Next thing you know, it's bomb threats, fake domestic violence calls, and swatting. Despite what the author of the bill said in the House, that is not a normal part of the job for any of you. It's not normal political pressure, and Hoosiers are absolutely appalled. The folks behind this map, they just keep on pushing, won't take no for an answer. Leaked your cell phone numbers on social media, had more threats over Thanksgiving, text messages, phone calls, all kinds of stuff that frankly none of you deserve, whatever your position is on this. Until 7 days ago, this wasn't even a real proposal. There was no map and nothing to debate. Now Washington, D.C. wants you to approve lines drawn in darkness by people who have probably never been to our state. Maps that divide our communities, that carve up our capital city, and decimates districts carefully planned just 4 years ago by this very committee. No one asked for this. We've repeatedly asked lawmakers to focus on literally any other issue we're facing.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Gregory Catter, followed by Berjan Crispin, David Green, and Julia Vaughn.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gregory Catter. I'm a citizen of the state of Indiana and a resident of Marion County. I'm here in support of House Bill 1032. Don't get me wrong, this is not a love letter to current elected representatives or an endorsement of all things they and our current president do. Spending is out of control, government is too big. That said, just a hair over 60% of all Indiana voters in 2024 elected the current president to a 4-year term. That's the only poll that matters. As Speaker Houston observed last week, Indiana does not exist in a vacuum. What happens elsewhere affects us and influences us. As much as you and your colleagues may want to claim some moral high ground and play this muddy game with keeping your uniform clean, you can't. A clean uniform would only mean you didn't even try. Having a Speaker Johnson over a Speaker Jeffries makes a difference. It's a choice between the president your voters elected 60-40 having a full term or being a lame duck fighting endless nonsense impeachments and investigations for the last half. It's a choice between funding a strong military to secure our nation or a military engaging in social experimentation. It's a choice between continuing to root out rampant fraud and abuse of taxpayer dollars or turning a blind eye. The differences are indeed numerous and significant. There is no such thing as fair maps. Drawing maps is a political exercise, no matter who does it. I watched the testimony last week, hearing people lament that there were places where multiple districts were within walking distance. That's how boundaries work. It's a meaningless red herring. Others lamented how far a constituent might be from the office of their representative. In the age of cell phones, email, and social media, there is no need to physically visit a brick and mortar office. Another distraction. The Marion County Clerk lamented how many hundreds of thousands of records will need to be updated. With all the technology available, it should be a pretty simple GIS database exercise to make the changes. As a lifelong Hoosier, I've played a lot of euchre. I've been dealt great hands and garbage hands. I played every hand to win, and I've expected my partner to do the same.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, we're looking a little slim on the on-deck circle. So I do not see Berjan Crispin. We also have David Green and Julia Vaughn. And then let's move Ethan Hatcher into the last position. Are you Mr. Green?
Yes, sir.
Okay, before you start, I just want to make one more call for Shar Foss Egeman and Berjan Crispin. Thank you. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Reverend David W. Green, Sr., President of the Concerned Clergy of Indianapolis, and I rise today in strong opposition to mid-cycle redistricting and House Bill 1032. For generations, Indiana has followed a simple, predictable, and trusted democratic rhythm. We redraw maps once every 10 years after the U.S. Census, when real population data allows for accurate representation. House Bill 1032 disrupts that long-standing tradition by allowing the General Assembly to amend congressional districts at any time outside the constitutional cycle. That shift does not strengthen democracy, it destabilizes it. As a pastor, a father, a grandfather, and a leader who stands with families across this city, I know firsthand how deeply people depend on fairness and stability in government. They vote in good faith. They trust that their voice matters. When maps suddenly change without any population-based justification, that trust is eroded. The draft congressional map released last Monday compounds these concerns. Marion County, our largest and most diverse and most economically interconnected county, is carved into 4 separate congressional districts. This division fractures neighborhoods that share schools, transportation systems, economic struggles, and cultural identity. Instead of keeping communities intact, the proposal disperses them into districts extending far beyond our metropolitan reality. This is not how you strengthen representation. This is how you weaken it. House Bill 1032 goes even further by restricting the court's ability to provide timely relief when maps are challenged, banning temporary restraining orders, and automatically staying court rulings that find a map unlawful. These provisions tilt the balance of power away from citizens and towards political insiders.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Green. Next, we'll bring up Julia Vaughn, and on deck is Ethan Hatcher. I'd like to also ask to come to the chamber Kate Sweeney Bell and Imam Michael Sahir. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Julia Vaughn with Common Cause Indiana. We stand in opposition to House Bill 1032 for many reasons. The first is the motivation behind it. Just 4 years ago, you passed a new congressional district map. What's happened between now and then that has created such urgency for new congressional districts? The only thing forcing this in Indiana is the Trump administration and national organizations who see Indiana voters as pawns in their political games. We're not pawns and our elections are not games, and it is an insult to every Hoosier who believes in the democratic process for you to pander to the president and ignore the voices of those you're supposed to represent. Poll after poll has found that Hoosiers do not support this effort for mid-cycle redistricting. We urge you to listen to those you represent, not the voices of a loud but very small, self-interested minority. Representative Smalt said repeatedly the United States Supreme Court gives states permission to commit partisan gerrymandering, so Indiana is just following the rules. While it is true that the court's Rucho v. Common Cause ruling said that partisan gerrymandering isn't justiciable, in his opinion, Justice John Roberts said that partisan gerrymandering is incompatible with democratic institutions and leads to results that reasonably seem unjust. Do you really want to cause irreversible damage to this democratic institution, the Indiana General Assembly, by supporting this bald-faced effort to deny some Hoosiers a say in Congress? We oppose this bill because it divides communities of interest like urban neighborhoods in Indianapolis, the Lake Michigan shoreline, the Calumet region, into multiple congressional districts, making more difficult for these communities to have their issues championed in Washington, D.C.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up will be Ethan Hatcher, followed by Kate Sweeney Bell, Imam Michael Sahir, and Linda Hansen. And would also, looking back up the list, if Shar Foss Egeman or Berjan Crispin did not hear your names called earlier, go ahead and make your way to the chamber if you still wish to testify. Okay, we are ready for Mr. Hatcher.
My name is Ethan Hatcher of 93 WIBC, Saturday Night on the Circle. And for my entire voting life, I've cast votes for Republicans and Libertarians. I voted for Donald Trump in 2020 and 2024. But today I stand before you vehemently opposed to mid-decade congressional redistricting plans pushed by House Republicans. A blatant power grab that I believe compromises the principles of our founding fathers. The maps unveiled just days ago seek to artificially engineer a 9-0 Republican stranglehold on our U.S. House seats by fracturing Democratic strongholds like Indianapolis and Lake County into multiple districts, which would intentionally dilute the voices of urban voters in a clear act of gerrymandering. It's not just politics, it's a calculated assault on fair representation and echoes the grievances that ignited our nation's birth. Our founding fathers rebelled against tyranny with the cry, "No taxation without representation." They envisioned a government where citizens' voices mattered and where maps are drawn not in haste to silence dissent. Recall the words in the Declaration of Independence that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. Yet in this mid-decade gerrymandering, it sidesteps that sacred principle. Here we are, overtaxed as always, but with Hoosier votes gerrymandered into irrelevance. Our ballots cast, but our wills ignored. This furthermore perverts the core purpose of the House of Representatives to be the people's chamber, directly reflecting the views and the needs of citizens, not the whims of party bosses. James Madison envisioned it as a chamber where competing interests could debate and compromise, and not a fortress for one party's interests alone. Gerrymandering breeds uncompetitive districts, polarized politics, and unaccountable leaders who prioritize partisan loyalty over public service. It wastes taxpayer dollars on mid-decade redraws that erode trust in our institutions and rob citizens of fair representation. We must demand better, independent citizen redistricting commissions, nonpartisan standards, and an end to these manipulative tactics. Our founding fathers entrusted us with this republic if we
Thank you for your testimony. You got a lot in 2 minutes. I commend you. Okay, now we're moving to, so let's have Efren Jenkins come to the chamber now. You're in the 4th position. And we are ready for Kate Sweeney Bell. Is that you?
It is.
Okay, and then I see we have our other 2 ready to go behind you. So ready whenever you're ready to start.
Thank you, Chairman Gaskell. I serve as the Marion County Clerk, and I am here in my official capacity as Chief Election Officer rather than in any partisan capacity whatsoever. I realize I am in the minority, and my hope is to just share with you today what the impact of this bill will have if it becomes law on election administration. First is the cost. The conservative estimate for the cost for Marion County alone to redistrict at this time is at least $1 million. Second, in this legislation, as it is written, there is missing data. The names that we call our precincts in Marion County are not the same as in the bill. That is recoverable using the census data. What is not fixable without an amendment is that there are missing precincts altogether in this bill, missing precincts for Marion County. Third, the time it will take to get this accomplished. In the past, staff has worked 24-hour shifts to complete redistricting. That is when we had 12 to 13 months to take care of it. This, in a third of the time, means that there is not enough time to complete the process. Someone mentioned earlier that in this age of technology, why don't we embrace it to make a change for technology? Well, it's because work has to be done manually. There is no way around that. Of course, you use a computer, but human eyes have to look at it. You can't count on AI to do it all. If you're on the fence, please keep what I've said in mind, the cost, the mistakes, the time, and that it will create havoc.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Michael Sahir, followed by Linda Hansen, Efren Jenkins, and in the fourth position, Jean Gaunt.
To the Senate Select Committee, President, Chairman, my Gasco, and distinguished committee members, and to my own state senator, the Honorable Lakeisha Jackson, greetings. I've titled my brief discourse, My Voice and My Vote. Our voice, our vote. I'm a 38-year veteran of the Fire Department of Indianapolis as well. I begin by saying the English left Europe to escape the oppressive domination of the British. That was an external power horse that kept oppressing the voices and vote of the English. My African-American ancestors resisted the oppressive domination of slavery and Jim Crow. And again, an external voice, power, oppressing voices and vote. There is something special, innate in every human being. Some call it certain inalienable rights. But there's something that naturally revolts when their voice and their vote is being denied. Therefore, please vote against House Bill 1032 and show us, your constituents, that you also believe in our voice and our vote more than you believe in the external voices coming from Washington, D.C. Hoosiers of both political parties have spoken with clarity that they are against House Bill 1032. This appeal to you is not a Democrat versus Republican. This appeal is for protection and preservation of the sacredness of our voice and our vote. Let Indiana be a model of that democracy works. Let Indiana demonstrate how the voice and vote of the public cannot be bullied from external powerhouses. So, dear senators, protect my voice, protect my vote, vote against House Bill 1032, and reserve the dignity of Indiana. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Also, nice timing there, just beat the buzzer. Linda Hansen, followed by Efren Jenkins, Jean Gaunt, and Letcha Daniels. Okay, are you Linda?
Yes.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Linda Hansen. I'm president of the State League of Women Voters. The Nonpartisan League of Women Voters of Indiana rejects the Indiana legislature's attempt to politically gerrymander congressional districts. The proposed map will effectively silence Hoosier voices, particularly in Black and Brown communities, and dilute the voices of communities of interest across the state. Mid-cycle redistricting is the wrong thing for Indiana and the wrong thing for Hoosier voters whose voices, not political maneuvering, should shape what happens in our state. Regardless of what other states do, outside interests from Washington should not determine our future, nor do they reflect the values of everyday Indiana citizens. The League denounces in no uncertain terms House Bill 1032 and the naked attempt by the Indiana legislature to rig congressional maps in Indiana in favor of one-party rule. One-party rule has no place in a representative democracy and should not be welcomed in the Hoosier state. We are not a super red state. Indiana is more nuanced than proponents of HB 1032 would have us believe. Statewide election results in 2024 were split 58% Republican, 42% Democrat. We're not a bright red state. Gerrymandering has a long and sordid history in the US. It has been practiced by any party that desired to cement its power in order to select its voters rather than enable voters to select those who will represent them. This is morally dubious at best and unethical at worst. This is not the representative democracy that our founders envisioned when they fled autocratic rule in England. This unfunded mandate to redraw maps now would confirm voter cynicism in elected leaders and further suppress the vote, already abysmal in Indiana. But perhaps that's the goal. The League stands with Hoosiers who have spoken out.
Thank you for your testimony.
Please reject
Thank you for
HB
your
1032.
Yes, thank you. So we have Efren Jenkins, Jean Gaunt, Lechta Daniels, and Yakub Sadeh. I apologize if I botched that pronunciation. Okay, are you Efren?
Efren, yes.
Okay, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee, and fellow Hoosiers. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Efren Jenkins, and I serve as the Executive Director of Black Liberty Project Incorporated. I'm here to speak firmly and without hesitation against this unnecessary bill 1032 to withdraw Indiana's congressional maps in the middle of the decade. Let me begin with a truth that is as simple as it is powerful. This is no legitimate justification for withdrawing our maps right now. Indiana completed its redistricting in 2021 using the official 2020 census. That is when redistricting is supposed to take place. What we are witnessing today is not routine and not required. It's a political maneuver that pushed without new data, without public demand, and without respect for democratic norms. This bill disrupts the normal lawful redistricting process. Redistricting is supposed to happen once every 10 years. We not withdraw maps whenever election results fail to satisfy those in power. We do not withdraw maps because of external pressure from national political figures. We follow the law, the Constitution, and the will of the people. This bill breaks all of that. This map targets Black, Brown, and working communities. I represent an organization that works directly with Black communities, labor families, and young people who need not only access to the ballot, but confidence that their voice matters. The districts being carved up here include some of the most diverse communities in the state. Shifting these lines would not increase representation, it would dilute it. It would silence voters. Hoosiers see this for what it is, a power grab. So in closing, as Executive Director of Black Liberty Project Incorporated, I work every day with families, students, and workers who believe in our state. They believe in fairness, they believe in democracy, they believe that their voices should matter. This bill threatens that. I ask you, do not silence the communities who will be most impacted. Do not undermine the principles that protect our democracy. Do not pass this mid-decade redistricting. Indiana deserves better. Our voices.
Thank you for your
deserves better. Our
testimony.
democracy
And next we have Jean Gaunt, then Lechta Daniels, Yakub Sadeh, Carolyn Higginbotham would be the fourth. Okay.
My name is Jean Gaunt, and I was here at 8:30, and something just seems odd to me that I was at the House last week, and only 2 people spoke up. for 1032. I am against it, and I find it ironic that there was 10 to 15 that spoke before me that was against it. It just seemed a little bit stacked or orchestrated, but that's my impression. I am a retired teacher. I'm a parent of 15 children, of which many were adopted, and a grandparent of 55. And I am here to represent the common man. Because Abraham Lincoln was raised in Indiana from 6 to 18, and he said God must have loved the common man because he made so many of us. Or that. So I'm here to represent those people outside that couldn't be in to testify. And you were elected here, representatives, to represent us. And there are Democrats in this state. 40% of us are Democrats. And that, so we don't need to be orchestrated with some algorithm, as Mr. Schmaltz said, was done in Washington, D.C. Or that. They're trying to use fear as a weapon to intimidate us and you legislators. These of us who have raised teenagers, we're fearless. We are counting on you to be fearless. Roosevelt said the only thing to fear is fear itself. The brave refuse to be afraid. Well, House Bill 1032 is that algorithm, and it's wrong. Hoosiers see it for what it is, a way of stealing Hoosiers voting. Now, there's a woman, Betty Jean Carroll. You may have heard of her. Well, she changed her name after she was the 1963 University of Indianapolis Queen and a cheerleader for my. Her name is E. Jean Carroll, and she beat Trump, and she continues to. And she is alive and well. She's 81 or that. So I'm asking our legislators to be as brave as this Hoosier woman was from
Thank you
Fort
for your
Wayne. Thank you.
testimony. Next, we have Letcha Daniels. And we want to move into the fourth position, Amy Courtney. Okay, are you ready?
My name is Letitia Daniels, and I am here with Black Labor Week Project Incorporated out of Hammond, Indiana, Lake County. As a registered nurse, I see every day how the health of our community is connected to the systems that are meant to protect and support us. When redistricting is done unfairly, it harms our communities. Redistricting splits up neighborhoods that share the same health challenges, making it harder for them to advocate for the resources they need, such as clinic, mental health services, transportation, or funding our community programs. When the community's voices is weakened and divided, the issues we see at the bedside, like chronic diseases, limited access to care, and the lack of support for seniors and families, go unheard at the policy level. Redistricting will also shift political power away from the communities of color and low-income families. These are the very populations that nurses serve every day and who rely heavily on safe housing, public health programs, and reliable healthcare access. When our representation is diluted, the policies that impact their well-being become less responsive and health disparities grow wider. Ultimately, unfair redistricting harms public health. It creates barriers to the resources, funding, and political attention of our communities that they need to strive. As a nurse, we witness real-life consequences, preventable illnesses, delayed care, and unnecessary suffering. This is why redistricting is not just a political issue, it's a community health issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have, and I apologize, I'm sure I'm mispronouncing your name, Yaqub Sada. Correct me, because I know I'm wrong.
Oh, you're good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Yaqub Saada. Good afternoon, Chair Gaskill and members of the committee. I'd like to thank you all for allowing me to speak today. I am the Community Engagement Coordinator for the Indiana Muslim Advocacy Network, and I am here on behalf of Muslim communities across the state to express our strong opposition to HB 1032. In my role, I meet with students, young professionals, parents, faith leaders, and Muslim Hoosiers from every corner of our state. And these conversations have shown me just how varied our communities are. We have different cultures, different politics, different lived experiences, and it all shapes the diverse landscape and needs of our priorities and the priorities of our community. I've recently been visiting mosques and community spaces to host town hall listening sessions. And during these sessions, we discuss what each community values and prioritizes, as well as the needs that they have as Muslim Hoosiers. And when the topic of redistricting arises, many community members express common concerns about its impact. First, these proposed maps would significantly affect the 1st and 9th congressional districts, including areas here in Marion County, as well as Lake and Porter counties. This would split up communities of interest, particularly voters in Marion County and Northwest Indiana, where many Muslims have built their entire lives in these districts, and they feel that losing their current representation would weaken their collective voices. Community members have also emphasized that Congressman Andre Carson represents not only their district, but their lived experience as Muslim Americans. His work in Marion County has positively impacted Muslims and non-Muslim Hoosiers all alike, and he provides hope and inspiration for the next generation of Muslim leaders. Finally, many express that these changes appear to undermine Muslim political participation in our state. As Muslim Hoosiers become increasingly civically engaged, they fear that the proposed redistricting would hinder their growing influence and further silence their voices. Muslim Hoosiers already experience a lack of representation, and based on their feedback, it's
Thank
clear that
you
they don't
for
support
your
redistricting.
testimony.
Thank you for your time.
I would like to ask Angie Klitsch and Grace O'Neill to move to the chamber. Next testifier I have is Carolyn Higginbotham. Is that you?
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Good afternoon. My name is Carolyn Higginbotham. I am a resident of Marion County, and I organize with the Indie Action Coalition, which is part of Live Free Indiana. I came here today to urge you to stand up to the politicians in Washington who are trying to force their will on the people of Indiana. Hoosiers are clear. We don't want mid-cycle redistricting. We want our leaders to focus on the issues that really matter to us, issues like housing, education, and healthcare. I know you're feeling a lot of pressure to do the bidding of Washington. Some of you have received threats against you and your families. I know it's hard to stand strong against that kind of pressure. When I was a little girl, my family faced threats because of my parents' political involvement. One neighbor used to threaten to run me and my little sister over and to sick their dogs on us. And when a house in our community was firebombed, my parents got a phone call, "You're next." Honestly, my brother-in-law still can't believe that my parents didn't back down. But they knew the importance of standing up for what you know is right, for what you know is in the best interest of your community. They taught me that when someone tries to bully you, you need to dig deep and find the courage to stand strong. Today, I urge you to stand strong, resist the pressure to do the bidding of Washington, be the courageous leaders that Indiana needs. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Amy Courtney. Do we have Angie Klitsch in the, oh, okay, and how about Grace O'Neill? Awesome. And then I'd also like to ask Byron Holland to move into the chamber. And I just was handed a note that Shar Foss Egeman is available, so she can move in as well. All right, thank you. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Chair Gaskell, members of this committee, my name is Amy Courtney, Executive Director of Mad Voters, a grassroots Indiana nonprofit whose mission is to empower civic engagement. We oppose HB 1032. Over the past 4 months, we have heard from thousands of Hoosiers who overwhelmingly oppose mid-decade redistricting. In just the past week, we have collected testimonies from more than 500 Hoosiers. Here's a small sample of what your constituents have to say. Lisa L. of Charlestown, a lifelong Republican, says, "I absolutely do not support redistricting and will not vote for anyone who participates in cheating." Ryan D. of Indianapolis says, "My faith in our democracy has been shattered with our state and federal government's repeated attempts to wrest power from the people." JP, a junior at Ball State, asks, "Why should Hoosiers living in downtown Indianapolis and those living near Louisville be represented by the same legislator?" Karen M. of Crawfordsville worries that her rural community, which has very different needs and concerns than Indianapolis, will no longer be accurately represented. Beverly H., of Whiting points out that it is not fair representation to eliminate representation for 40% of Hoosiers. Terry L. of Fishers says, as an Indiana business owner who has spent decades building a legacy in this state, I believe in competition. I believe that the best ideas should win. And I believe that when you rig the game to guarantee an outcome, you aren't just cheating your opponent, you are destroying the integrity of the sport. The complete testimony we are submitting, which I have copies of right here, is evidence that Hoosiers across the state, regardless of political party, oppose early redistricting. These Hoosiers elected you to address real problems like the rising cost of groceries, utilities, and childcare, not to rubber
Thank you for
stamp
your
orders from
testimony.
DC. Thank
And
you.
if you would like to lay those in the basket right there, I'll make sure that they get distributed to the committee. Thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate the written testimony as well. Okay, so now we are ready for Angie Klitsch, followed by Grace O'Neill, Byron Holland, and Shar Foss-Egeman.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Angela Carr-Klitsch, and I'm representing Women for Change Indiana among a coalition of nonprofit partners concerned with the implications of mid-cycle redistricting. As the CEO of a nonpartisan pro-democracy women's rights organization, business leader, and 20-plus year resident of Marion County, I'm here today wearing multiple hats to strongly encourage you to vote no on House Bill 1032. Hoosiers deserve a government that earns their trust and reflects their communities. The process of drawing electoral maps should be transparent, evidence-based, and centered on voters, not on partisan advantage. When district lines are shaped behind closed doors or without clear public standards, confidence in our elections erode. At best, this reduces voter participation and diminishes the voices of entire neighborhoods. At worst, it erodes public trust in government and concentrates power without accountability. We believe fair representation begins with a fair, transparent process. That means clear criteria applied consistently, public access to data and draft maps, ample notice and opportunity for residents to review and comment, and plain language explanation of how final maps were drawn and why. Hoosiers should be able to see themselves in their districts and to understand how those districts came to be. Civic engagement is strongest when people feel their voices matter. Transparent redistricting helps restore that confidence, strengthens accountability, and supports healthy, competitive elections. And Indiana is at best when every voter across geography, race, income, and party can participate in a system that they trust. During my time at JP Morgan Chase and as president and CEO of Employ Indy, Indiana's largest workforce development board, I can attest to the fact that businesses rely on predictability. But Indiana's lack of transparency creates uncertainty. Gerrymandered systems increase polarization.
Thank you for your testimony.
Critical economic policy.
And,
Thank you.
we will now move to Grace O'Neill, followed by Byron Holland, and then Shar Foss-Egeman, and then Lindsay Hake.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, members of this committee. My name is Grace O'Neill, and I serve as the Central Indiana Coordinator for Faith in Place Action Fund. I'm here today to oppose this redistricting attempt. Faith in Place Action Fund advocates for legislation to care for the earth. While our work connects people of all different religious and political backgrounds across Indiana, we are all united in our belief that thriving communities are built by the contributions of all their members. Today, that means ensuring all Hoosiers a voice in our democracy by voting no to HB 1032. The proposed maps split our communities, dilute voters' voices across the state and the political spectrum, and contradict our state constitution's enshrinement of free and equal elections. Hoosiers know this, and that's why we've been showing up for the past 4 months to say no to unfair maps. However, beyond the legality of the maps in question, there's a larger reason that my colleagues and I have heard from hundreds of people of faith from every corner of Indiana. I'll just name a few. A small town Quaker community in Richmond, a Hindu temple in southern Indiana, a group of evangelical pastors in Irvington, a Muslim nonprofit on the west side of Indianapolis, and a family of lifelong Republicans in Columbus at a Catholic church. From people of faith across Indiana, the message is clear. This redistricting attempt is an affront to our moral convictions. This is a question of whether our representatives in this body will hear what Hoosiers need and hold true to our values, or whether the soul of our state and the limited time afforded in this short legislative session is sold to the highest bidder in Washington, D.C. I stand before you bearing this message and holding to my own faith as a Catholic Christian. This faith has taught me to reject injustice, especially when it harms our most vulnerable brothers and sisters. I believe all people are children of God and deserve a voice and a life of dignity. Therefore, I urge you to make the ethical choice and vote no on House Bill 1032.
Thank you for your testimony. Byron Holland. Is that you?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Byron Holland, like the poet and the country, and I'm a sixth-generation Hoosier, proudly from Scott County, Indiana. I had the unique privilege testifying before this committee in August of 2021, when you refused to show us the maps then. It was an issue of credibility, and I'm here to make the case of credibility before each and every one of you, because I know that you as senators must put on your pants, put on your dress clothes, one leg, one arm at a time, and that is what you must consider now. It is just weeks before Christmas, in a time when in your districts, there are Salvation Army bells that are waiting to be rung. That is where you should be, not in this chamber. So I staunchly oppose the redistricting efforts that this committee and this body has proposed before the state of Indiana. There are over 6 million Hoosiers in this state who are deserving of equitable representation. Senators of both parties, hear me now when I tell you, we are a basketball state. The only time that Austin and Scottsburg should ever be against each other is on the basketball court, not when we're being considered for federal funding. With respect to the Utility Committee, I'm proud to be here in Marion County with you, and the work that you guys do on that committee is important as well. But I want to challenge each and every one of you from a committee standpoint to say, what does it mean to issue or to deal with the issues of the Utility Committee in Scott County, where I hail home, versus you who live here in Marion County? It's tone deaf, and it is ignorant, and it is fundamentally wrong. And I believe that you know that. I believe that state senators have one client, one person that they must answer to. It is no lieutenant governor. It is no governor himself. It is no president. It is the people, senators. It is the people. So we're here now. Please do the right thing. Oppose this.
Thank you for your
bill.
testimony. Thank you for your testimony. We're moving now to Lindsay Hake. I'd like to ask Danielle Cooney and Leslie Nuss and Scott King to move to the chamber. Danielle Cooney, Leslie Nuss, and Scott King.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Lindsay Hake on behalf of the social workers. The Indiana chapter of social workers opposes House Bill 1032, believing that redistricting outside the decennial schedule solely benefits a political party instead of all Hoosiers. Republican, Democrat, or Independent, social workers consistently support the rights of all Hoosiers to equal representation that recognizes the diversity across our state. I have more from the Social Work Code of Ethics, which guides us in our decision-making, but in the interest of time, and that I am also representing Citizens Action Coalition today, I will now move to testimony from Citizens Action Coalition. Obviously, we are in our 52nd year fighting for Hoosiers, and today we also rise in opposition to redistricting legislation in House Bill 1032. We oppose the very concept of mid-cycle redistricting. Extensive public feedback was given in 2021 during the redrawing of new maps. A total of 14 public meetings to discuss Hoosiers' priorities for their new districts. All of that we were part of with many of you. That is the type of process that respects all Hoosiers. Back in 2020, we also worked with leaders in this room and then Senator John Ruckelshaus to craft legislation creating a bipartisan Citizens Redistricting Commission that would have put people in charge of this versus politicians. Unfortunately, those bills did not get a hearing. While each Hoosier has their own decision to make about opposing these redistricting initiatives, Citizens Action Coalitions rejects the notion of a partisan power grab. This State House, this committee, and this chamber is better than that, and we encourage you to vote no. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, next we have Danielle Cooney, followed by Leslie Nuss, then Scott King, and Kent Yeager.
Thank you. My name is Danielle Cooney, and as an organizer with the Indie Action Coalition, a base of the Live Free Indiana, the largest grassroots organizer in Indiana, I am standing before you to urge you to say no, not just to redistricting, but to the bullies not only in Washington, but in our own governor's office that are trying to tell you what you can and cannot do. As a child growing up, I was told I could be anything I wanted to be, including President of the United States. As a teenager, I was told that me being president was just a fantasy because that was a man's job. I am currently teaching my daughters that they can be anything they want to be in a world that is still telling them a woman can't be president. I have had this conversation with my 7-year-old recently when she told me that men are president, not women. As an adult and a woman, I am still sometimes made to feel as if I am less than or not as equal to. And I am standing before you today to say that I am going to continue to stand against the oppressive and tyrannical bullies who are telling me I am not enough and I am not equal to. I am a strong woman who is raising strong women as well as a strong man to respect strong women. I urge you to stand with me as I fight against the tyrannical men who are telling us to do things their way. Together we can win against the institutions that have asked us to just be quiet and do what we are told. Together we can be better than any institutional group who is trying to hold us back. Together we can be the strong, powerful leaders that tell our children you are enough. Together we can win against the men in our country who are telling us to just roll over and submit. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We now move to Leslie Nuss, followed by Scott King, and then Kent Yeager. I would also ask for Joseph Smith and Todd Fruling to make your way to the chamber. Okay, what is your name?
Leslie Nuss.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
My name is Leslie Nuss. I live in Northwest Indiana in Valparaiso. I believe Indiana is a beautiful state with so many good people. We have the best part of Lake Michigan, and now we have Big Ten champions. Go IU. I knocked on many doors last year, and not one person told me that they wanted Indiana to be more partisan. However, I met many people who desperately needed someone in office to care about them. As the mother of a child with Down syndrome, I often used my son to talk about caring for our most vulnerable and how that makes us a better state and fulfills the duties bestowed on those of us who are given power. I too am offended by the insulting use of the R word. I don't want to live in a world where this is tolerated, and so I applaud all of you for standing up for people like my son. And yet, I know that behind our backs, the elite in DC who seek to divide us think we are country bumpkins, easily manipulated so that they can drain our resources and add to their dragon's hoard of riches, pawns in their real-life game of Monopoly. But that's because they don't live here. They don't walk our streets, they don't know our people, and they don't care about our health, our communities, and our future. Being a senator is about being a true leader, representing the interests of your constituents, whether they voted for you or not. Disability can happen to anyone at any time for any reason, and that's why we have services in place, just in case. Threatening someone with political violence should never be tolerated or rewarded. You are being tested to see if you are weak or strong. But just as fear and weakness is contagious, so is strength and courage. True courage is taking action in the face of fear. And so I want to thank you for your courage in voting no on redistricting. The eyes of the state, the nation, and the world are upon us. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now move to Scott King, followed by Kent Yeager, Joseph Smith, and then Todd Fruehling. Do we have Scott King in the chamber? Okay, let's move to next one. Do we have Kent Yeager? Kent, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, appreciate the opportunity to be here. I am Kent Yeager. I live on a farm that's been in my family for more than 150 years in southern Harrison County. We're so rural, the only houses you can see from our house are in Kentucky. And yet we would be, according to this plan, in a district that is very close to here and would include, I think Speedway, I can't tell exactly where, certainly other places in the state. Besides farming, I've had the opportunity in my life I've been elected to county council twice years ago. I've had a chance to be a federal appointed official. I really have had a great opportunity to help advocate for rural issues. And the most important part of what I ever did was to help people understand how to advocate for issues. So in that, one of the things that I always thought would be helpful is to have districts that are not only contiguous and compact, but certainly districts that are also connected with different interests that people have in some way. And districts that are also consistent is important. Every time, the way we do it now with the change in congressional districts every 10 years, I've dealt with, I know a lot of you have dealt with people who have gotten confused by how it is, who represents them now. And the more that we can connect people in a democracy to their government, that is really what we need to try to do. I'll close with a hog farmer adage that just as a metaphor for what you're considering here. And that old adage is that pigs get fed and hogs get eaten. So think about what you're doing. And I know many of you are. I'm sorry for the threats that a lot of you have had and so forth, and we should be better than that. So I appreciate your time, the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So there are two names that I've called that have not come into the chamber yet. I'll give an additional shout out, Scott King and Shar Foss Eggman. Please come to the chamber. In the meantime, let's move on with Joseph Smith, followed by Todd Fruehling and Kyle Quant. What is your name, ma'am?
Shar Foss-Egeman.
Okay,
Thank
we're
you for your,
glad to have you.
your patience and grace. Thank you so much. I'm Shar Foss-Egeman. I'm from Lake County, and I'm here today to voice support for mid-decade redistricting. And I have just a simple statement. The time has come to redraw the congressional maps. Other states shed their sense of fairness long ago. For decades, several states quietly gerrymandered congressional districts across the Northeast and in states like California and Illinois to marginalize voters that they disagree with across the country, including Indiana voters. Hoosiers, we didn't ask for this fight, but it's at our doorstep nonetheless, and now we must adapt to the reality. Indiana has an obligation to protect Indiana's collective voice from being further silenced in Washington, D.C. It is the right thing to do, given the last 5 years of unaddressed census problems and election integrity issues. Please do your duty, redraw the map, because the national consequences of inaction will be far worse. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is Scott King in the chamber? Okay, we will move on then with Joseph Smith. And I would also ask for Rob Kendall to make his way to the chamber, please. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. As a lifelong Hoosier and Republican, I'm finding it difficult to see the need to redistrict now. What are the benefits to Hoosiers? I heard the arguments by Representative Smaltz last week that redistricting is purely for political advantage. He said it more than once. I like advantages also. Through hard work, innovative ideas, merit, and being the best possible candidate for the people you represent. Not just because they fit a population chart. Changing the playing field in the middle of the game is not the Indiana way. About winning by putting political pressure on your opponents in the arena of ideas to get your desired outcome. Under the proposed redrawn map, and other than living within the state's boundaries, do you really think that a citizen in Western Marion County has the same needs and concerns as a citizen from Crawford, Floyd, or Harrison counties? Counties at the extreme southern part of the state? That would be under the same representation. Or northwestern Madison County to southeastern Switzerland County, a county that sits on the Ohio River. Indiana was one of the few states that the current congressional map passed unquestioned. Many of us believe this cobbled version that's put forth now will only lead to prolonged legal battles, creating additional cost to Hoosier taxpayers. Lest you forget, we are those people. It's very obvious, even to a casual observer, what's trying to be done. Be very careful because it may backfire on you. While your goal is 9-0, it could easily be 5-4. Democrats thought they were doing the right thing in 2011, and they haven't seen a majority in the House since. Midterm redistricting is not a local issue. What is a local issue?
Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, now we will move to Todd Fruehling. We'll ask for Denise Abdul Rahman to also make her way to the chamber. Floor is yours.
I'm Todd Freeling from Kendallville. Thank you for hearing my objections about our current redistricting plans that are being implemented concerning fairness and fear tactics. I retired 2 years ago as a Republican precinct chairperson in Fort Wayne, running a voting poll for my neighbors at a local church for 25 years. I hope that means just as much to you as it does to me. But please make no mistake, we are not here to balance the national playing field between Republican and Democratic districts. No, this House serves Indiana. The president specifically started this conflict strictly by serving his own interests, and our legislature serves only the best interests of Indiana voters, according to our highest standards of honesty, fair electoral representation for everyone, and a loyalty to our Constitution, not one person, be it our governor or president. Redistricting is being pushed only by bullying. Last week's House proceedings were very enlightening, but the primary argument for the Republicans was rationalizing, making excuses just to serve our president and our governor. Both have literally threatened their opponents with being primaried, and yet no one said one word about our Constitution to prevent it. We have laws that says redistricting occurs every 10 years, and if you want to change it, you go through the amendment process per Article 16. This is what upsets me the most, ignoring our own Constitution. Opposition is strong to this bill. University of Indianapolis political science professor Laura Wilson pointed out that a 2-to-1 majority of Hoosiers oppose this. Other leading Republicans have been speaking out, have been past Governor, Lieutenant Governor Susan Ellspermann, who has also served under Governor Mike Pence, and past Republican Governor Mitch Daniels has also spoken out against redistricting in a recent Washington Post editorial commenting, "I hope they quietly and respectfully pass this idea."
Thank you for your testimony. Next will be Kyle Quant. Followed by Rob Kendall and then Denise Abdul Rahman.
Hi, I'm Kyle Quant from Huntertown in Indiana 3. I'm here to testify in opposition to mid-cycle redistricting, which will result in millions of disenfranchised Hoosiers. Each of you has been elected to this office to act as the voice of your constituents. Your job is not to capitulate to the demands of a president to rig the system. Over the past 5 months, I, along with other Hoosiers from around this great state, have been relentless in our dissent for redistricting. We have called and emailed you, visited your offices, and come here to show our opposition to these attempts to gerrymander our maps. But here we are. Hoosiers are a diverse group of people with varying interests, passions, and ideals. We are white, black, and brown, gay and straight. We are farmers, engineers, teachers, homemakers, and like me, parents, conservationists, and entrepreneurs. We are Republicans, independents, and Democrats. One of the most beautiful things about the American experiment is the balance we have, thanks to our free and fair elections, for all people to have representation in Washington. But I want to bring this back to my district and note that Fort Wayne has had a Democratic mayor for the past 30 years and has had a Democrat in Congress for 70 of the last 100. But maps are required to be drawn after each census, and Fort Wayne has not had a Democrat representative in Washington in 30 years. Our map is already gerrymandered, and the proposed map will fracture your constituency even more. This makes me ask the question, do the people we send to the State House truly feel the calling to act as our voice? And if not, is Indiana the place that I have called home for 40 years, where my family truly belongs? If this moves forward, I and the 40% of Hoosiers who voted for the Democratic ticket in 2024 will effectively be denied fair representation. And this experiment of free and fair elections for a strong Democratic Republic is over, as it will have failed. I taught my son in 5th grade what it takes to stand up to his bullies. So I'm asking you to stand up to those who want to suppress your constituency and protect equitable representation for all Hoosiers and oppose this redistricting map. And I also want to
Thank you for your testimony. Next will be Rob Kendall, but let me refill the well. We need on deck Denise Abdul Rahman, Dianye Valentina, Michael Arnold, and Jennifer Hora. Okay, thank you. The floor is yours.
Rob Kendall from Brownsburg. I urge you to reject mid-cycle redistricting. The key part of the word representative is represent. The actual job of a representative is not to be a Democrat or Republican, but represent the interests of a group of people regardless of party. Geography, commerce, industry, time zones. All things that should be factored into the makeup of a congressional district to provide the best representation for all people. Our current maps do that quite well. In fact, if you look at the maps today, while slightly altered for population shifts, they look very similar to those proposed in 2010 by then Secretary of State Todd Rokita as part of his Rethink Redistricting, designed to take politics out of the process and best and most fairly represent the people. The new maps gut the ideas of putting interests such as geography, commerce, industry, and time zones first. Numerous districts start in Indianapolis and stretch to ends of the state. In each instance, rural Indiana will pay the price, while Indianapolis will benefit. You have an opportunity to show the world what good government looks like. In fact, you don't have to do anything. Just keep the maps in place as they currently are. Many of you have faced immense adversity the past few weeks. Swatting, bomb threats, etc. Please reject the politics of fear. Please reject the politics of intimidation. Show the world that Indiana stands for what's right, for representation that is best for us, the people, not beholden to threats, both physical and political, from people who don't live in our state. Every public opinion poll released on this topic, including those done by Republican pollsters, shows the public is against mid-cycle redistricting. I ask you to stand with good government, government that is best representing all people, stand with your actual constituents, and reject this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will move, are you Denise? Okay, let me fill the well here real quick before you start, Denise. We need Dianye Valentina, Michael Arnold, Jennifer Hora, and Barb Domer. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gaskell, Representative Smalls, the Arthur, Ranking Minority Member Ford, and members of the Senate Election Committee. My name is Denise Abdul Rahman. I'm here representing the Indiana State Conference of the NAACP on behalf of Sadie Harper Scott, President. With over 5,000 members and numerous units across the state, including our youth in college. We strongly oppose and condemn House Bill 1032. We extend our sincere empathy to those whose families and lives that have been threatened. The Voting Rights Act has been the cornerstone of our democracy since its enactment in 1965. It opened the political process to African Americans and other disenfranchised people of color and enabled us to elect representatives of our choice. Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act has been instrumental in giving African Americans in Indiana a voice in the United States Congress. The Voting Rights Act has pushed us toward a more perfect union. Now there is a movement afoot to redistrict our congressional districts on the alleged basis of partisanship. However, partisanship is a pretext for discrimination, for silencing the voices of Indiana's minority community, for turning back the clock and making us less a perfect union. We urge you not to give in to the call of the engaging in retrogressive partisanship. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Dianye. Okay, the floor is yours. Well, let me fill the well again. Michael Arnold, Jennifer Hora, Barb Domer, James Fisher. Thank you.
Chair Gaskell and members of this committee, my name is Dianye Dior-Valentina, and I'm the founding executive director of Strength Over Struggle. Thank you to the senators that have publicly opposed this legislation. We ask that you continue to stand on the right side of history, listen to the overwhelming majority of Hoosiers, and unequivocally oppose this attempt to circumvent our democracy. The House failed the people by advancing a bill with a confessed partisan motive. Will you finalize this corrupt power grab? We are no longer operating in good faith here. HB 1032 is driven by confessed intent. All 9 districts are drawn to favor one party. Black and brown voters are diluted in key areas like Indiana Congressional Districts 1 and 7. Indiana's population is 18% non-white, yet this map minimizes their influence. It is engineered for permanent control. This redraw is optional. It is driven solely by partisan desire, a practice one of your own colleagues, Senator Cordora, has rightly tried to stop. The map was released hours before a hearing, an absolute joke. If you have to teach to win, you have already told the voters you don't deserve the job. Section 3 attempts to rig the judiciary by sending challenges to the Supreme Court directly. This bill is an institutionalized panic button. The cost is paid by the QT BIPOC Hoosiers that I represent and the 40% of voters regularly ignored. This fracturing is the surgical mechanism to suppress our rising political power. You aren't making history here, you're just documenting your own moral failure. So the case against HB 1032 is closed. We will not be silenced. I demand that this committee uphold its oath to the Constitution and reject House Bill 1032. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll throw out on a person that we have called that has not come yet. I'll do another reminder, Scott King. Scott King, you move to the chamber, please, if you still wish to testify. Okay, at this time, we're ready for Michael Arnold. Is the T at the end silent or not? Okay, Arnold? Arnold, okay, thank you. Floor is yours.
My name is Michael Arnold. For context, longtime Indianapolis resident, raised in Kosciuszko County. After graduating from Indiana University, worked in Elkhart. Indiana, named so because it was mostly inhabited by the Native American Indian. Today, few, if any, of the populace bears a resemblance to the mid-1700s. None of us are Native. On my mother's side, I'm second-generation Polish. On my father's side, his parents emigrated from Russia. The point is, we don't all look alike. We come from countries all over the world. We are different colors. We don't think alike. We are farmers. We're builders of automobiles and parts. We are leaders in many fields. We are of different religions and of different faith. But now, because of party politics, local, or because of the directive of the current president, there's an attempt to alter our congressional districts. The questions that senators need to ask yourself, are you voting with and for your constituents? Are you voting to remain in favor with the directives and wishes of Washington, voting to maintain individual power to get reelected? Are you opposed to differing views? am I stifling other opinions and listen to those, only to those who agree with me? There's a lot of things I can say, but the most important ones, in your own household, do you stifle the opinion of your spouse, partner, children? Consider us part of your household. And consider our opinions. Would you want a 9-0 Supreme Court? Why would you want a 9-0 districts? Anyway, all I'm saying is offer the opportunity, give consideration to those of us who are in your household. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're now ready for Jennifer Hora, and would like to ask Jim Carpenter to make his way to the chamber. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Jennifer Hora, and I'm a professor of political science at Valparaiso University. I've studied and researched state and local politics since 1997 and taught the class in state and local government at Valparaiso University since 2006. I'm here today to ask you to not redraw Indiana lines for the 9 United States House seats. When you passed these maps in 2021, you called them perfect. What has changed? Nearly all the arguments that I am hearing online and also in these chambers boil down to what I call whataboutism. What about California? What about Illinois? When I'm looking at my college student papers, we call that not an effective argument, among other things. Each year I have lived here, my representative has held a town hall in each city in the district. I know because I attend those frequently, even on cold January nights. While gerrymandering is a complicated and passion-filled issue, and I would like to remind everyone, it has been a passion-filled issue since the founding of this country. The term is 200 years old. One principle of gerrymandering that has usually been agreed upon is keeping communities of interest together by map makers. Of these newly proposed maps, where I live in Porter County, it splits the county, it splits the city, it splits the school district, it splits my township, it splits Indiana House districts, Indiana Senate districts, and reportedly even precincts. Possibly the saddest part of all this unnecessarily and highly unusual mid-decade redistricting is the fact that this has been an even year legislative session, meaning you are only scheduled to meet for 30 days. Instead of dealing with roads, healthcare, and education,
Thank you for your
why are you
testimony.
using days on
We'll move to Barb Domer, and would also like to ask Larry Ewing to make his way to the chamber. Okay, are you Barb?
Yes.
The floor is yours.
My name's Barbara Domer. I'm a resident of Valparaiso, Indiana. I currently serve on the Valparaiso City Council. I oppose House Bill 1032. In 2021, I entered a competition to draw electoral maps for the U.S. House of Representatives, Indiana State Senate, and Indiana House of Representatives. I did not win the competition, but I learned a lot about redistricting. This experience greatly impacted my decision to run for public office. Throughout the election cycle, I listened to residents, and my campaign was shaped by priorities, which included city government transparency, accountability, checks and balances, and increased civic engagement. I campaigned with a promise to propose a citizen-led redistricting commission for municipal electoral districts in Valparaiso. I believe a fair redistricting process increases voter turnout by enhancing voter confidence in the system and ensuring every voter has an equal chance to influence the outcome. Maps drawn to ensure the dominance of one party, to dilute the effectiveness of votes of minority citizens, or to split communities of interest run counter to equal voting rights for all and distort a representative democracy. Preventing partisan gerrymandering is key to maintaining public trust and ensuring every voice is heard. Electoral districts support the social fabric of a community by ensuring that groups with shared identities and concerns are recognized and empowered within the democratic process. Splitting Valparaiso into two federal congressional districts undermines that goal. How can Valparaiso expect community funding requests to be equitably distributed by two separate U.S. representatives who represent the same city? Valparaiso's collective future depends on a U.S. representative
for
who
your
is advocating
testimony.
for the needs of the entire
Thank you for your testimony.
Valparaiso community.
Next, are you James Fisher?
Yes.
Okay, give me just a moment before you start. I see the well is emptied again, so let's go back. We've called Scott King, Jim Carpenter, Larry Ewing, Aaron Collins, Evan Sheeran. Okay, thank you very much. The floor is yours, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I've worked as an engineer for over 40 years in Indiana. I've improved efficiency, reduced waste, and improved quality. You all have many tools to do this sort of thing, but one of the main ones is what they call lean manufacturing. The question is, in your mind, is what is lean manufacturing? Well, most people don't understand it, but it's really simple. You don't do anything that your customer doesn't want to pay you for. If you do it, it's a waste. Applying this principle to the Senate means that your constituents, your customer, your taxpayers who pay you want things like better roads, lower cost housing, better schools. We just need to work on it. But your customers are the taxpayers. What they don't want should be stopped. In other words, fix the roads. Don't fix the elections. Fix the schools. Don't fix the elections. Fix housing. Don't fix the elections. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, do we have Jim Carpenter? Do we have Larry Ewing? Do we have Aaron Collins? Okay, so let me real quickly before Aaron starts, let's try to give another shout out here. We've called Scott King, Jim Carpenter, Larry Ewing, Evan Sheeran, and I'll add to that list Corbin Havener and Abby Morgan. Okay, floor is yours.
Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Aaron Collins, and I serve as the Vice President of the Chesterton Town Council in Northwest Indiana, in the heart of the Duneland community that would be directly harmed by House Bill 1032. This bill is not just bad policy, it is harmful, unnecessary, unwanted, and fundamentally disrespectful to the people of Indiana. Chesterton, Porter, Portage, Valparaiso, Burns Harbor, and the greater Duneland area share a common identity. Tied by our lakeshore, our economy, our commuter patterns, our industries, and our environment, we function as an interconnected region. We rise or we fall together. This map tears us apart. It splits communities that rely on each other while stitching together districts that have nothing in common. Under this proposal, my community is placed into a district stretching all the way to Noble County. Let me be clear. Porter County and Noble County are not the same. Not culturally, not economically, geographically, socially, or even in the same time zone. How can any member of Congress effectively represent communities that don't even start their day at the same time? How do you reconcile steel mills, port operations, commuter rail and shoreline environmental issues with rural agricultural concerns hours away? You can't. It's unrealistic, irresponsible, and unfair to both regions. We heard testimony that said other states had shed their fairness years ago, and so should we. Is that what we've become? Tit for tat, others do wrong, so we do the same? Indiana's better than that. We already know this map was drawn singularly for political advantage. Splitting us apart will dilute our voice, undermine bipartisan regional planning, and disrupt representation that actually reflects who we are. Hoosiers know this. They've said it loudly. They do not want mid-decade redistricting, and they certainly don't want a map that tears communities apart.
Thank you
Vote
for your
no.
testimony. Okay, let's go back and refresh the list here. Do we have Scott King? Do we have Jim? Are you Scott King?
Corbin Havener.
Okay, wait just a moment. Jim Carpenter, Larry Ewing, Evan Sheeran, Abby Morgan. Okay, awesome. Corbin, you have the floor.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. It's good to be here in the state Senate chambers, and it is not lost on me that each one of you was elected because you felt like you had your own ideas and that you wanted to act as an independent voice for your constituents, for your community. And a lot of you have stood strong and stood with great courage. I appreciate Senator Good for holding that town hall and really taking into account the input of his constituents. That is what representation looks like. And I greatly appreciate that because that ensures our voices are heard. And I just urge everybody to keep standing up to the outside pressure. It is not fair that members of an independent state here have to deal with these threats and have to deal with this type of pressure. And we can all show courage and stand up to that pressure against a map that I believe was drawn by people who, if they've been to Indiana, have only seen the section of 70 between the airport and downtown Indy. They don't know Indiana. I know Indiana. I've lived here my whole life from Fort Wayne and Indianapolis now. And I care about my communities matter to me, and I give you the benefit of the doubt that your communities matter to you too. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Let's go ahead with Abby Morgan. I'll make an additional call for Scott King, Jim Carpenter, Larry Ewing, and Evan Sheeran. In addition to that, I think we've got some duplicates in here. Also, we'll call Sabrin Abdul Wahab also to the chamber. Okay, floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Abby Morgan. I live in Marion County. I'm with the Indy Action Coalition. This bill is abhorrent. There are so many people who have spoken on this subject better than I will, so I will borrow their eloquence. Ronald Reagan said, "Our Constitution is a document in which we, the people, tell the government what it is allowed to do. We, the people, are free." This is not that. Freedom is not when one man calls in his thugs with threats of political violence if he is not obeyed. We cannot capitulate to outside interests. He is not a Hoosier. The only time he thinks about Indiana is when it will serve his interests. His agenda is not the Hoosier agenda. Ronald Reagan also said, "We must realize that no arsenal or no weapon in the arsenals of the world is so formidable as the will and moral courage of free men and women. Hoosiers do not want this. We need you to stand up for our interests. We need strong leaders with the will and moral courage to stand up to intimidation." I am going to quote another American hero. "The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy." Hoosiers do not want this. Find the courage to do what is right.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay. Are you Sabrine? Sabrine? Yes, let's go ahead and bring you up. Wait just a moment before you start. We're getting more and more people that are not showing up when we have called, so let's go. Scott King, Jim Carpenter, Larry Ewing, Evan Sheeran, Tierra Howley, Mamoja Ajubu, and Cecilia Pointer. Okay, floor is yours. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here today. My name is Sabrine, and I'm a voter in Indianapolis and the auntie of 2 nephews. And I'm here today because I'm really concerned about the impact redistricting will have on my family and the future of my family and my community. This proposed map will further disenfranchise my communities across Indianapolis. This redrawing allows the federal government to pressure our local and state political outcomes. It also encourages a system where state elected representatives are more focused on their political careers and national optics instead of serving the people that they represent. Representative Ben Smaltz has said these maps were specifically drawn for a political advantage. No matter their political affiliation, representatives should not dismiss the voices of their constituents in favor of controlling future elections. It is clear that the goal to limit the voices of Black and brown Hoosiers for national political gain. The comfort in using Hoosiers as political pawns to balance the scale of redistricting in other states shows that this bill is not designed to serve the people of Indiana. It is designed to serve the interests of the larger federal government and a national political agenda. As a Black Muslim woman who has lived in different parts of Marion County and has family and friends spread throughout the city, I know how hard members of my community have worked to advocate on behalf of my communities. I know how important it is for my communities to have that voice, and this bill takes that voice away. It would change who represents us, what issues are prioritized, and the policies that shape the future of our families. This is a real concern for me as I think about the state my nephews will grow up in. I encourage this committee not to support the redistricting effort. All Hoosiers deserve representation that reflects our communities, our values, and our future, not a map that turns us into a strategy. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Do that. How do we get rid of that? Next, we have Tierra Howley.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Tierra Howlett, board member for Council's Indiana, founder of Lady Justice and I, and also a member of the Advocacy Works program led by Representative Robin Shackelford. I am here as a policy practitioner, a community advocate, and a Hoosier who believes that representation should belong to the people, not party leaders. We all know that redistricting is not just a map drawing exercise. It is a policy decision that determines whose voices matter and whose votes meaningfully count. Today, you are being asked to consider a congressional map that will create an advantage for one political party. And the author of this bill openly stated that this bill is created for political advantage, not fairness. This map passed the House, as we all know, last week, and now the responsibility rests with you all in this chamber. This is not a minor procedural change. It is an action that affects representation, trust, and every Hoosier's belief that their vote matters. And the public's view on this issue has been clear, consistent, and increasingly strong throughout 2025. A statewide survey of 1,662 Indiana voters found that only 34% supported redrawing the map this year, while 52% opposed it. An early October poll found that 53% of Indiana voters opposed the mid-decade redraw, and again, only 34% supported it. Another poll found that the initial opposition at 44%, after hearing both sides of the argument, rose to 69% of opposition, with only 21% in favor of this bill. A November statewide poll found 51% opposed immediate redistricting, 45% strongly oppose it, and support was around 39%, with strong support at 23%.
Thank you for your testimony.
To
Thank you
oppose
for
this
your
bill.
testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, we're getting quite a few who are not responding to the call here, so I'm going to try to fill the well again here. Do we have Mimoja Ajabu? Do we have Cecilia Pointer? All right. Alyssa Impink, Carla Lopez Owens, Eddie Melton. Okay, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. You pronounced my name right is the reason why I asked that. And I had prepared a speech because I spoke over at the Senate or this House, but I'm not going to use that because I want to talk to you. I'm concerned that the integrity of representation is being influenced by right-wing nationalists in the White House because they want to be king. They supported people that wanted to hang as vice president, that was the former governor of this great state. And he wants y'all to separate the district of Andre Carson to whereas that people that look like me don't have anybody to represent us that look like me. That means that he wants you to dislike Mike Pence, dislike people of African descent, support sending troops to Washington, D.C., because he wants to be king. We don't need that in that country. Time for us to come together, not split apart. Time to come together. And so I would hope in your discussions about redistricting that you would treat people like you want to be treated. I think that's a commandment. Thank you for your time. And no, one other thing, because if you don't, then you're going to support authoritarianism, and that authoritarianism is tyranny. We don't need a government that breaks the law.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Okay, ma'am, what is your name? What is your name? Yes. Come on, let's have you next. I think you were. I just wanted to, you never know whether who's lined up in what order and who came and who didn't. So I just wanted to make sure you were next.
Appreciate that.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Cecilia Pointer, and I am a lifelong Hoosier. I am here today to defend every Hoosier's right to a fair and honest vote. Mid-cycle redistricting, if allowed, would only serve to undermine that fundamental right. Let me be clear, if the roles were reversed and Democrats were pushing for mid-cycle gerrymandering, I would be standing here just as firmly in opposition. Every Hoosier's vote should matter, regardless of party affiliation. Over 40% of Hoosier voters should not be disenfranchised by any process designed to manipulate the outcomes rather than the process of earning our votes through policy. I don't care what other states are doing. I don't vote in California or Texas, and I'm pretty sure none of you do. What matters is Indiana, and you should be focused on what's best for Hoosiers, not using out-of-state examples as an excuse to undermine our democratic principles. When I was redistricted in 2021, I was not happy. But I believed you when you said that the maps were fair, perfect, and would serve us well for the next decade. So I ask, with no new data, were you honest then when you told me those maps were good, or are you being honest now by claiming redistricting is suddenly necessary? And for those of you who voted against DEIA because you believed in merit, I ask, why doesn't merit matter now? What you're proposing in mid-cycle gerrymandering is exactly what you claimed DEI did, giving someone an unearned position. This ramped up gerrymandering has been called a race to the bottom by many nonpartisan election groups.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got quite a few who have not come when called, so I think I'm going to just push forward in the list, and we'll try to, before we end, we'll try to circle back and collect some of those. So I believe the order now would be Alyssa Impink, Carla Lopez Owens, Amy Guzman, Nick Roberts, and Neil Lothamer. And what is your name?
My name is Alyssa Impink.
You are you're at bat. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Alyssa Impink, and I come before you today as an advocacy leader, an elected school board leader, but this testimony is through the lens of a Black woman raising 3 daughters in the state we call home. When I think about this redistricting bill, I don't think first about maps or numbers. I think about my daughters, Alice, and my twins, Mari and Josephine. I think about the stories that I tell them about the value of their voice, about how democracy works when people can see the individuals who represent them, and when those representatives can see those who they represent. Proximity matters, access matters, and being heard matters. When our elected officials live close enough to understand our neighborhoods, our schools, our churches, our grocery stores, our challenges and our joys, that proximity builds accountability. It builds trust, and it makes democracy real. But this bill breaks that proximity. It pulls communities apart that have fought hard to stay connected. It creates distance between families and the people elected to represent them. And for families like mine, for Black women raising daughters who deserve to see themselves in the people who hold power, this distance is harmful. My daughters deserve a future where their voices are not diluted by political lines drawn without them in mind, where their votes matter as much as anyone else's, where their stories of families like ours help shape policy and not get pushed to the margins. I want to show them that the state of Indiana believes that every child, every family, every community is worth being fully represented. But this bill does not bring us closer, it moves us farther away. I urge you on behalf of my daughters, on behalf of every Hoosier who deserves fair representation, to reject this bill and commit to a process that strengthens our democracy rather than weakening the voices within it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, so next we have Carla Lopez Owens. And then I'll repeat, we have Amy Guzman, Nick Roberts, Neil Lothamer, and Faith Kimbrough. Are you Carla?
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Carla Lopez Owens, and I'm here in opposition of House Bill 1032. If passed, House Bill 1032 would effectively erase Indiana's 2 Democratic congressional districts, both of which represent the state's most diverse communities, Marion and Lake County. These 2 counties have the highest concentrations of Black and Hispanic and Latino voters. By voting yes on House Bill 1032, you will be robbing so many of us of meaningful representation. I'm originally from Mexico, but I grew up in Indianapolis. I'm an immigrant who grew up in a working class family. Today, I'm a US citizen, I'm an attorney, working in local government, and I serve as an advocate for my community. Like many before us, my family came here with nothing and Indiana welcomed us. I have always felt at home here, but things feel very different now. Currently, my family lives in Marion County in the 7th Congressional District. For almost 20 years, Congressman Carson has been our representative, during which time he has advocated for issues important to our communities in Washington, D.C. Under these new maps, you're not only splitting up my family, you're fracturing relationships we've worked so hard to build. If passed, my family would live in 4 congressional districts instead of 1. When lines were finalized in 2021, then Senate President Pro Tem Roderick Bray said, "We prioritize keeping communities together and drawing districts that make sense for the Hoosiers that live there." I am here to ask you to please keep us together and don't split us apart. Without a doubt, this map is racially gerrymandered. The surgical precision with which these lines were drawn split up high concentrations of Black and brown voters, separating us in a way that dilutes our political power. By pushing this through, you are robbing so many of us of meaningful representation. And in doing so, you are standing on the side of oppression.
Thank you for your testimony.
Don't be traitors to the
Okay,
people.
so next we have Amy Guzman, followed by Nick Roberts, Neil Lothamer, and Faith Kimbrough. Also would like to ask Demetrius Hicks to move to the chamber, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm proud to speak after Carla. I am an immigrant from Colombia, South America. I was born there and I was adopted, raised here by Hoosiers, a Republican family, very conservative. I am my first degree is education, then nursing, and now a certified nurse midwife. I could speak for a long time about the issues regarding maternal child health, but we're not here for that. I am opposed to redistricting, and the biggest reason is voices. Voices is the reason why we are struggling in maternal child health. We will continue with that same issue if we continue this path. I live right now in J.D. Ford's district, Summers, and Andre Carson. I was raised on the south side, now live on the west side, and I'm a leader of a local indivisible group. I am standing for other people that would like to speak today, and as a person who did 6 years of home visiting with maternal child health all throughout central Indiana. I saw the influx as I started school when busing started. So no one knew whether I was Black or white. I saw the influx of immigration here. I studied it when I was in nursing school at IU, knowing that in the year 2023, around the time we are now, the statistics for immigrants was going to be coming up as more of a majority and less of a minority for the majority of Caucasian. So I feel like that's what we're talking about here today more than anything. There are people afraid, and they're also scaring our community by bringing Tom Homan here right after JD Vance was here to try to intimidate y'all to vote the wrong way. We feel the intimidation as well.
Thank you
I'm
for your
scared.
testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say this.
When
scared.
the timer goes off,
Right.
that's it. Or you need
I
to
am
move on
scared
in
along
order
with
to
you,
get
so please
everybody.
vote the right way.
Please step away from the podium. We want to get everybody that signed up an opportunity, and we still have about 58 people that have signed up and would like to testify. Are you Nick Roberts?
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you all for your service to the state. It's much appreciated. My name is Nick Roberts. I serve on the Indianapolis City County Council, representing District 4 of the city, so I know how hard it is for all of you guys to do your job. My district includes the Geis and Castleton area of the city, and I'm here on behalf of the overwhelming amount of my constituents, Republicans, Democrats, and Independents, who are opposed to this process. My district would be split into 2. Part of it would go all the way in District 4 to the Chicago media market, and part of it District 7 all the way to the Ohio River, which I think really shows the dichotomy of the map that we have seen. And I'm here for a lot of reasons, one of which this is an unfunded mandate. This would require in 19 days us to redraw all of our precincts in the county, renumber them as well. That process took 6 months when it was done 3 years ago, as our clerk mentioned, and now it's being required to be done in 19 days with staff that we do not have to do that kind of process. In addition to that too, there are a lot of reasons in terms of the just the logistical side of it. Keystone Avenue, which is a main thoroughfare in Indianapolis, as a lot of you know, from 96th Street to 21st Street, will be divided into 5 congressional districts. Now imagine if any of the districts you represented were divided between 5 different districts as well. Those districts being District 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9. It is incredibly hard to represent a district as is, but if you have a district that, again, is so split apart, it is even harder to. And there are people in our districts, and I disagree with what the gentleman said before, that depend upon going to their congressperson's office to get those federal benefits, whether it's SNAP, whether it's Medicare, talking to their congressperson. There are people that we all have in our districts who are elderly, that may not be able to use the internet well, that simply cannot use the internet to get everything they need. And really, there are a lot of, I think, red herrings are mentioned too. There are 2,590,372,000 people that lose their representation because of this. And this idea that we have to do it because other states are doing it. There are 42 or 43 states that are not doing this, right? It is not a 50-state thing. We're not the last state. We would be a 7th or 8th state at this point, which is not at all something that we have to do. So I urge you to do the right thing. These are egregious maps. We have to, have democracy in our state and fairness. So thank you. I would appreciate you voting no. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have Neil Lothamer? Neil, you're next. Before you start, let me also go back through the list here. Following Neil will be Faith Kimbrough, then Demetrius Hicks, Joni Harvey, Alexandria Hall, and Kevin Krajewski. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Neil. I'm a Hoosier, one of the 40% of Hoosiers who voted for Kamala Harris. If Indy is divided into 4 districts designed to elect Republicans, then those members of Congress will have no electoral incentive to listen to the people of Indy. This is not just about voters, this affects the entire state. Indy is the economic engine of the state. Downtown Indy is Indiana's largest employment hub. Our biggest employers, Eli Lilly, IU Health, Ascension, Roche, major logistics centers, and manufacturing. They all depend on our strong federal partnership to operate, expand, and stay competitive nationwide. When Indy loses meaningful congressional representation, businesses lose representation too. So what does that mean? Federal funding for infrastructure, transportation, and labor development flows most heavily to the state's largest economic center. If Indy is represented by 4 members who do not need Indy voters, these investments become easier to neglect or oppose. That weakens not just Marion County, but every county that depends on the economic output of this city. IU Health, Eskenazi, Ascension, hospitals in your district depend on stable Medicaid funding. Efforts to slash Medicaid are not just abstract ideological positions, as they threaten the financial stability of the largest employers in the state, and every hospital that relies on Medicaid reimbursement, including in your own Republican districts. Eli Lilly, our largest Indiana-based company, depends on federal funding. When Indiana's congressional delegation pushes cuts to NIH, which they have, it directly harms Lilly, our tax base, and our statewide research economy. Beyond federal dollars, we must take seriously the warnings from our own business community. Eli Lilly has already expressed that Indiana is becoming harder to recruit talent to. These political decisions are making it more difficult to recruit advanced degree professions that they need. Lilly has begun placing new investments in other states as a result. Diluting Indy's congressional representation reinforces exactly the message. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now move to Faith Kimbrough, followed by Demetrius Hicks, Joni Harvey, Alexandria Hall, Kevin Krajewski, and then also I'd like to ask Judy Wilson and Guthrie Byer to make their way to the chamber. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I am Faith Kimbrough. I am your Marion County recorder, but today I stand here as an advocate of my community. I ask that you look around this chamber. Every single chair and every single desk represents not just a district on a map, but thousands of Hoosiers, your neighbors, your friends, and families who trust you to guard their voices. Count every Hoosier. Wait for the truth. When you took your oath, you raised your hand and you swore before God and the people of Indiana that you will protect their rights. Count every Hoosier, wait for the truth. That oath and that promise is what the people of Indiana ask you to honor today. Secure service and duty over politics. Count every Hoosier and wait for the truth. And for those of you who are guided by faith, Consider the moral weight of your decision. The scripture is clear. Proverbs 22:28. It warns against moving boundaries unjustly, and it speaks directly to justice and fairness. You must vote no to this bill, and you must count every Hoosier and wait for the truth. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your testimony. Ready for Demetrius Hicks, followed by Joni Harvey, Alexandria Hall, Kevin Krajewski, Judy Wilson, and Guthrie Byer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Yesterday, I emailed each of you urging you to vote no on House redistricting bill that's now before you. Because of that, I will not stand here with a long or data-heavy speech, nor am I here to humiliate you, pressure you, or bully you into a viewpoint. And for that reason, I sincerely hope that this committee will not bully the people of Indiana by redrawing maps we neither want nor need. I stand before you simply as a constituent and a public official in common sense dialogue. Indiana was once a state that prided itself on staying out of national drama, keeping our head low and focusing on issues close to home, and leading with humility. But today there is so much noise that has made things so difficult to hear the voice of reason. And in moments like this, I pray that your oath of office will guide you. Your oath states, "I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Indiana, and that I will faithfully, impartially, and diligently discharge the duties of the office of the Indiana Senator according to the law and to the best of my ability." I want to highlight one word: impartiality. To act impartial means to act free of bias, free of prejudice, and free of political allegiance. If that word, if that promise still carries the weight, then the decision before you becomes clear. You must vote no on mid-decade redistricting. Hoosiers are asking you to lead, not to follow political pressure from elsewhere. We are asking you to protect our credibility, our communities, and our democracy. In closing, if you allow your integrity to shine and remain true to the oath you swore, you will find that the people of Indiana will support you.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Okay, I'm going to read through the list again. Please line up in this order. We're going to have Joni Harvey at the podium, followed by Alexandria Hall, Kevin Krajewski, Judy Wilson, Guthrie Byer, Mary Allen, John Schmitz, Mary Cohen, and Christina, let's say Ceramele. And last, Martin D'Agostino. Okay, you're Joni Harvey. The floor is yours.
Senator Gaskell, members of the committee, thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Joni Harvey, and Senator Gaskell, as your constituent, I truly appreciate that you already recognize the importance of mid-decade redistricting. That means a lot. You've approached this with level-headed leadership, and I'm grateful for it. The reason I'm here is simple. Representation matters. We've watched for years as states run by other party have drawn their maps in ways that leave our conservative voters without any real voice. They shut people out by design. That should motivate us here in Indiana to take our responsibility seriously and act boldly when we have the chance. A mid-decade update, moving to a clean 9-0 map, isn't about pushing boundaries. It's about being honest about the direction Hoosier voters already have chosen consistently across statewide elections. We're not inventing anything. We're recognizing what our voters have already told us again and again. And I'll just say this briefly. Democrats often talk about how one-party rule is bad. But when it comes to places like Marion and Lake Count, where they held uncontested control for years, they resist attempt to give those voters more balanced representation. So if anything, updating the map is simply holding everyone to the same standard they claim to support. Senator Good, I want to thank you for the thoughtful approach you bring to every issue. As the statewide director for Senator Todd Young, you have a unique big picture perspective on what strengthens Indiana's voice nationally. This is one of those moments. Mid-decade redistricting gives Indiana clarity, consistency, and the confidence to say we're going to protect the voices of our voters, something other states have refused to do. Senator Gaskell, since you're already supportive, I mainly want to encourage you. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, do we have Alexandria Hall? As you make your way, I'll read the list again. Please line up in this order. Behind her, Kevin Krajewski, Judy Wilson, Guthrie Byer, Mary Allen, John Schmitz, Mary Cohen, and Christina Ceramele. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Alexandra Hall, and I am a resident of Congressional District 7 and Senate District 30. My immediate past senator is J.D. Ford, and my current senator is Fadi Kadara. Our district knows firsthand both the impact of gerrymandering and what happens when elected officials are deeply connected and present in our communities and what we represent. I'm a first-generation American, the daughter of an immigrant who came here to this country as a teenager, attended college, fought for this country in the Vietnam War. I am also a parent, a precinct committee chairman in my community of Pike Township, the wife of a public school educator, and an advocate for equitable and fair representation. I'm here today to voice my strong opposition to HB 1032. When I moved to Indiana in 2012, the state was vastly different. In the Indiana we are facing today, Hoosier voices are being silenced, neighbors are being intimidated, and elected officials are being threatened. Hoosier hospitality is virtually non-existent. This bill will redraw Indiana's congressional districts outside of the regular census process, effectively dissolving the two most diverse districts here in our state, including those represented by Andre Carson and Frank Mervan. That change does not serve fairness, it serves power. Every voter deserves an equal voice, regardless of zip code, socioeconomic status, or party affiliation. The passing of HB 1032 would further erode our trust in the democratic process and silence marginalized communities that already struggle to be heard. I urge this committee to reject the bill and protect the integrity of representation in Indiana. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, are you Kevin Krajewski?
No, I'm Guthrie Byer.
Okay, is Kevin Krajewski here? Okay, how about Judy Wilson? Yeah, please line up in the order that I say your names here. Okay, so we have Judy Wilson, Guthrie Byer, Mary Allen, John Schmitz, Mary Cohen, Christina Ceramele, and Martin D'Agostino. Okay, and you are Judy Wilson.
Yes, sir.
The floor is yours.
Hi, my name again is Judy Wilson, and I'm from Greenwood, Indiana. I am a retired, for multiple decades, a retired Indianapolis public school teacher, and I am here to ask you to reject HB 1032. And I asked for you to do that for a very simple reason. It's representation. Overwhelmingly, our state does not support this initiative. And I don't understand, to be honest, how so many of our state House of Representatives could possibly have voted for this, knowing the outcome, not only knowing the outcome, but also knowing that their voter constituency does not support this. This does not make any sense. It is way too early on to try to execute something that isn't fully formed, isn't transparent, has not provided any guidance. Yesterday, I tried to help someone look up, who's a Marion County resident, look up exactly which district they would possibly be assigned to. It was impossible to find out that information on the map without reading the actual bill. That was the only way. And so if you don't have access to those tools, how can we expect all voters to know what, what or where they will be voting. It's going to lead to chaos and disorganization. And I feel that we already have a disengaged voter population here in Indiana. I don't understand why our governing elected officials would care to disengage and disenfranchise even more voters. And I feel that they've lost sight of the fact that they represent us. I sincerely feel unrepresented by the people I actually voted for. I ask for you, please, just consider.
Thank you for your
rejecting that, please.
testimony. Okay, I did not see Kevin Krajewski raise a hand. So we're going to move to Guthrie Byer, then Mary Allen, John Schmitz, Mary Cohen, Christina Ceramele, and Martin DiAgostino. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. My name is Guthrie Byer, and I came here to oppose the redistricting bill. I work nights, which shows how important I consider this matter because I'm running on 2 hours of sleep and 300 milligrams of caffeine. Indianapolis is a distinct community of which I am a resident. It is the only large city in the state and has big city needs such as public transit. And I must say that Andre Carson has done a good job of constituent service, securing grants from the federal government, such as the $1 million for the Blue Line, which is a bus rapid transit line. And that $1 million also includes associated road drainage improvements, and this was 2 years ago. But I give it as an example of a big city need. So forgive me if I doubt that a representative from a rural, a small town, or a suburban area of Indiana would put half as much effort to secure funding for an entire category of public service, which may not even exist in their county of residence and which they may never have used before. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Mary Allen. Is that you? Okay. I'd also like to ask Diane Hancock to make her way to the chamber. The floor is yours.
Hi. Thank you for this opportunity, Chairman and members of the Election Committee. Senators, I am here to encourage you to vote no to redistricting. I want to just ask the question as to why you are senators. Is it to serve the people? If so, the people have spoken that they do not want redistricting. Remember how the people listened to you when you were campaigning and voted for you because they trusted the platform you campaigned on? Now it is your time to listen to the people, and the people say no to redistricting. You know, sometimes we have to keep in mind why we're here, our why, because when we lose our why, we lose our way. We don't want to lose our way on redistricting, so say no to redistricting. The redistricting maps will disenfranchise Black voters. It appears to be a tactic to suppress the vote because redesigning the maps leave people without fair representation. They won't know or trust the person and therefore may choose not to vote because of this matter. And that's an example of voter suppression. Black people, we've been here before. During the Reconstruction era, when we had the Black Republican congressmen in the 41st and 47th Congress fighting to uphold the 15th Amendment of the Constitution, which prohibits states, and I'm in a state facility, from depriving the citizens of their right to vote because of race, color, or previous conditions of servitude, which was approved by the 40th Congress and was ratified by the state.
Thank you for your testimony. Your time has expired.
All right. Thank you for your time.
So let me add a few more names to the list of folks to come to the chamber. Adam Sabat and Michael Nolan. Next, we have John Schmitz. Is that you?
Yes, sir.
You're on.
Hi, my name is John Schmitz. I live in Mars Hill, just down the road here. A lot of people say Mooresville. No, it's Mars Hill. I'm here representing my constituents down there, 628 properties in the floodplain. And I have sort of a unique story here because I actually ran against Andre Carson last year in the election, and 78,000 people in this district voted for me. And I really feel like those voices aren't being heard. Now, I'm saying that because, there's some other Republicans that are safe in districts. He is so safe that he would not campaign or debate with me or even come out to my neighborhood. I've sent multiple messages to him about fixing this floodplain. I have receipts. I'm a contractor. I can help fix this. What I get back is a form letter that says, check our website out. Thanks for participating. So I think if life gives you lemons, make lemonade. And you look at this and you say, well, there's going to be a lot of folks that are going to have to go out and they're going to have to campaign in places they've never been. How do we bring people together? How do we bring somebody from New Albany together? I have a friend down in New Albany that does the same things I do, serve homeless. They have problems with the flood because they're down at the Ohio River. We have more in common than people think. This map will force both Republican and Democrat representatives to get out and actually campaign and listen to people when you ask, hey, will you come to my neighborhood? Will you debate this or will you talk to me? 80% while I vote for somebody is because if you can get a hold of them. Right now, I can't get a hold of my state rep, refuses to talk to me, and my U.S. Representative refuses to talk to me. That's why I think that we need to do this to shake it up and get some people out here and get excited. If all these folks would get so excited about serving our homeless and our murder rates and our roads, we'd be in a lot better place. This has been sort of an interesting experiment. First I was for it, against it, whatever. Maps don't elect people, people elect politicians. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are you Mary Cohen? Yes, I am. Okay. Yes. And then let me just go through the list one more time here. Next should be Christine Saramele, Martin D'Agostino, Diane Hancock, Adam Sabat, and Michael Nolan. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Mary Cohen. I am from Columbus, Indiana, and I'm very proud to say that Senator Walker is my senator. I had these great notes, but I think a lot of people have said what probably I was going to say. I just want to speak to why are we doing this. We've gotten a lot of pressure from Washington, D.C. I know that we just, this morning, that Mike Johnson, the leader of the House, contacted, I don't know if anyone in this room, but contacted some senators. And I just want to say, I know it's obvious, we are not Washington, D.C. We are Indiana. I moved here in 1992 from Arizona, and my children are Hoosiers. I consider myself a Hoosier. I've worked with a lot of different people on both sides of the aisle. We've worked on housing bills. We've worked on tenants' rights. We've worked on gun legislation. I can't tell you how sad I am at this moment. It feels very hopeless. This is not who we are. This is not who Hoosiers are. I've heard about Midwest nice. There's so much outside that have come from here, from the outside, who aren't nice. Please don't make us not nice anymore. I love this state. I love working for different causes in this state, but it's sad. Please do the right thing.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, I want to add a couple of more names to come to the chamber. Johnny Alderman, Terry Goff, and Benita White Arnold. Please come to the chamber and get in line along the north wall. Okay, so now we are ready for Christina.
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I've been an Indiana resident for more than 50 years,
residing in both Johnson and Marion County, and currently I live in Carmel, Indiana, where I've lived for 21 years. I voted for both Republicans and Democrats over my decades. Today, I'm speaking in strong opposition to mid-cycle redistricting. As you know, this legislature, under a Republican supermajority, already completed redistricting in 2021 after the decennial census when it was supposed to occur. Congressional boundaries were changed and some gerrymandering towards Republicans was done then. If further partisan changes were so important, why weren't they done then? Changing maps mid-census after one, redistricting already successfully passed, and two, no lawsuits resulting in court orders to change them further is unprecedented in Indiana. And despite the diversionary whataboutism arguments otherwise, this has rarely been done in any state in our country under these circumstances. This is simply a blatant manipulation of voting power and further erodes our democratic republic process of governing. I hope you remember your duty is to represent all Hoosiers, not solely President Trump. The Rush proposed map deliberately weakens the influence of Democratic voters in a state where roughly 40% vote Democrat. It also splits Marion County, where a majority of residents are people of color, into 4 districts, diluting their voices. And the map itself is simply impractical. Communities in Marion County would not likely share the same needs as counties hours away. Republicans or any party should win on ideas and policies, not by changing the rules to guarantee outcomes. If your child were losing a game, would you teach them to cheat? Republican President and Army General Dwight D. Eisenhower said, "The supreme quality for leadership is unquestionably integrity. Without it, no real success is possible." If you value integrity.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Before we start with the next witness, I want to address the committee real quick. Subtracting out the initial startup, we've went about 3 hours at this point. I count about 38 names until I get to the bottom of the list, and I do recognize some names on the list are duplicates that have already testified. Would like to hear the committees. I'm inclined to try to power through another hour and try to get more folks to testify, but I'm open to criticism from committee members who would think opposite. Senator Good.
Mr. Chairman, this is probably one of the most important issues facing this body. I am perfectly comfortable to hear out those who have signed up.
Thank you. Did I see another hand? Senator Ford.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too believe that we should power through, but could you provide us going through the list and knocking out the ones that are duplicative? Could you then provide us a number that we have, in terms of how many people are left?
I'm going solely by memory as I go down through here.
Okay.
But I think it would be appropriate to stop calling the ones that have not answered the call.
Yeah.
Senator Johnson, did I see your hand?
Yeah, I think you're in the right to keep moving forward.
Did I see Senator Rogers' hand?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Gaskell. And I agree with Senator Good. I would like to hear the rest of the testimony, provided people are up and ready to speak.
Okay, that's how I felt. I appreciate the committee for weighing in. Let's go back to Senator Ford one more time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to finish my thought. Will we still have ample opportunity to have some committee conversation?
My plan, I feel like we still need to have an hour of committee business after the witnesses are done, and I would not shortchange that.
Yeah, I think in terms of the minority, we appreciate your graciousness in that, and we would stick around for that to listen to the rest and then also have that committee discussion.
Appreciate the committee support. I appreciate the bipartisan spirit of civility here. Thank you all. Okay, with that being said, let's continue to power through, and I lost my place on the list. Martin, thank you for waiting so patiently. We're happy to hear your testimony now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Good afternoon. My name is Martin DiAugustino, and I live in Center Township in Indianapolis. I do want to say a special hello to Senator Rogers, because I'm probably the only person in this building who's ever been to your hometown of Bad Axe, Michigan. If you would please consider these few brief thoughts. All the evidence says the bill before you is purely political. It's not driven by principle, by the public interest, or by popular demand. Instead, its proponents proudly acknowledge it's a power play, pure and simple, which makes it cynical, not hopeful, not good faith. Worse, it's being forced from the top down, and it's being enforced by all sorts of pressure and threats. You'll be primaried, you'll be ostracized, you'll be doxxed and pilloried on social media and in the streets. And so much of that pressure involves out-of-state money and out-of-state voices who want to bully you into submission. That's not the Indiana way. I urge you, do not acquiesce. Say no, not yes, to this cynical power play. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, I see Diane Hancock. Let's see, sir, in the back of the room, what is your name? Okay. Let's call to the chamber, please. Benita White-Arnold, Karen Donovan, and Julian Franklin. Okay, and we are now ready for you to take the floor.
Thank you. I'm a lifelong Hoosier, and I reside in Indianapolis. And I don't believe that any of the Indiana voters' needs are going to be served by taking these rural districts and very urban districts and trying to put them together, especially when they're so far apart. Not to even say anything about how hard it's going to be to find candidates who are, or candidates who are about ready to, put their hat in the ring. And now they've got a completely different district. And then for the people who are running the elections, it's going to be really, really hard to get ready for an election in May. And it's terrible that people have been threatening some of you. I mean, everybody feels really bad about that. And it's frightening to us as voters, because we know that if you capitulate to a bully, the bully's going to own you. And if that works, they're likely to escalate in the future, and you're going to lose your autonomy for good. And we're going to have a Hoosier Senate that is owned by bullies. So please do the right thing for Hoosier voters and vote no to redistricting.
Thank you for your testimony. And we are now ready for Adam. Let me call a couple more to the chamber. These may be repeats here. Karen Donovan, Julian Franklin, and Bryant Mattoll. Okay, Mr. Sabat, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Adam. I'm a lifelong Hoosier, father of two. I'm here to urge you to vote no on HB 1032. When my children ask me what democracy means, I tell them it means that voices of citizens matter, that every person has equal worth. Our system may be imperfect, but we're trying. Here, people choose their leaders. What do I tell them about HB 1032? How do I explain that politicians are drawing maps midway through the decade, not out of necessity, but out of political opportunity? How do I teach them about fairness when the process rushed, secretive, rejecting every proposed safeguard is itself designed to be unfair? This will have generational impact. We are teaching young Hoosiers a dangerous lesson that power matters more than principle, that the rules of our democracy can be changed whenever it's convenient for the party in charge, and that their future votes may not truly count. We are Hoosiers. We value honesty, hard work, playing by the rules. We keep our word. We believe how we win matters more than winning itself. HB 1032 asks us to abandon these values. This is not the norm. census-driven redistricting required by law. This is a choice to reopen a settled process for political gain. In the House, common sense amendments to add transparency, protect minority voters, and analyze costs were rejected one after another. What does it say about our integrity when we refuse to even study a bill's impact before forcing it through? This normalizes what we know in our hearts is wrong. Leaders choosing voters rather than letting voters choose their leaders. This bill isn't just about lines on a map.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, now we were told by someone else that Michael Nolan was not here. I'm going to call the name out again anyway, one last time, Michael Nolan. And we're ready for Johnny Alderman. Okay, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, or maybe say good evening, I'm not sure. My name is Johnny Alderman. I'm a lifelong Hoosier. I live here in Indianapolis, about a mile from the governor's residency. I'd like to cut to the chase concerning the possibility of Indiana changing our current congressional districts in the middle of our historical census cycle of redistricting. In full disclosure, I'm a lifelong Democrat, but this obvious power grab being orchestrated by President Trump and Governor Braun mid-cycle goes beyond party affiliation and is truly anti-American. I don't enjoy the political reality that Republicans enjoy supermajorities in our House, in the Senate, in the governor's office, but these majorities were created at the ballot box. So it is what it is. Gerrymandering is a terrible practice for any democracy, and both parties are guilty of this shady practice. But changing our districts in the proposed manner is like changing the rules at halftime to favor a team that's already ahead. According to the Indianapolis Star, a clear majority of folks in Indiana are against mid-cycle redistricting. Regardless of one's party affiliation, at the end of the day, we are all Hoosiers. And we know, we should know, what is decent and what is fair. So I'm asking you to do the right thing and vote against this measure. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Going to read the order just one more time to try to get more people lined up here. We'll have Terry Goff, Benita White Arnold, John Schmidt, Karen Donovan, Julian Franklin, Bryant Mattoll, Brian Jonathan, Keon Jackson. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Senators, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Terry Goff. I'm the Vigo Township trustee in northern Knox County, that's Bignall on the Wabash River, also the Knox County Democratic Vice Chair. Today I come to you before with deep concern and opposition to this current redistricting process and its impact on the people that you all serve. Let's set the record straight first here. Several people seem to reference that the other states that are doing this started in Texas. If it wasn't for Texas, we wouldn't be doing this. Redistricting is one of the most consequential responsibilities entrusted to this chamber. It is not simply an exercise in map drawing. It is the foundation of how representation works in Indiana. And when that process is shaped to protect political power, rather than to reflect the will of the voters, the integrity of our democracy is weakened. Senators, the people of Indiana depend on you to ensure that their voices are heard, not filtered, diluted, or strategically rearranged to fit the president's will. Last time I checked, he was not from Indiana. He's not a Hoosier. They face fewer competitive elections, diminished accountability, and a government that becomes less responsive to real community needs that I service as the trustee in Vigo Township. Hoosiers across the political spectrum are asking for something simple: fairness. Fairness is how their communities are kept intact. Fairness is how their votes translate into representation. Fairness is a process that should uplift, not undermine the principle of the person, one vote. I ask you, how is a 9-0 map fair? I urge you to put transparency, equity, and public trust ahead of political advantage. Indiana is stronger when its maps reflect the people, not the preferences. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see a female in here, so I'll call this name one more time. Benita White Arnold. John Schmidt. Is that you? Okay. Let me call a few more names and while you're getting settled there. Karen Donovan, Julian Franklin, Bryant Mattal, Brian Jonathan, Keon Jackson, Mark Baranko, and Doug May. Okay, Mr. Schmidt, thank you for waiting. Floor is yours.
My speech class was in 1975, so I don't know how well I'll do this, but I'm not an official in any group, just a plain citizen. I want to thank all the rest of the citizens that have come up here and testified, the leaders of all the different groups, and the plain citizens who bravely stood up and became senators. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. On the bill, just don't do it. That should be enough. It's not, sadly. Redistricting is just wrong. I've read that twice in the last 50 years we actually did it. Probably made a bunch of people angry, just like this one's doing. We should be picking our own politicians. Instead, they pick us in this majorly gerrymandered country. The Democrats do it, the Republicans do it. I think the GOP is a little bit better, but too many areas get trashed by this. Texas was first. The court stop order I thought might go through, but it was overturned. California has a opposing 5 votes. Theirs will expire in a couple of years, so they go back to the nonpartisan commissions, which is what the whole country should have. Indiana wants it, the rest of the country wants it. There's other little states like Indiana that are doing it or trying it. We need not jump on the bandwagon from Trump. I've already been gerrymandered. I thought I would be voting Victoria Sparks out, and they moved the line just north of Barnacle to protect her. So I guess she's in what's supposed to be a safe Republican state, but please just don't vote for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Karen Donovan. Okay, we'll move on. Julian Franklin. Bryant Mattal, Brian Jonathan, Keon Jackson, Mark Baranko, Doug May, Jean Liu, and Mary Holland. Floor is yours.
Good evening, Senators. My name is Julian Franklin. I'm a Muncie firefighter and an infantryman in the Indiana Army National Guard. I've lived in Indiana my entire life, and I strongly oppose this gerrymandering attempt. This mid-cycle redistricting is unprecedented. Partisan gerrymandering is incompatible with democratic values. Voters should choose their politicians, not the other way around. Senators, you should not cower and fold to Trump for a political party gain. Many of you have gotten SWAT teams raiding your houses and have had death threats hurled towards you by the far-right extremists. Do not cave in to the pressure. Stand up for democracy. Gerrymandering anywhere is wrong, so let's not do it here in Indiana. Indiana has one of the lowest voter turnouts in the whole country. And if you vote yes on gerrymandering, you show us that you want to destroy public engagement instead of encourage it. To quote Alexander Hamilton, the true principle of a republic is that the people should choose who they please to govern them. Gerrymandering silences communities, it dilutes voices, and it protects career politicians at the expense of the people. I'm here today because I believe in something different. We should all believe and fight for democracy where we have fair representation and fair maps. The true principle of a republic is that the people should choose who they please to govern them. Senators, Hoosiers are asking you to please vote no. So do so. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are you Bryant Matole? Is Brian Jonathan here? Keon Jackson. All right, Mark, now we're to you on the list. Barranco, is that right? Barranco, okay, the floor is yours.
Good evening, committee. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak in front of you. I'm here to oppose House Bill 1032. And don't want to speak my own words. I like to speak the words of my son, who's an Indiana University student. There are certain times when history forces the people in power to make choices that will outlive them. Certain times, a question of morality and integrity is presented to them, and while I believe that all of us understand the weight of this decision, it is lost among some of the Republican members of this caucus the true gravity of their moral choice. The prospect of political power is tempting. However, I would hope the prospect of living up to the ideals of our state's founding is more enduring. I would hope a staunch defense of equal representation is more steadfast in morality than political motive. Remember the history of over 200 years that has guided the ideas of the democracy. As you make your decision, remember what side of history you will be membered on. Remember the legacy of this legislature, and remember the moral principles that first guided you to the life of public service. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Give us just a minute here. We've got quite a few duplicates on this list, and we're going from memory here. Okay. Okay, we have Doug May, Jean Liu, Mary Holland, James Kinsey, Susan Frederick Gray, Razi Nalim, Cornelia Wright, and Chris Zelenak. Ma'am, what is your name? Mary, come on up. You're closer to the top than anybody else that's in here.
Wow, that's the first time I've ever been close to the top. My name is Mary Holland. I live in Hancock County. I oppose House Bill 1032 because, one, it was not written by Hoosiers for Hoosiers. It was generated by an algorithm designed by a group in Washington, D.C. I believe that's called federal overreach. Two, it is being done mid-decade when our Indiana Constitution lays out the proper format of every 10 years after the census for redrawing maps. Our forefathers could see the chaos that would ensue if every time a group wanted to have more power, the districts would be redrawn. We would no longer have a truly representative democracy. I don't care if the Constitution doesn't explicitly forbid it. Can you imagine how long that document would be if every single don't had to be spelled out for you? It tells you when to redraw maps. That should be enough. But maybe in today's political climate, a few more rules do need to be added to make sure that chaos is not left unchecked. And three, it takes time and energy away from what Indiana lawmakers should be addressing. I know Representative Smaltz promised to get to those important topics we care about, but when will that be during this short session? And why do House Republicans and Governor Braun want redistricting? They say for political performance, to keep the Republicans in Washington in power. To do what? Right now, our Republican federal legislators are sitting on their hands, abdicating their responsibility so a despot can run roughshod over both our state and federal constitutions. While he is having people, including U.S. senators, arrested simply for the color of their skin and the language they speak, our Republican legislators are sitting in Washington allowing this to happen. He is openly calling for the hanging of military veterans and U.S. senators simply because they quoted a section of the Uniform Code of Military Justice. He pardoned the January 6th insurrectionists, even those who beat police senseless that day, and tried to capture Vice President Pence to be lynched. Do we really want more of this?
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, is there a Doug May here? No? Okay, I think, Gene, you are next. I have to apologize, Gene, after having worked with you, I never learned how to pronounce your last name properly.
Lou.
Lou, okay.
It's a Dutch word for lion.
Gotcha.
L-I-O-N.
The floor is yours, Gene.
When I saw the maps and talked to a lot of family members and neighbors, I felt like I'd be remiss if I at least didn't share some of my experience. With the 47 years in the building in various capacities, I retired from the House in 1990 voluntarily. Then after a 10-year absence, I came over here and was parliamentarian for Becky Skillman and Sue Ellsperman, and then a year or so with Suzanne Crouch. Critically, though, and what I thought I would help you out with, to the extent you haven't already weighed these things, are the issues relating to redistricting principles and all districting principles that we learned as we were working with those committees over the years through NCSL and through nationwide programs to try and give a grasp on what principles to apply. So the guidelines, not rules, the guidelines we were always trying to apply were three primary ones: compactness, community of interest, and incumbency. Three primary issues and principles. Why? Because they're fair. They make all the sense in the world, and that's what good government is about, being fair. And if in this situation, this map appears to miss all three. And the question then often arises, well, did you consider those three? The map appears as though they were not considered. And when you have a situation where you have three guidelines, all of which were not considered, or none of which were considered, however you phrase it, it seems to like mathematically it would compound your problem, or at least a problem with the overall perception of fairness, which is what good government is all about. Be fair, apply those three principles that we've always applied before historically, at least in some sort of attempt to apply those. So I ask you to take a look at that map and see if it applies with any of those principles or guidelines that we've always tried before historically. Thank you, and your patience.
Thank you, Gene. Is there a Doug May in the chamber? Okay. Is there a James Kinsey? You're next, sir. Let me, as you make your way, repeat some names here real quick. Susan Frederick Gray, Razi Nalim, Cornelia Wright, Chris Zelelnik, Candy Baker, Keith Graves, and Marcel Duplantier. The floor is yours.
All right. It has already been pointed out by speakers before me that state reps and senators have received death threats for opposing this bill. Terrorism is defined as violence or threats of violence used to intimidate or coerce a population or government for the purpose of forwarding a political, social, or ideological agenda. Make no mistake, the threats leveled against representatives and senators are acts of terrorism. This bill would not have made it to the floor for a vote without those threats. Voting for this bill has the broader implications of legitimizing said threats as an effective means of advancing policies. As such, if this bill is passed, you should expect an increase in threats as they have been shown to work. This is neither a threat nor a promise. This is a warning of the future that you would be bringing into the world. And besides, Democrats face death threats all the time. Do you really want to be known as weaker than snowflake liberals and whiny Democrats?
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have Susan Frederick Gray about Razi Nalim? Thank you, sir. The floor is yours.
Chairman Gaskill, honorable senators and members of the committee, my name is Razi Nalim, and I've lived in Indianapolis and in Carmel as a U.S. citizen for nearly 30 years while serving as a professor of engineering for Purdue University. I've also been active in civic roles and served as president of the Muslim Alliance of Indiana, working on behalf of tens of thousands of Hoosiers. Like many of my world-class faculty colleagues, I came to America for learning and professional opportunities that are the best in the world because of the freedoms and vibrant democracy that we have. And it is because of our free and democratic society that I chose to stay here and to start up 2 Indiana businesses to create new technologies. I do not identify as a Democrat or Republican by party, and I believe both parties are failing to truly represent the people of our nation. I fear this gerrymandering bill is going to continue a race to the bottom for our nation's system of governance, and with each party exploiting its power in different states. I urge you to follow the nonpartisan example of President George Washington and to vote against this bill and support eventually a nonpartisan commission and a fair and thoughtful cyclic process for determining electoral districts that correspond to meaningful municipalities and organic communities that Hoosiers actually identify with. This bill also continues an unethical trend of non-transparent and irregular legislation, such as the recent budget bill that without discussion destroyed faculty governance and ended elected trustees of our public universities. Please do not continue such destructive processes. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you for your testimony. Is Cornelia Wright in the chamber? Chris Zelelnik, you are next, sir. Repeat some names here. Candy Baker, Keith Graves, Marcel Duplantier, Jane Alexander, Mark Smith, Peg Hausman, Marilyn Moran Townsend, Judy Klein, Jennifer Bass, Dave Brucker. Okay, the floor is yours, sir.
Hello, my name is Chris Zelenak, and I'm a resident of Indianapolis and in opposition to this bill. I live just a couple blocks north of Broad Ripple. Currently, that means I'm a member of Congressional District 7. Under the proposed map by Representative Ben Smaltz, I will no longer share representation with my neighbors that I see on the 5-minute walk over the White River to get coffee on Broad Ripple Avenue. Instead, I'll now be considered part of the same district that includes Rensselaer and Linton, which are 2 hours away. While I could be critical of the logical failings of this, I'm certain that such criticisms will be ignored. As Mr. Smaltz puts it, the maps were drawn purely for political outcome, which is to say they were not drawn to adequately represent the city that I live in. What they were drawn for is a political deal-making. What they were drawn for is to avoid being excommunicated from the president's MAGA clan and national party support. What they were drawn for is to create an America where the concept of red and blue states may as well be written into the law because the actual will of the people is no longer to be represented. These maps make my representation an asset to be sold by the Indiana Republican legislature to the National Republican Party. I'm furious that my representation should be considered up for sale, offer up my representation for trade. The rationale that other states have done it to is an ethically bankrupt position that should not be driving our choices. The fact that other Democratic and Republican leading states have already embraced this path should not be considered the moral grounding for why it would be permissible in Indiana. It should be considered a sorrow that all those states must address. I came here to say that while the law may consider this potential redistricting legal, that does not make it good. This redistricting is bad for Indiana and it's bad for our country. If Marion County's voting record is inconvenient for the Republican Party, they should be addressing what our population wants, not stealing our representation and calling it fairness.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, do we have Candy Baker in the, okay. Floor is yours, Candy.
Good evening. I've never done this before, so thank you for being here and listening. Thank you for representing us. You have a hard job to do. I am a lifelong resident of Indiana. I have 2 daughters that my husband and I raised to appreciate their opportunity to vote. And as they were little bitty, I would take them to the polls with me and show them how important it is to be a part of the process. I have a 5-year-old granddaughter who is a person of color, who I'm afraid she will not have representation. I want to be able to say to her that I stood up and I tried to fight for you, because I don't think what's happening is a short-term thing. I think the state of Indiana. The word democracy to me means representation. When people left way back at the beginning of our country, we fought for representation. And now we're looking at taking people's representation away from them. Please don't do that. Please vote no and give people the right to choose their representation. Make it important to them to vote. So many people in this state don't even go out and vote because they don't think it matters. We need to change that. We need people to know it matters. Their opinions need to be heard. If you have a problem to solve, you need the voices of everyone, because if all we're getting is one voice all the time, you aren't going to be able to come to the best decisions. If you run a business, if you create things, you know that.
Okay, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Keith Graves, Indianapolis City County Council, representing a wonderful community on the east side of Indianapolis. I'm here today on behalf of my constituents. Disconnects us from representation that understands our reality. Over the past several years, our community has made real and measurable progress. We've seen improvements in public transportation, better roads, progress. They would place our community under the representation of someone with no understanding of our lived experiences, someone disconnected from the very specific needs that make our district unique. We cannot afford to lose the voice that knows exactly what to fight for on our behalf. This bill does not strengthen democracy. It weakens it by silencing Indiana communities that are finally rising. This effort did not start in the great state of Indiana, and it certainly does not serve Hoosiers. With full respect for the role you all have here in our state, I'm asking you clearly and respectfully to vote no. Our progress matters, our future matters.
Thank you for your
our voice in
testimony.
Congress matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, committee, we've got about, I just counted roughly about 16, but I did see some duplicates. I'm going to call the remainder of the list and have them line up. And with your consent, I would like to power through. We got this close to the end. I'd hate to leave anybody off. Okay, here are the remaining names. Marcel Duplantier, Jane Alexander, Mark Smith, Peg Hausman, Marilyn Moran Townsend, Judy Klein. I've been told Jennifer Bass is not here, but we'll call the name anyway. Dave Brucker, Linda Handelsman, Sharon Bowler, Andrew Phipps, Marshawn Wally, Matthew Cook, and Paisley Holden. If I called your name and you still want to testify, please come to the chamber now. So let's roll back up. And Marcel, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Marcel Duplantier, and I am an attorney from Indianapolis. I worked here as a Republican Senate intern in 2013, and it was this job that made me want to be a lawyer, which makes this testimony extremely difficult. I'm here crossing the aisle because I believe this bill to be completely illegal and unconstitutional. First off, the people have not been given proper opportunity to speak on this bill. In the House, there was less than 24 hours of notice, and also here there was less than 24 hours of notice. I wasn't going to write this earlier, but there was just a Republican operative live streaming outside threatening everybody in Indiana and legislators, talking about how the federal government's going to take money from us, going to shut down power plants, going to use the power of the federal government to go after us. This reporter claimed that no one was here that was not part of a liberal organization. Well, I am. I'm here because this bill is against the law, and I'm sick and tired of people pretending that it's different. First off, this comes from a national organization that's a legal trust, and we don't know who the donors are because they don't have to give their names out. But we know that they started with a $40 million donation back in 2018. Their director said that we do not want to control the process. We want to be a hub of information. And here they are trying to control the process. Now, I'm just a country lawyer, but I've been worried about the legality of this plan since it was announced. When I talked to state officials in this building over the past couple months, some responses included everything from felony intimidation to the Air Bud rule, which was the only legal rule that I got for any authority on why we're passing this bill. And my law professor described the Air Bud rule as there's no rule that a dog can't play basketball. But an idea of law is that if something's not given to the legislature, they don't have the power to do it, okay? So first, the district is a mess. I'm in Broad Ripple, and it would go all the way down to Switzerland County. I've worked in both places. Switzerland County is a beautiful county, but it's a totally different world from Indianapolis. Now turning to the constitutional issues, Article 1, Section 23, the state cannot give special privileges to one group. This bill gives Republican voters districts drawn to help them elect who they want, while others do not get to do that.
Thank you for your testimony.
May I please continue?
We've had a hard and fast rule that when the time ends, we got to move on. I want to let everyone have an opportunity. So thank you. If you want to submit something in writing, I'd be happy to make sure. Okay. All right. Next, we have Jane Alexander, followed by Mark Smith and Peg Hausman.
Good afternoon. My name is Jane Alexander. I live on the south side of Indy. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm very concerned about these deliberations and a vote which could approve a highly engineered map that disenfranchises communities of interest. Don't all communities deserve a representative choice? In addition, I'm dismayed by the use of taxpayer dollars for this effort to further gerrymander Indiana's maps. Aren't there better ways to spend my money and yours? I have tried to call various Senate offices and have had trouble getting through both Friday and today. Apparently, the call volume is extremely high. I'm guessing that most of these calls were in opposition to this redistricting plan. In sum, I'd like to thank you for choosing representation over gerrymandering and Hoosier helpfulness over partisan politics. Thank you for doing the will of the people instead of ceding your power to the governor and political pressure from Washington, D.C. Indiana does not want or need these new maps. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Mark Smith. After Mark will be Peg Hausman and then Marilyn Moran Townsend. Thank you, Mr. Smith. The floor is yours.
100 years ago, my father was named after the Republican governor in this state, Edward Jackson. I've known that all my life. I'm almost 70. But it's only been within the last couple years that I learned he was good friends with D.C. Stevenson, who was the Klan leader here. If you want to read a good book, it's a horrible book, A Fever in the Heartland by Timothy Egan. The only thing that's changed, you may not wear robes and hoods and burn crosses, but this bill is just flowery language of the same thing.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Peg Hausman, and then Marilyn Moran Townsend, followed by Judy Klein.
And this should be fairly close. Is this about right?
I can hear you pretty well. I think you got
Okay,
it
great.
right.
Well, hello, I'm Dr. Peg Hausman of Bloomington. Thanks for having me. I've been a Hoosier for 13 years now, but I would like to speak from the standpoint of someone who has lived under dictatorships in the past. As a Peace Corps volunteer in Burkina Faso, West Africa, for 2 years, I lived under the dictatorship of General Sangoulé Lamizana. As the spouse of a foreign aid worker in Togo, West Africa, for 4 years, I lived under the dictatorship of General Gnassingbé Eyadema. And as a professor in the National University of the Central African Republic, I lived in a country that was, all too briefly, between dictatorships. I hate dictatorships. They do terrible things to a country, even beyond the fear. Beyond the loss of people's individual rights, a dictatorship makes a country highly prone to corruption and violence, with deadly effects on its economy, its environment, and its health. Donald Trump has been explicit about his affection for dictatorship and his attraction to one-man rule. His best buddies overseas are dictators and autocrats. Time and again, he has shown his disdain for Congress's laws and for the judiciary's rulings. He has packed the Supreme Court with his adherents, has replaced independent high military leaders with his own true believers, and undermined the independence of universities, school systems, the media, and more. And he's moving to carry out a complete takeover of as many state legislatures as he can to ensure two things. First, that his ideology gets an unopposable grip on those states. And second, so that election laws in those states see to it that his side wins, no matter what. It pains me to point out that these are the ultimate goals that redistricting serves.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Marilyn Moran Townsend, then Judy Klein, and then Dave Brucker.
Members of the commission. I'm Marilyn Moran Townsend. I'm a registered Republican. I was a Republican member of the Indiana Citizens Redistricting Commission. I'm a business owner, and I have been involved with the Indiana Chamber for 4 decades, serving also as its chair. There is no good reason for a mid-decade redistricting in Indiana. It's a bad idea for Republicans and Democrats alike. Let me explain. When I chaired the Indiana Chamber, our legislature was evenly split between both political parties. Partisan control in the House changed hands multiple times. And I believe that some of the finest legislation Indiana has ever passed occurred during those years. Such things as the Witness Protection in Criminal Cases law, the Bipartisan Hoosiers with Disability Act passed in 1992, the EDGE tax credit of 1994, and many more than you're allowing me to have time to share with you, but a big load of laws that resulted in this economic powerhouse that we all now enjoy. So you might ask, why would we even be considering mid-decade redistricting? Well, it's because there is a monster at our state borders. It's an outsider that doesn't care about Hoosier bipartisanship or Hoosier values. It feeds on division and getting what it wants at all cost, including the cost of fairness. Now you'll notice that its claws are trying to tear apart the communities of interest in Northwest Indiana. Its tail is poised to lance Marion County and shred it into 4 different districts. And its really angry head is just trying to tear Hoosiers apart and tear apart our communities.
Thank you for your testimony.
For common unity.
Thank you for your testimony.
I'll be happy to share the full presentation.
Next, we have Judy Klein, followed by Dave Brucker, and then Linda Handelsman.
Chairman, I do have it on.
If you want to leave paper copies for the committee, you can put them in that metal tray just to the right of the lectern there. And we will make sure they get distributed to all committee members. You're welcome. Okay, do we have Judy Klein? All right, do we have Dave Brucker? Okay, do we have Linda Handelsman? Sharon Bowler. Okay, Andrew Phipps. Committee, I can see the bottom of the list, so we're almost there. Mr. Phipps, the floor is yours. Happy to hear your testimony.
Thank you. Pat Buchanan, in his book, The Death of the West, said, in half a lifetime, many Americans have seen their God dethroned, their country invaded, their values assaulted, and they themselves demonized as bigots and extremists for holding on to beliefs that Americans have held for generations. I'm here today to speak in favor of the redistricting. I have at least 18 reasons, 13 great-grandchildren and 5 grandchildren. I'm glad that we are at the point where we know what a woman is. I'm glad that we can identify gender. I'm glad that we have the ability now to know when we are invaded. I stand against the invasion of our country by the Somalis and the Muslim Brotherhood. I'm here as a Christian patriot.
Mr. Chairman.
Mark Twain said in the beginning of a change, the patriot is a brave and scarce
Can we ask the
man.
witness to stick to the bill, please?
The witness will continue, and we will add 15 seconds to his time. Please try to be, I've tried to be very tolerant of everyone, whether I agreed with them or not. Please try to be as factual and policy-driven as possible.
All right, do I have some time?
How much time was, all right, 40, we'll put 45 seconds on.
Let me say this, Senator. Mark Twain said in the beginning of a change, the patriot is a brave and scarce man, often hated and scorned. But when his cause succeeds, however, the timid join him, for then it costs nothing to be a patriot. We are at losing America unless we do something, and the Democrats are not playing by the rules. Massachusetts, we have no Republican representative. I say to you today, our country is at stake, and I refuse to give in to the demands of political correctness and what we see in this country. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Marshawn Woolley. He will be followed by Matthew Cook, and last, and certainly not least, Holden Paisley.
Thank you, Chairman Gaskell. I'll start with empathy. Finally, we empathize with the legislators that have been swatted and have received death threats. Unfortunately, that has also been part of the African-American experience as it pertains to voting. The African-American Coalition of Indianapolis, a coalition of independent organizations, and our coalition partners unequivocally oppose the proposed mid-decade redistricting in Indiana. This proposed action is a blatant effort to manipulate political power at the expense of voters, including African-American communities. It is nothing short of an assault on democratic principles of fairness and equal representation for all citizens. HB 1032 is an unprecedented attack on the political efficacy of minority communities such as Marion, Lake, Allen, Johnson, and St. Joseph's counties. It has been suggested that over 2 million Hoosiers in urban, suburban, and rural communities will be impacted by this bill. Historically, African Americans in Indiana have fought hard for representation, from overcoming Jim Crow era voter suppression to challenging discriminatory practices in the courts. Mid-cycle redistricting, as proposed, threatens to roll back decades of progress to further engage Black voters in the political process and to gain further attention and accountability to address the unique needs and the commonly shared concerns for all Hoosiers, such as quality education for all students and access to quality, affordable health care. We refuse to be silent while some seek to return Indiana to a time when political forces ruled Indiana that officially tried to silence Black voices and didn't truly benefit all Hoosiers. The proposed HB 1032 maps would divide Marion County into 4 congressional districts. Under this plan, an Indianapolis resident near 38th and High School Road could be represented alongside voters living near the Ohio River, despite vastly different community needs. According to nonpartisan analysis, each district touching Marion County would drop to about 11% Black and 4% or less Hispanic populations.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Matthew Cook. Is Matthew Cook here? Okay, I don't see Matthew Cook. Holden Paisley. Folks, we are at the end of the list. We made it. At this point, I'm going to offer a 5-minute recess. Let's hold as tight to that as we possibly can. Anyone in the chamber that wants to stay, you're welcome to stay. We're just going to take a quick 5-minute recess and come back and finish the committee business now that the public testimony portion is over. Senator Cadora. Hey, in the spirit of bipartisanship, we'll give him a minute. We'll wait for you to text him, Senator Ford. Okay. Well, while we're waiting on Senator Cadora to come in, I have to say, I want to give a shout out to Mrs. Gaskell, who got up at 5:30 this morning and made me sausage and eggs and packed some extra, and I was able to snarf down one of those pieces of sausage during the 5-minute break. And this is, after all, where the sausage is made, right? So, but I know where it's cooked. Okay, Chair sees everyone here. So we've closed the public testimony portion of the meeting, and we're sitting at 5 minutes until 6. I promised the Democrats that we would give them time. I want to say about an hour. If we can get done less than that, then that's fine. Please prioritize. I don't believe we have any amendments on our side, but please prioritize what you do first, second, and third in order of your importance. So we would open the floor now for you to either question me as the House or as the Senate sponsor, or to offer amendments in the order, in whatever order you choose.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think we'll do the amendments first, and Senator Cadora will do our first amendment.
Okay, Senator Cadora, is it Amendment 18?
Yes, with your permission, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Chair recognizes Senator Cadora to present Amendment 18.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Respected members of the committee, I appreciate your patience as we heard the public share their voices. When I was elected in 2020, my first session was 2021, was a redistricting session. And since then, I have been annually every year introducing similar legislation as amendment number 18. Amendment number 18, what it does, it calls for removing the process of drawing the maps from the General Assembly, specifically to avoid a conflict of interest by which elected officials draw their maps to favor one party over the other. And it places it in the hand of the nonpartisan agency, LSA, and it creates an advisory board of constituents from across Indiana, similar to a Citizens Independent Commission, to advise the LSA on the drafting. The final power of approval still lies in the hand of the General Assembly, and it even gives the General Assembly the ability, after the third attempt of drawing the maps by an independent commission, if the General Assembly doesn't like the maps for whatever reason and the standards are not met, then the General Assembly can amend those maps. In addition, the amendment requires that public hearings are conducted across Indiana, specifically in the different regions, and that's different. But the point is that it's an independent commission that preserves the will of the voters. I would have preferred for this to be a constitutional amendment, but as I did before in the past, but that requires a special resolution. And given the time and the urgency of the matter, today I'm attempting to amend state law to basically create that new process. Finally, what my amendment does, it does delete, and I want to be clear and upfront about my intention, it does completely delete the content of House Bill 1032 in terms of the provisions that were created by the bill to allow for redrawing of congressional maps mid-cycle. And it allows and it changes, the House Bill 1032 changes, and I think I will leave it to the courts to decide on that question in the future. I think it interferes with the separation of powers by dictating the channel by which these cases could be challenged in Indiana. And with that, I would be more than happy to answer any questions, and I would appreciate the committee's support on amendment number 18.
Thank you, Senator Condora. Please give me just a moment. I have a question for our staff attorney, and be right back. Okay, thank you. Are there questions for Senator Condora? The chair sees none.
If not, no questions, I move the amendment, Mr. Chair.
Second. Okay. I would like to, I see recognize the motion and the second, and I would like to briefly speak on the amendment. And so I think that it is impossible to, people are partisan by nature, whether they're elected, whether they're voters, whether they're on a commission. And I think we're fooling ourselves if we think that this can be done in a nonpartisan manner. It's the nature of human beings, in my estimation. Also, people cannot address their grievances to a commission the way they can to their elected officials. There are a lot of people who testified today that don't like this bill, and they know who to blame if it passes. I think the citizens need to be able to vote for the people who make these redistricting decisions and decide whether they like them or don't like them. So that's what I have to say.
I appreciate it. May I briefly just comment on the 2 points, just for further clarity?
Sure, be happy.
On the first point, my amendment does not create, I agree with you actually, we're on the same page. I think people have by nature biases towards their preferences in life. So they could be Republicans, Democrats, Independents. So the word independent of the General Assembly does not mean independent individuals who don't have any political affiliation. The word nonpartisan that I used was in reference to LSA because they are a nonpartisan agency and they're not supposed to be even bipartisan. They're supposed to be nonpartisan. That's one. And second, in 2021, when I think different groups across Indiana organized an independent, what the word independent means, it's an independent process from the General Assembly, not independent individuals. And those commissions had Republicans, Democrats, and independents on it. To your second point, I also agree with you that the public needs to point the finger at an entity to air their grievances. My bill does not remove the responsibility of the General Assembly. My amendment does not remove the responsibility of the General Assembly to have the final approval of the bills. So if we approve the bill and our constituents are not happy with it, they can blame us, vote us out of office, rather than an advisory board or LSA. So I do agree with your two comments, but I just wanted to give more clarity that I think we're actually on the same page, that it is not politically independent. It's a mixture of representation of all political flavors. It's independent from the General Assembly, but the process is led for trust, for transparency, for accountability, and that would be my second amendment to talk about the standards. If we give standards to LSA, that you can ensure that political parties, both political parties, did not use political data or racial data to come up with maps that favors one party. That's the intent behind it.
Okay. Is there any further discussion or questions for Senator Condora? It's been moved and seconded for Amendment 18. Please call the roll.
Yes.
Senator Condora?
Yes.
Senator Schmidt?
No.
Senator Donato?
No.
Senator Johnson?
No.
Senator Rogers?
No.
Walker? Good.
No.
Chair Gaskell?
No.
7.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
excuse me, the amendment fails 2-7. I understand you would like to call
Number 21.
number
please.
21.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment number 21, it is not new. Actually, it mimics a bill that passed many years ago from the Senate, authored by a Republican colleague who serves on this committee, and it did pass the Senate. So this is not a partisan idea either, and we heard it in testimony. Amendment number 21 establishes redistricting standards, 3 standards specifically. First, that we have to consider communities of interest. Second, it has to consider also the compactness of districts. And 3, it should not favor specifically a political party, which means political data should not be used when drawing the maps. I think these are good standards. They establish trust with the public, and they allow the maps to be fair, to not suppress the voters' will, and to have fair representation. And it will be equally applied. It doesn't matter which party is in control, but it actually sets standards that are good public policy for good government. And again, I want to reiterate, this bill specifically did pass the Senate in the past with bipartisan support, and I would urge my colleagues to support it. And for the sake of brevity, I will just say I'll move the amendment, but I'm open to discussions and questions and would love to answer any specific questions.
Second. Okay, the chair hears a motion and a second, and also Senator, yes. Yeah, and also I hear Senator Walker here would like to question the author.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm assuming I'm the senator in question in your statement. So does this allow for the General Assembly to alter those maps for even partisan purposes, so long as they reveal the logic or reasoning by which they took that product of the legislative services and amended it to their preference?
Absolutely. And I want to say that this amendment specifically is in isolation and separate from the previous amendment. It just sets the standard. So through the regular legislative process and flow of business, the General Assembly will be able to modify the maps to ensure that the standards are applied.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Senator Cadora on amendment number 21? Okay, chair sees none. Call the roll.
Senator Ford?
Yes.
Senator Cadora?
Yes.
Senator Schmidt?
No.
Senator Donato?
No.
Senator,
No.
Senator Rogers?
No.
Senator Walker?
Permission to explain my vote.
Permission to explain your vote.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I understand the tight framework we're trying to operate under, and can certainly understand why people would be hesitant to try to introduce this kind of language in midstream of the product we already have from the House. So if you like the idea, I do intend to refile it for the 2026 session, and I hope to be able to generate some support. And so you'll have another bite at this, we hope, going forward. I don't think defeating of this bill would prevent me from introducing the same bill or similar language. My understanding of the process. So I'll have to look at that.
My understanding, Senator Walker, is that committee amendments that fail can still come back as second reading amendments. And so let me ask our LSA folks, are you familiar with any that happening anytime recently? With a committee motion that failed reappearing as a second reading amendment? Yeah. So I think that you're correct in your thinking on that, but we probably should ask Senate legal counsel to be certain.
That's not so germane to my support today for the language. I'll vote yes, but just bear that in mind. If you liked it, we might be able to work it back into the recipe. Thank you.
Senator Good? Yes. Senator Gaskell?
No. Motion fails, 4 votes to 5. Okay, do we have further amendments?
Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Senator Ford.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, before I get started, I just want to say thank you for how you conducted this hearing so far. I really appreciated you getting through expeditiously all the members that signed up to testify. So I just wanted to state that for the record. But I do call amendment number 19, please.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Senator Ford to explain Amendment 19.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment does 2 important things. The first is to require that before we pass this map, that a hearing is held in each congressional district. This allows Hoosiers to make their voices heard, as they did during the 2021 redistricting cycle, which I was a part of. I went all across the state, hearings up in Anderson, all the way down in Evansville. We heard from Hoosiers. In fact, we heard from everyday people that we didn't even consider some of the stuff that they were asking us to do. So this is just really allowing the opportunity for our Hoosiers to weigh in. And voters really deserve to have that say in these maps. They know better than anyone who their communities of interest are. They know how legislators can keep them together and what kind of representation would work best for them. So we ought to hear from them during this process. And then, of course, we did do that today, but I mean, we certainly could have had more people, who didn't get a chance to make it up to Indianapolis, would love to go, just down the street to a hearing. Voters should pick their legislators, not the other way around. This map should be drawn with voters' interest in mind, not just the political parties. And the more Hoosier input that we have, the better these maps will be. This amendment would also require the disclosure of individuals and organizations involved in the creation of any congressional map. I think that, of course, we heard last week in the House testimony that there's this National Redistricting Republican Trust. Who are these people? Who drew the map? We want to be able to hold those folks accountable. And so this would require the disclosure of those folks. And frankly, we should also know how much money that the state of Indiana is shelling out for this map. So, but again, ultimately, this amendment is about transparency for voters, and I would move this amendment at this time.
I second the amendment.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for Amendment 19. Would any senator like to question Senator Ford on the amendment? Okay, I don't see anyone who wants to question you on it. I would like to weigh. Were you reaching for? Okay, I'd like to weigh in on this one just briefly. I think that the meetings before the last redistricting were helpful and were well attended, and they were held all over the state. The situation that we're in here with the timing of an election coming up soon, it basically would prevent this, assuming if this bill were to pass, would make it nearly possible to implement with this amendment. So I would ask the committee to consider voting no on the amendment. Senator Walker.
Thank you. I appreciate you recognize me. I'd like to weigh in with just one thought. Where you stand on the maps, pro or con. I know being part of that traveling team that went to various areas, it was helpful to me to hear from 2 perspectives, those that liked what we were doing and those that did not like what we're doing. And I found it very useful to the process. But we've got media in the room. We've got folks in the upstairs and in the room. I'm addressing my fellow legislators. This is not my opinion. To the end that justice be established, public order maintained, and liberty perpetuated, we, the people of the state of Indiana, grateful to Almighty God for the free exercise of the right to choose our own form of government, do ordain this Constitution. In the spirit in which I took an oath to support this Constitution, no matter how inconvenient it is for us to allow citizens across the state of Indiana, we the people, to weigh in on their form of government. And because we've had multiple testifiers to say this is a political process, this clearly, in the minds of Hoosiers, impacts their perception and their reality of the form of government under which they live. And with that spirit in mind, being written into the preamble of our Constitution of 1851, I'm going to ask my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank you, Senator Good. Any other discussion or questions? Okay, the chair sees none. Call the roll.
Senator Ford,
Yes.
Senator Cadora,
Yes.
Senator Schmidt,
No.
Senator Donato,
No.
Senator Johnson,
No.
Senator Rogers,
No.
Senator Walker,
Yes.
Senator Good. Chair Gaskell,
No. Amendment fails 3-6. Further amendments?
Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Senator Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to call amendment number 20.
Chair recognizes Senator Ford
Thank you,
to
Mr.
present Amendment 20.
Yeah, so this basically requires the state to reimburse our county clerks for costs incurred to implementing House Bill 1032. So essentially, this would ensure that local governments do not bear the cost of mid-decade redistricting. You know, this is a departure from how we've normally done things, and with the precedent for changing our maps, anytime a president asks, we need to ensure that there's also precedent to protect our county clerks. So we heard time and time again how this process is purely for political reasons. Local governments should have to foot the bill for the cost of party politics, especially when local governments are hamstrung as the result of SCA 1. So with that, I will move this amendment.
Second. Amendment 20 has been moved and seconded. Are there questions for Senator Ford? Okay. I'll recognize myself for a question. Have you looked at the fiscal statement by LSA on the bill?
Yeah, I have, Mr. Chairman.
I'd point you directly to explanation of state expenditures. The bill's requirement for the election division can be accomplished with current resources, and there's nothing listed for expenditures under local expenditures. And my investigation into this was that they feel that local government can conduct this with the staff that they have.
May I respond?
Sure, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand what the fiscal note is saying in terms of the elections division, but respectfully, we're talking about at the local level with our county clerks. And so I do think that the fiscal impact, yes, it does, kind of reflect the elections division per se, but it doesn't really, have a reflection of what the county clerks will be incurring. And we did hear today from our clerk here in Marion County, Kate Sweeney Bell, that this will be an additional $1 million that the county is going to have to incur. And so we will know, at the end of all this, how much we're actually going to incur. And so I'm just saying that I think that the state should reimburse these county clerks if we are going to, be handing them this mid-decade map.
Thank you. Just speak briefly on your amendment. I knew that would be an issue in watching House testimony, heard the concern raised, and that's why I spoke with LSA representatives and asked, hey, I noticed that you say the bill's requirements for the election division can be accomplished with current resources, but that it says where normally you would see on a bill something listed under the local expenditures as well. And the answer that I got was that they believed it was routine to the duties in that office, and that they could handle it with their existing staff.
Yeah, would you be willing to share that information with the minority party? Just because it's, again, going back to the fiscal impact statement, under the explanation of local revenues, it doesn't say anything, and also local expenditures, it's really blank in those two spots. So Just would love
Yeah,
that
I'd be happy
assurance.
after the uh, uh, committee, do we have anyone here from LSA who would like to weigh in on that publicly? I don't see any hands.
Okay.
So what I will do is share with you and Senator Cadora, after the committee hearing, I will share with you the basis and who I spoke with and ask them to, they do a good job of giving us both the same information on both sides.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions for Senator Ford? Chair sees none. So let's call the roll.
Senator Ford?
Yes.
Senator Cadora?
Yes.
Senator Schmidt?
No.
Senator Donato?
No.
Senator Johnson?
No.
Rogers?
No.
Senator Walker?
Yes.
Senator Good? Chair Gaskell?
Chair votes no. Amendment fails 3-6. I believe that is all of the amendments. And so now the chair would open up for questions related to the underlying bill. Chair recognizes Senator Cadora.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I appreciate you and the committee members for engaging in extremely critical dialogue on this bill, giving the consequential impact of this bill for generations to come. I will not make comments at this point. I'm just going to ask a few questions, and I reserve making my comments towards the end when the committee is about to conclude its discussion. Mr. Chair, I have a few questions. The first, and I'll be more than happy to direct it towards anyone who's responsible for certain aspects of my questions. The first question, do you know what was the software that was used by the National Trust Fund or trust that drew the maps? Do you know the name and the type of software that was used?
My memory is failing me here. Let me think on that. I've heard it before, but it's just escaping me.
Sure.
It was not Redistrictor, which is what some people use. And the name is escaping me, but I believe that it is the same software that LSA will use in preparing a bill. And I'm just not able to remember the name.
And that's my understanding. Is it your understanding, what is your understanding of the type of data that was used to feed the software to draw the maps?
It was political, past political results of elections in those districts.
So did they use the last census data?
Yes, I believe they did. Yeah. In fact, I have looked at the census numbers and I recognize the numbers. So yes, the answer is yes, they used the 2020 census.
Thank you for that. Does the United States Census data include racial demographics?
I don't know what all information is in the census, but I believe that racial demographics are in the census.
That is correct. Are you aware or do you know if the option to activate or deactivate racial data at the time when they drew the maps was on or off?
I was not there when the maps were drawn. I have been assured that they did not use in any way, shape, or form racial data, only political data.
So isn't the fact that not using racial data is a violation of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act because you must maintain communities of interest?
I believe, as you know, I'm not a lawyer, but I believe that this map complies with the Voting Rights Act.
So I personally disagree, and I think we will hear probably legal arguments outside of the Senate chamber on this specific topic. Turning on the racial data specifically to ensure compliance with the Voting with the Voting Rights Act would be an acceptable form of thinking about it to avoid racial gerrymandering. Turning it off means that intentionally there was an intent to draw the maps with certain parameters that excluded communities of interest. So I think this is something that we need to look into to be sure that those maps are compliant with federal law. The second question that I have, aside from data, you're familiar with Indianapolis a little bit, maybe the main streets and roads in Indianapolis, maybe on a high level. I don't expect it to
I know
be
how to get to the State House
Here you
from
go.
Pendleton.
So do you know what was the genesis behind anchoring the division of the 4 congressional districts around 38th Street in Indianapolis?
No.
Okay. So not knowing that, and you're not the author of the bill, you're the sponsor of the bill, so I don't think it's fair for me to hold you accountable for this. But I think historically, if you go back 150 years from today, you would precisely see the demographics of Indianapolis and where certain minorities, groups, communities of interest grew in population. And I would leave that discussion for a later date on second reading, on third reading, and for the lawyers probably if they're interested in those legal arguments afterwards. But there is a significance, and the significance cannot be that 38th Street is the boundary of a township, because we already saw this map breaks different townships, with the exception of 38th Street in Indianapolis, that precisely divides Indianapolis in 4 districts at the heart and the core of a community of interest. So I think my point here is that we need to look at that legally as a Senate to avoid any potential more tax-paying dollars to go towards legal litigation on this issue. I think I'll conclude with the third and final question for now, and I would reserve my questions more to second and third reading. But the bill specifically, I think section, to be precise on which section, let me see here. So the Indiana Constitution, specifically Article 2, Section 1, states that elections shall be free and equal. We've heard consistently from the author of the bill on the House side that the intention is purely partisan gerrymandering for political advantage. I heard in the past my Republican colleagues, when we went through the last redistricting session, they used the argument of almost 80+% of Indiana counties are controlled by Republicans. The State General Assembly does not reflect the 40, 45 to 55 or 60 statewide races. Our division here is more 25% in the Senate and 30% in the House. Republicans control the governor's office, the General Assembly, and they appoint Supreme Court justices by virtue of being the governor, being a Republican. They control 7 out of 9 districts. Can you help me understand what is the standard of political advantage? Is it 100% wiping out the opposition or anyone who disagrees politically? Because to me, with 85% control of counties, a trifecta in the state, it seems that you already have a huge political disadvantage. So what is the percentage that you're trying to get at to achieve political advantage?
Excellent question. So I think to answer that question, you have to look beyond the borders of Indiana, and you have to look at the House of Representatives as a whole. And there are 435 members of the House of Representatives. And just as one quick example, let's take the 5 northeastern New England states. They have 25, between them, they have 25 members in the House of Representatives. I'm talking about Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. Okay? So then let's compare that to 3 Midwestern states controlled by Republicans: Indiana, Missouri, and Iowa. Between our 3 states, we also send 25 members to the House of Representatives. In 2020, we drew maps that were, I think, very friendly to the minority party at that time. And it looks like, in Missouri as well. So we have 7 out of 9 here. Missouri has 6 out of 8, and Iowa has 4 out of 4. So for the comparison here, of 50 members of the House of Representatives, the Democrats have 29, and the Republicans have 17. So there's an example of how, as you look at this, those other states, if you look at their maps, they have drawn them for political advantage to the exclusion of Republicans when there's enough Republican population in those states that they could elect Republicans. So the disadvantage is we're down 8 votes right off the start. And so I could give examples of other states who have watered down Indiana's representation as well. I don't want to belabor the point.
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't want to belabor the point because this is a meaningful discussion. And this is not a debate, we're still in the questioning phase, but I'll share with you just from the 2 examples that you shared. Massachusetts truly had 60-40 split, but they have 0 Republican congressional districts. But I think, one, the maps were signed by a Republican governor who did not veto it. Second, if you take any citizen of the state of Massachusetts and you draw a district with 750,000 people around it, you will still not get Republican representation in the state. Not a single county, not one in the state of Massachusetts voted for Trump, not one. So I think if it was partisan, then the Republican governor of the state would have vetoed it. But specifically to conclude, from 2012 to 2016, gerrymandering across America shifted 59 congressional seats in 4 years. In those 4 years, 39 out of the 50 seats were gerrymandered by Republicans, 20 were by Democrats. I'm not endorsing the idea of gerrymandering, but these are the stats. So I think even with these examples of eastern states, or even California, which was the 2nd state in the nation, not the first, Texas was first, they still had a public initiative, a ballot initiative for the citizens to vote on it, which is prohibited in Indiana. So I think there are some nuances to the numbers. And I know that today we can't go state by state to go over the details. But when I took an oath to be a state senator, I did not pledge an oath to support and serve the interest of Washington, D.C. And there's segregation of power between federal offices and state offices. So I think to conclude on that thought, Mr. Chair, you've been gracious with the time. We have a trifecta currently in DC: Republican president, Republican United States Senate, Republican House. If they truly want to fight this wrongdoing, why not pass under Republican control national ban on racial and political gerrymandering and not leave it for the states if that was the right thing to do? I think they have the power to do it instead of us going through this exercise. But I'll just say thank you for listening to my questions. I have probably 50 more, but I know that it wouldn't be appropriate to dominate the discussion at this moment and allow my colleagues to share their questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. I just want to quickly say that that New England region as a group voted 58-40 for Harris in the most recent election. And Indiana was roughly 59-40 for Trump. So basically flip-flop, but they have 0 Republican representation. So thank you. Great discussion. Thank you. Senator Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have some questions for you as well. Can you give me the name or names of the Republican Redistricting Trust who drew this map?
The person who drew the map,
yes,
was Adam Kincaid.
Okay, thank you very much. And I know that we talked a little bit about this in my amendment about the cost, but how much did the cost the state of Indiana? Where can we see that invoice?
I don't know what the cost was or who paid. I have no information on that.
Okay, but would you agree with me, but don't you think it's important for Hoosiers to know how much the cost was to get this map?
I have no idea what the cost was, but for people who are interested in that, I think they will probably have the ability to find it out.
Okay. So you're saying a FOIA request to the legislature would be the best route to get that cost?
I'm not qualified to give that type of advice.
Okay, all right. And when did you first see that map?
I don't remember the exact date, but I'm going to say roughly a week before it was released publicly.
Okay, that's interesting that you say that because Representative Smaltz during his testimony mentioned that he didn't see the map until earlier that week. So you're saying that you saw the map earlier than that?
I don't know when Representative Smaltz, I'll take your word for how you're summarizing his testimony.
Yeah.
But I saw it about a week before it was released publicly.
Okay. Okay. Going back to Senator Kodora's question about compliance with the Voting Rights Act, how do you know it complies with the Voting Rights Act? Has there been an independent analysis done to ensure that we are in compliance?
My short answer will be very similar to what I gave to Senator Kodora. I am not a lawyer, but I believe it complies.
But if we're not looking at the racial demographics, one could argue that it's not in compliance. And then furthermore, if someone were to argue that, they couldn't have that remedy to do that because we've kind of limited the lower courts. Isn't that right?
Are you talking about the provision in the bill that sets up the legal process and the challenge?
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is that I would rather not have to go to court and have a court decide whether we're in compliance with the Voting Rights Act when we have the ability to do that now in the legislature.
Well, I'm satisfied that it complies, and from your line of questioning, I assume that you don't think it does. Neither one of us are lawyers, and I'm sure lawyers will hash it out. I will say, as far as that section of the bill, because elections are on a time schedule, and because when you look throughout the country, lawsuits have been somewhat disruptive of elections, I think it's important to lay out a path of expeditious judicial review to resolve these matters quickly, so that they don't interfere with the election.
So no legal analysis was done on this map. The only analysis that was done was for partisan political advantage.
I'm not able to tell you what others did in their due diligence, but in me preparing to sponsor the bill and to bring it before this committee, again, I'm not a lawyer, but that was a priority of mine to determine, and I believe it does. I believe it complies.
Okay, but you also stated that you're not an attorney, and I'm not an attorney, so.
The best we can do is.
The reason why I'm asking is that in 2021, the Senate sponsor at that time said that legal experts were hired to ensure that our maps did comply. And so I'm just asking why are we not doing that same legal analysis to ensure that not only are we, in compliance with the Voting Rights Act, but that we, did communities of, compactness and communities of interest and things of that nature.
Yeah, are you referring to Senator Cook?
Yes.
Yeah, he's got to be the nicest guy in the Senate. So thoughtful and smart as a whip.
Yeah,
And,
I would agree with that.
you know, I'm sure that as a lawyer, he was able to dot all these i's and cross all these t's, and I think he did an awesome job.
Yeah. What would be your response to some of the folks that testified today that these maps dilute the minority representation by cracking minority communities into separate voting districts, particularly in Marion County where there's, you know, I mean, we saw it fit to put Marion County into one congressional district in 2021, but now we are basically, you know, carving up Marion County into 4 different congressional districts. Why would we do that? And I hope that that the answer isn't, well, that means you have more people representing Marion County. I would disagree with that premise.
So several parts to your question, and I was trying to listen thoughtfully. Can you kind of restate them briefly?
Yeah, I was just asking, you know, there were some folks that testified today that these maps dilute the minority representation by cracking minority communities into separate voting districts. Specifically, when you look at the map in Marion County, you know, in 2021, we cut Marion County and put it into 2 congressional districts, but here we've cut Marion County, we're putting them into 4 congressional districts. Why would we do that?
So the racial component of your question, I have no idea what the racial makeup of the different congressional districts are.
But would you agree with
whatsoever?
me that a good portion of my neighbors who are people of color, you know, we find most of them in Marion County, right? I mean, looking into the rural parts of Indiana, we would see more of the people of color in Marion County. So could you see that maybe someone might say that Marion County, you know, the 2 districts that we're looking for a complete 9-0 map would be Marion County and Lake County? Probably one of the highest population of people of color in our state.
Again, I have no idea, where I've never seen a map that breaks out the racial demographics in different areas around the state, but I don't know if you can see this from your seat, but this is the 2001 congressional district map.
2001?
2001 that Democrats passed here in Indiana. And it looks like Marion County is split into 3 different districts from your own maps back in 2001.
Well, I wasn't here then.
Neither was I. We were much younger then.
Yeah, that's right. But we do have an opportunity to hear what Hoosiers were saying today, that they do enjoy representation by 1 person or 2 people in this case, Representative Shreve and Representative Carson in, you know, Marion County. But I'll take your point on that. I do want to ask a very sensitive question in terms of what the governor tweeted. You know, he said that, quote, if we drag our feet as a state on redistricting, probably will have consequences of not working with the Trump administration as tightly as we should, end quote. What are those consequences?
Please read that again.
Yes, Governor Braun tweeted, quote, if we drag our feet as a state on, I'm assuming he was talking about redistricting, probably will have consequences of not working with the Trump administration as tightly as we should, end quote. And I would like to know, what are those consequences?
I have had no conversations that even remotely touch on that, so I don't know what the governor was talking about there.
Okay. I'm almost finished with my
No problem.
And I do appreciate the conversation that we're having. In the bill, there is a specific phrase that I think is really important that we point out, and that is chaos and confusion, that we're trying to avoid chaos and confusion. But don't you think having multiple congressional districts in the same precinct could cause chaos and confusion for some of our voters?
Are we talking about section 3 of the bill?
Is that the court section?
Yeah, on page 2 of the bill, section 3, I'm scanning it. I think that's,
Yeah, I think it is section 3.
I'm looking for, oh, here we are. Page 2, line 36. So this section of the bill lists basically findings of the legislature with respect to which the section applies. So for context, the General Assembly makes the following findings with respect to actions to which this section applies. 1, the state has a compelling interest in preserving the integrity of its elections and ensuring elections are fair, orderly, and free from chaos and confusion. And then they go on 2, actions challenging the apportionment of congressional or General Assembly districts can have statewide impacts on the electoral process and disrupt the orderly conduct of elections. And we touched on that early when we talked about court actions have the potential to do that.
Yeah.
So, and I don't think I need to, basically there's a finding 3 and a finding 4. Finding 4, a prompt, orderly determination of apportionment issues by a court of last resort is critical for preserving election integrity, protecting voter confidence, and preventing chaotic disruption of the electoral process.
Yeah.
So I think it's talking in respect to court cases filed close to election time that, just trying to create an expeditious process.
Yeah, I don't know whether or not this bill will go to the court. I guess what I'm asking you is that if we are doing our very best to, like you said, line 36, free from chaos and confusion, I guess my question is, do you think that changing congressional districts less than a month before a candidate files causes that chaos and confusion?
I do not, and I think that this section of the bill is talking about chaos and confusion with respect to judicial proceedings. I think that's the context that that it's addressing. That's my read of the bill.
Okay. Let me see. Just my final question, if I may, Mr. Chairman, is just that if the MAP's goal is to ensure a 9-0 Republican delegation, as publicly discussed, how is that consistent with the principle of one person, one vote? And wouldn't it not be fair that Democrats who, or I should say even non-Republicans, received 40% of the vote in Indiana? And so if we have a complete 9-0 map, which would mean all members of the federal delegation, including our 2 senators, our junior and senior senator, are both Republicans, then that would be 0 representation for Democrats in the United States Congress. Do you think that's fair?
Again, in determining fairness, I think most of the Democrats that I've talked to are looking solely at Indiana in a vacuum. And and I can't speak for any of my colleagues, but my particular take on this is we have to look nationwide. And I'll go back to the 40% of Republicans in those 5 New England states have 0 representatives from their party, not just in a state, but in all 5 states. And I guess when you talk about fairness, I'm kind of big on analogies. I'm a big basketball fan. Can you imagine how a basketball game would turn out if you told one team you can shoot 3-pointers, but the other team you can only shoot layups?
Well, I see a different basketball analogy. I see a team.
Please share it with me.
I see a team of folks who are 7 feet tall dunking on people who are maybe 5.5 feet tall. And I just don't think that this bill does exactly that. You are dunking on the minority party by saying that we have 0 representation. And I saw some signs out there today that was saying no taxation without representation. And we know right now that we are being taxed. We're being tariffed and taxed, and we will be sending nobody to Washington, D.C. to advocate against that.
So do you hold that if your congressional representative is from a party opposite of your own, that you don't have representation?
No, I mean, there could be a Republican congressman or congresswoman who would also be fighting those tariffs or taxes. But what I'm saying is that by having no representation for the Democratic Party, you are essentially saying that we just don't exist in our state. And that's not true, especially when 40% of non-Republicans voted in the last election.
Yeah, well, I can tell you, I grew up in Madison County, Anderson and Pendleton. And from the time I was 8 years old until I was 30 years old, I never had a Republican representative. I still had a representative. I may have disagreed with the policy choices that representative took, but I had a representative.
Okay. As Senator Cadora mentioned, I have so many more questions, but I will, for the sake of time, stop here and allow the committee to continue to do its work.
Okay. By the way, I have to say, Senator Ford, you and Senator Cordora have complimented me several times during this proceeding. I want to put that back out to you. I think we're setting an example for Hoosiers of how we can vehemently disagree on the policy, but both in this chamber, in this meeting, and in the meeting that Senator Johnson and I had with you, you both were nothing but gentlemen, and I commend you on your demeanor. Senator Cadora, you mentioned earlier that you wanted to reserve that you might have additional questions.
If there are comments, if we are in the section of commenting on where we stand on the bill, I would like to share some thoughts of how I feel and how I think about this bill. If we are at that point in time, I would like to share these thoughts.
Okay. Does anybody from this side have questions for me on the bill? Then what I would like to do then, as Senator Cadora has suggested, open it up for any member of the committee who would like to speak on the bill. And would you like to be recognized first?
If with your permission, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Senator Cadora to speak on the bill.
Thank you. I think, to me, this is, and I appreciate the patience of the committee, and I understand we've been here for many hours. But please understand that there are humans behind this bill, real humans with real life impact. And I will start not even with Hoosiers. I want to start with the very egregious idea that a president of the United States blasts the names and the pictures of Indiana state Republicans with quoted words such as encourage them to vote in a certain direction, and then my colleagues get threatened with their families and their lives, and the president did not even denounce the violence and the violent threats against my own colleagues till this second. He does not care about Republicans in Indiana. He does not care about Republican senators. And if you stand in his way, he will destroy you, and that's his promise. So my colleagues, this is not even talking about the rest of Hoosiers. I'm just talking about you as my colleagues. I stand with you. I pray for you. I pray for your safety. We do receive constantly hate messages on our side, but it wasn't as the extent as the last couple of weeks. So I just want to reiterate my point that I denounce and condemn any form of violence, especially political violence, against public servants in this nation, even if it starts with the President of the United States. I think we all condemn the killing of Charlie Kirk because it's wrong, even though we disagree politically with people, but it's wrong. And for my colleagues to be threatened by the President of the United States and then the governor to be politically extorted that if you don't support, then we might withhold funding. I don't think this is fair. I don't think this is right. And then finally, when it comes to my fellow neighbors, to my siblings, to my people across Indiana, 2 congressional seats equate to almost 1.5 million people. Not 1, not 2, not 100,000, not 500,000, almost 1.5 million people. And my question is, do 1.5 million people not deserve to be heard just because another state, and by the way, there are at least 9 Republican states with 0 Democratic congressional seats. Do we follow their lead? Is that what we took an oath for in Indiana? The 1.5 million people, some of them happen to live in my district. My district was gerrymandered and was represented by Republicans for 50 years since it was created in 1970 or 1972. And I became the first Democrat to represent that district. I believed in hard work and fair competition and let the public judge based on the character, the ideas, and the hard work of a candidate, not circumventing the process just because we are afraid about losing seats. I think if the President of the United States and Washington, D.C., that we're trying, the General Assembly is trying to help to come up with competitive advantage, I have a suggestion for them. They can win every seat in Indiana, including in Marion County. Run on your own ideas. If you in Washington, D.C. lowered inflation, lowered electric bills, lowered housing costs, provided childcare, funded schools, gave raise to teachers, lowered health care, heck, you'll have Democrats voting for you. That is competition. And I will say Democrats or Republicans or Libertarians or Green Party or Independents, any political party, this is not directed on my Republican colleagues. This is Democrats, Republicans, or anyone. Any political party that cannot stand on the merits of its ideas is unworthy of governing. It's unworthy of governing. Because we're saying, if I can't win, I will cheat. That's not how we raise our kids. That's not how I raise my daughters. So my friends, my colleagues, I know that it's difficult discussion for many. It's not difficult for me. I have very clear understanding of how I'm going to vote, fiercely opposing this legislation, even if it passes in committee tonight. Because the funerals that I've attended for my constituents, who had only 10 or 15 or 20 people attending their funeral because they were homeless before or they did not have enough food on their table. And I did attend their funerals in my district. They deserve representation. For a map that we don't even know if they turned on or off racial data, that means precisely if they turned it on and this is the product that we got, that means that directly these maps were intended, the maps were intended to get rid of certain votes that do not vote in a certain way. And if it was turned on, that's more egregious because now it's more intentional that they found those communities and precisely drew the lines around those communities to crack those communities. There are many legal arguments that will be made later, including separation of powers between the General Assembly and the judicial branch. To prohibit in this bill restraining orders to have an effect, immediate effect by the courts to stop these laws or this bill is a direct indication that we're going to shove it through even at the expense of separation, which I believe is, by the way, is a violation of Indiana's Constitution. And I do believe that even in a 2018 case in Pennsylvania, when the Supreme Court struck down the Pennsylvania maps, it was based on state courts striking down similar language in the bill that we have today that was in the Pennsylvania case that violated their state constitution, which said you have to have equal and fair elections. I'll conclude on a promise with this. What breaks my heart more than anything else, when you watch TV and you look at third world countries under dictators or developing countries under dictators, they win elections with 99.9% of the vote and they call it fair and free. We already have gerrymandered maps in Indiana that gives more than 70% to Republicans. My role model is not a third world country dictator. And I wouldn't do it if it was a Democratic president who would command Indiana or extort Indiana. If it was a Democratic president in office saying, Indiana, we will not give you money unless you pledge loyalty to me, I will be the first Democrat in the state of Indiana to oppose a Democratic president of the United States. So I urge my colleagues, I know politics seems that it's urging us at this moment to take a side and be with our teams like a sports team. that there comes a time in the life of a public servant, even at the expense of losing a seat, that you have to place country and to place state and your fellow citizens above any politics. And to me, this is the moment. And I'm willing to sacrifice my own seat if those maps were drawn fairly, and would have divided my district fairly, and would have made me rethink running for office because I might lose my district. I will be the first to submit my resignation to be sure that I support the idea, the noble idea of fair representation for all people.
Do you want to continue?
To the people that testified, we are respectful. We did not question them, and we shouldn't, because that's their right. But for someone to think that another human being, a fellow United States citizen, is less than a human is offensive. It's not about political correctness. And I'll remind this committee, all of us, with no exception in this chamber, are the descendants of people who came to this country. And last time I checked, by the way, the Puritans who escaped religious persecution because of the Church of England, they were undocumented immigrants who came to this nation without seeking proper documentation, seeking religious freedom. So the passage of time does not make one generation better than the other. The newly sworn-in citizen, as of 24 hours ago, should be treated as an equal citizen, just like anybody else. So for anyone to think that a fellow human being, a fellow Hoosier, is less than equal, is less than respectful, is unworthy of representation, is completely wrong. And I will refuse to go back to the days when a human was defined as 3/5 of a person, or when even a white Christian or a white male Christian in America in the 80s did not have the right to vote because they did not own property, or to the days of Jim Crow laws when they had taxation for people to vote. So my siblings, I'm not here to deliver a political speech on behalf of the Democratic Party. I'm here, your colleague, your sibling, speaking to you about lived experiences of people in my district and across Indiana that are worthy of representation. And I urge you to defeat this legislation.
Thank you, Senator Kadora. Were you done, or do you want to go after Senator Walker? Okay. Senator Walker.
Stand up so I can see the room I'm addressing. I'm kind of down in a hole here. Thank you. I appreciate that. There was a topic that Senator Kaddour touched on, which was the threats of intimidation, violence, or retribution. And we had testimony that brought to our attention that when we capitulate to that kind of act of threat, violence, retribution, not only on ourselves as legislators, but on the citizens that we represent in our communities, it got me to thinking about, I'm standing here holding our copy of our rules. Also contains our Constitution. But I want to go to our rules for just a moment. And I ask you to just bear with me, to let me build this case and see if I can make this point well. The standing rules and orders of the Senate were voted on by the legislators in this room. Chapter 7 begins with the ethics rules. Rule number 90 says that it's declared that high and moral ethical standards among state senators are essential to the conduct of free government. Free government. I don't think any of us ever enrolled or put our names on a ballot with the thought that we would be living under a time when we're being threatened for trying to execute our responsibilities to fulfill our office. That the Senate believes that a code of ethics for the guidance of state senators will help them avoid conflicts of interest in public office, will improve the standards of public service, and will promote and strengthen the faith and confidence of the people of Indiana. It's another one of my great concerns with the process that we're seeing before us today, is it's clear from the testimony that for many, their faith and confidence is eroded by the mechanisms that we're going through at this time. Why are you reading me the rules? I'm sure you're still trying to ponder. Why the ethics rule? I didn't bring this on myself. I didn't create this environment, and it's been mentioned multiple times that we're seeing the influence from outside of the state of Indiana that is motivating this to become a thing in the state of Indiana. But I, as a legislator, and you as legislators, are required to think about your own moral standards and your ethics as you deal with an untenable question before you. Now, the next rule, rule number 91, goes into the idea of having been offered an investment opportunity or some sort of economic advantage or some sort of favor or discount or gratuity or loan or hospitality or other goods and services with the intent that it might affect the senator's independent legislative judgment. And so considering, the senator shall take the following into account. Now, I have to make an analogy here because the rules did not anticipate the environment in which we're operating. I'm not going to call out by name the people in this room that I know have been threatened or an attempt to threat was made against their personal safety. I can say that I was one of those myself. Now, my local law enforcement did a beautiful job of not raising my blood pressure. We had a pleasant conversation at the front door of my home. I said, "Do you want to look through the house for the bodies?" And they said, "Oh, no, you're good. Don't see any blood. You're all right." But they had to follow up. And I apologized to the responding officer. You're wasting your resources being here when you could be out trying to protect our city from true harm. I had my own 911 director who I graduated high school with. Big kid in high school, still a big guy today. He's perfect for being in the sheriff's office because, man, he could scare anybody. And when I talk about people want to be big, okay, he's big. And he called me and he said, "Look, I'm aware of the potential for threats. I've flagged you on our 911 system so that we'll handle this, internally before we, send all the noise and the full response to your property." And when he called me, it was actually organization day. I took the call while we were on the floor. And I said, "Oh, well, Todd, great. I appreciate that. I'm glad you took care of that." I had no thought at all that would be happening less than 48 hours later. First, I got the pizza delivery, which I refused. I didn't go to the door, actually. I didn't order any pizza. And I was pretty sure they got the address they were assigned to go to. And it had dawned on me that, oh, someone wants to try to intimidate me. Now, why I have to draw the analogy is the rules say advantages. If in your judgment, these offers of advantagement, reward, compensation, favoritism, whatever it is, monetary services, doesn't matter. Do you know what the senator's supposed to do according to our rule book? Whether the opportunity being offered with the intent to influence the senator's conduct and the performance of legislative services. So I think that disadvantage that was offered to me of being threatened and feeling intimidated and feeling scared for my personal safety, I have to consider, does that influence the conduct or performance of my legislative office? But I also consider whether acceptance of the offer would have unique, direct, or substantial effect on my income. Well, that one doesn't count. Okay, so let's stick with the first in this analogy. We're almost there, believe me, bear with me. Should the senator determine that by the acceptance of the offer, and I'll use the idea of the offer of a threat, intimidation, or retribution against my district by withholding some sort of federal reimbursement or some sort of federal grant or some sort of funding opportunity that has a direct impact on the health and well-being of my community. So just consider this as a negative offer, okay? It's not a positive offer, because who in their right mind would have drafted rules to consider what we're experiencing today? but in the spirit of that offer to feel my personal safety is at threat. If the senators to determine that by acceptance of the offer, the senator's independent judgment may be affected, the senator shall refuse the offer. That's a shall, and that's in our rules. And I refuse to be intimidated. I made a choice. I will not let Indiana or any state become subject to the threat of political violence in order to influence legislative product. I honestly don't feel fear for my safety. I really don't. I was more disappointed not having the pizza than I was the swatting attempt. But if I do feel as though my personal, or and more important, we've had some members, and again, maybe in this room, who have children in their homes. And I can't imagine how my reaction would have been so much different when a law enforcement officer with his full chest Kevlar vest and so on, he's got to be protected. I understand that. But to a small child, that's scary. The rules say we shall refuse that offer. I fear that as we move down the road of exterior influences on my performance of duties in the state of Indiana, we are inviting, as we heard a testimony, that becomes the norm rather than the exception. I will not normalize that kind of behavior. And I feel like whether the maps are a good idea or a bad idea, the idea or the concept of maps did not originate with any legislator or citizens body that I'm aware of anywhere in the state of Indiana. So I wanted to bring to your attention and build on Senator Caduce's point that I have a duty. I'm such a rule follower, it's not even funny. One of the earliest jobs I took that was of a professional nature, they did a psychological profile, and they said, man, this guy follows the rules. I had a controller who said, I'm so glad I hired you, Walker. He said, I don't have to worry about things anymore because I hired you to worry about them for me. I was so sure and just particular that we followed the rules. And I was working in tax filing, and I was working with multiple states, and it was millions of dollars in penalties. Not the tax, but in penalties if I mess these tax returns up. And he said, I used to worry about these things. He said, you do it for me. I'm grateful you're here because I sleep better at night because I'm such a rule follower. And I fear for this institution. I fear for the state of Indiana, and I fear for all states if we allow intimidation and threats to become the norm. I've heard from Congress, and they say, but it is the norm, Greg. We get them every day. Well, shame on anyone that does that. And what has that done to the political climate? This is a political process, I've been told repeatedly. What has that done to the political climate in Washington, D.C.? Do we see a spirit of cooperation? Do we see a spirit of moving forward ideas that are nonpartisan issues? No one wants to give anyone an advantage. No one wants to give anyone the win. So we defeat and we fail to talk about the things that America desperately needs for Congress to do. They need to do their job. And they feel threatened and intimidated, and they don't do their job. What a disservice to Indiana. What a disservice to the nation and the 50 sister states that have agreed to a compact that says we will give certain powers to the federal government because we don't want to have our own standing armies and we don't want to do treaties with foreign nations. But when it comes to a point, we say, we stop here. Only the enumerated powers that are listed in our Constitution are by right the powers of the federal government. And I see nowhere in any of that they have a right to pick and choose legislative districts for Indiana or any other state. So I'm just going to ask you to consider your oath of office, the rules that you voted for. When you think about what do we do for the future of public debate and reasoned, well-considered, well-planned legislation that is there for the public to see. I already said in the preamble, those who signed the Constitution said, this is the government of the people. And if there's limited, or I would argue zero, opportunity for public participation in this process, then the preamble was written by men who put too much faith in future legislators. I wasn't going to tell this story. I held a small baby last night. I think she's about 5, 6 months old now. And her mother had her in her arms and she was asleep, and she's gorgeous, the baby, I mean. And she said, "Can I give you a hug?" And I said, "No, I want the baby." And I said, "Would you give her to me?" And I've held her before. And she said, "Yeah, hold her." And I began to cry as I thought about the future for that child, where we accept that intimidation is normal. Our rules can't even address it appropriately, but I think you understand the analogy I drew. And I shall refuse the offer for the sake of that child and the future of the state. And you're thinking, oh, it's easy. You already said you're not coming back. You can't be primaried. Well, some little seed in the back of my head says, go ahead and file. I think it'd be the dumbest thing I ever did in my life, but that's what my wife thought when I ran 20 years ago. This is the stupidest thing you've ever done. And you're going to destroy her family. And I said, oh, it'll be okay. She went and talked to me for 2 weeks. She became one of my greatest supporters. Because she said, there's no reason you should be up there. I can't understand it. The political path that you took does not explain how it is you became a senator or how I've held the seat for 20 years. So she says, I know you have a purpose. And I feel like today is that purpose. I may be wrong. All I got to work with is what I can read in the plain English of the documents before me. I still have, I heard a testimony regarding a few of the constitutional concerns that people have. And we don't have enough attorneys in the room to settle that today. But there is one more that no one's even mentioned, that I cannot see how the bill that's before us can satisfy that constitutional requirement. I'm not going to be able to convince you that because there are attorneys on both sides, but I have the advantage of being the non-attorney, right? And I can read plain English and I can understand what it says. So if I have come to my personal conviction that this is in violation of the Constitution and the bill cannot write itself by some of the machinations that are in the language to try to do that, because I think the drafters also know of the unconstitutionality of their position. Not reflecting on anyone in this room, I said the drafters, and I understand and appreciate the great weight that Mr. Chairman has in agreeing to carry this bill. There's just one more principle I want to touch on, and that is that of intent. And as I said, I can read that language and I can understand the intent. I don't see any room for wiggle. But what I've heard is, but it doesn't say we can't redistrict midterm. I still believe that's true because intent will be examined by a courtroom when I'm assuming in the future, here's some testimony regarding the validity or the legality of this bill. It's not just what we say. The courts have already made that determination. I can say all day long, this is just that. But if there's evidence to the contrary, that could be brought before the court. No matter how many times I say it, this doesn't have to be that in a court of law, right? So I cannot in good conscience support this bill going forward. I have been public since August with my position on this, and I got people that hate my guts that say, well, at least you don't play games with us, Walker. You know, you tell us where you are, and we respect that. We hate everything else about you, but we respect that. And there's others in this body that have kept that to themselves, and I respect that too. I respect that greatly. And you can hold and wait and say that there may be a better argument that helps me make up my mind. That's what we're here for. That's what we're supposed to be doing in committee. I still think committee work is undervalued, Mr. Chair, in that we don't see a free exchange of ideas. And I think if we did better committee work as a 20-year member, we would have a lot less confusion and frustration on the floor. That's my personal opinion. So if I don't want to see this bill on the floor because I don't think it's written correctly or can be written correctly to deal with the policy that's being promulgated, then I have to vote no in committee if I think it's a no on the floor. But I'd really ask you to focus really on your understanding of the rules of ethics, ladies and gentlemen, my brothers and sisters, because that's your call. It's subject to interpretation. And I believe that our rules give us strong guidance on what to do when the unexpected has now happened. I believe that the intent with which we wrote those rules to say it is a matter of public integrity that if you think your position is compromised by a gift, a gratuity, a special offer, it could equally be compromised by a threat, an intimidation, or taking away of that which you already have, or your constituents have and need. I appreciate you giving me some attention tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh.
Just want to briefly say that Senator Walker and I couldn't be further apart on the way we view this issue, but we serve the same Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and we have remained friends throughout this, and we will be friends after it. And that's the second time that I've given him a hug today. I think, well, he gave me the first one, so I initiated that one. Thank you for sharing your heart with us. Senator Ford, would you like to make a close?
Yes.
And then before you start, is there anybody in this section of the 5 members here that wants to make a close? Okay, I will allow when we call the vote, anyone who wants to explain their vote, feel free to take 60 seconds or so to explain your vote if you would like to. And if you go a few seconds over, I'm probably not going to run the timer. So Senator Ford, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I will use this time to quote unquote explain my vote, so I won't need that time. But again, just thank you to Mr. Chairman and the committee for the great conversation that we're having today. It's an important one. It is, obviously, it's going to decide who we send to Washington, D.C. to represent us in our nation's capital. And before I get started, I do want to echo the comments from Senator Kador about condemning the political violence on the other side of the aisle. You know, most people don't know this, and probably most people aren't watching, but I talk to my colleagues on a regular basis. Senator Rogers was very gracious to take my phone call yesterday on a Sunday, no less. That's the type of relationship that we have here. And so when we see these threats of violence to you all, it hurts our heart. And we just, as a caucus, I know I speak for all of us, we condemn that, and we just wish you all well. But I want to say that we are here today because of one person, and that is President Trump. And he called Governor Abbott and ordered that Texas redraw those congressional districts. And I know that we talked a lot about, Massachusetts and leveling the playing field, but I just want to share some of these statistics with you. Oklahoma, 32% Democratic, 0 seats. Arkansas, 35% Democratic, 0 seats. Nebraska, 39, 0 seats. Iowa, 45, 0 seats. Utah, 38, 0 seats. The list goes on and on and on. And I share that with you because I know that we're trying to twist ourselves into a pretzel to try and justify this, but I will also be the first person to tell you that when the Democrats do it, it's wrong. When we do it, it's wrong. And I heard last week that Congress should act. And because they haven't acted, we need to act. Well, we had the opportunity to do this a long time ago. And we have the opportunity here today to not pass the buck anymore, that we can put an end to this partisan gerrymandering, and we can allow our folks to elect their elected officials and not the other way around. We shouldn't be rigging the maps to represent Hoosiers. Hoosiers should be selecting who represents them. And I don't want to live in a country where we're going back and forth, that the Republican president is upset, and so we redistrict the maps. And then the Democratic president comes in and we redistrict them back. I don't think that political stability is good for our people. And once again, we do have the opportunity to say no today. But by any standard of good governance, this is an unprecedented and profoundly cynical exercise of political power. And it's the old phrase, just because you can doesn't mean that you should. And in 2021, as you all heard me say, I was on our redistricting committee, went all across the state. And, when we came to the Senate floor, it was the majority party who argued that these maps were the best and fair and should be, in use for our political Hoosiers, but we haven't even gone one cycle. And so this isn't a debate about technicalities of lines and precincts. This is a debate about trust and transparency and the integrity of our democracy and the integrity of this institution. Because that map disenfranchises millions of Hoosier voters. It was drafted behind closed doors. Obviously, we found out who the partisan operative was today from God knows where, for God knows how much money, and it's being rushed through to save President Trump's presidency. Let's just call that for what it is. It's not responsible. It's not deliberative government. And this, if we pass this map out of committee today, it sends a clear message to every Hoosier that your voice does not matter, and I do not want to be a part of that, because their voice does matter. My district inbox has been on fire. I know yours has been too. Your voice does not matter, that only the voice of the supermajority matters, and we have the opportunity to put a halt and stop it here today. But if we do this, if we send this out of committee today, we are opening the door for a new and destructive chapter in Indiana's legislative history. And we are establishing a very dangerous precedent that says maps are disposable, and that any party in power can simply just re-rig the system however the national political winds shift. And again, this is an invitation to endless political instability and a waste of precious state resources. We should be talking about affordability. I know you all hear it. I hear about healthcare and childcare and mental health care and the cost of groceries being way too high. That's what we should be focusing our time on, not that. So as I alluded to, I'm not sure whether or not this is going to invite a legal challenge. I suspect that it is. I suspect that's why we're saying that you can't do it any challenge in a local court, that you got to rush it straight to the Supreme Court. But I am not opposed to that, because that expeditious process gets it in front of the Supreme Court, and maybe they can act quickly to tell us whether or not this does not or will violate the National Voting Rights Act. I don't know the answer to that question. I suspect that it does, simply just looking at that map. So I will stop there today. As I said, I've got many more questions. I'll save it for the floor, and I will be voting no.
Thank you, Senator Ford. Has anyone reconsidered wanting to make any kind of closing statement?
Chairman, if we entertain it, move the bill.
We have a motion to pass the bill. Do we have a second? Moved by Senator Johnson and seconded by Senator Donato. I would really like to close, but I'm not going to. I have very compelling arguments for why I want this bill to pass, and I'll save most of them for on the floor. I'll say, everybody is tired. The only thing that really bothers me so bad is that when I look at all of the negative comments that I've heard today towards not just the policy, but very negative comments towards President Trump. And I have to tell you, folks, that man sacrificed an awful lot to put his business on hold and to become the president. And after the election, a very controversial election where many allegations of fraud existed, and he lost the White House, they didn't just target him, they targeted his kids. They tried to sue him out of existence. The swamp in DC, if they can turn on someone like President Trump, they can turn on any of us. That man is a patriot. I probably wouldn't pick him to be my Sunday school teacher. But when it comes to being my president and going toe-to-toe with Putin and Xi Jinping, when it comes to shutting down that border and stopping the flow of illegal drugs, he's the man for the job. And I support him 1,000%. I'm going to stop now. I'll have more to say on the floor. Appreciate your support of the bill. Call the roll.
Senator Ford,
No.
Senator Cadora,
No.
Senator Schmidt,
Aye.
Senator Donato,
I'd like to explain my vote, please, Mr. Chairman. Today has been a very informative election committee, and I appreciate all of my colleagues and their comments, and the Hoosier constituents who took the time to come out and testify at the State House today. House Bill 1032 is a very important bill for Indiana, and I believe that this bill needs much vetting as possible. It's my opinion that this move forward for more vetting on the Senate floor. So for today, I am a yes.
Senator Johnson,
Chairman, explain my vote.
Yes.
Members, bear with me for a second. I've been up for 24 hours taking care of patients, and so it's been a long day, but I want you guys to understand that, Senator Walker, you had me a little confused because I feel like I can make a decision under threat. I've had to take care of people who threatened my life. I've had to take care of people who tried to take my life. And so it's an interesting place to be because now I've got to vote a certain way under your standards because I'm under threat from another side who wants me to vote a certain way, right? And so it puts you in a mental twist where I want to just talk about policy and figure out where that's at. I don't like my integrity questioned at all on these decisions, and that's not where I think this is at. I think this is a policy discussion. It's something that's clearly been entrusted to us as legislators to decide these issues and what the maps look like and when we do the maps. And for that reason, I'm a hard yes today.
Rogers?
Permission to explain my vote?
Yes.
Thank you. I do want to echo Senator Ford's comments that you've done an amazing job leading the committee today. So thank you. I really appreciate my colleagues' comments, but also everyone that took time out of their day to be here to testify. I know it takes a lot of time to prepare and to be here with the hope of being able to present their point of view. This issue is important to all Hoosiers, as well as the entire country. So I vote yes today to move this legislation forward to the entire Senate chamber, so all senators can have their voices heard. But I reserve the right to change my vote on the floor. So my vote today is yes.
Senator Walker?
Thank you. Permission to explain my vote? Very briefly. One of those who testified today asked me to, I'll read it again. I think this is a direct quote, to shed my sense of fairness. Is that the kind of advice you would give your children or your grandchildren or your nieces and nephews? I will not shed my sense of fairness. I vote no today. Thank you.
Senator Good?
Mr. Chairman, may I explain my vote?
Yes, sir.
My vote this evening is made with respect for those who are in favor and those who are against this important legislation. I want to say to my colleagues on this side of the aisle, as well as those on the other side of the aisle, how much I love and appreciate you. I want to commend you, Mr. Chairman, for running a very good meeting. I don't believe that one's vote on this piece of legislation should boil down to support for President Trump or opposition to President Trump. Maybe for some, maybe that's it. That's not it for me, as well as it's not support for Governor Braun or opposition to Governor Braun. It is based upon what we are hearing, what we are reviewing, the feedback from our constituents. That's how I am approaching this. I believe this legislation deserves additional vetting, and it deserves additional debate by the members of the full Indiana Senate. And so I will be voting in favor of moving this forward to the floor at this time.
Gaskell?
I will make a very brief comment on my vote. I thank Senator Good for his comment that should not come down to what you think about President Trump. In my defense of him a few moments ago, it was brought out, it was in my heart just based off of all the anti-Trump comments that I listened to carefully today. So, but I agree with you that should not be based on what you think of President Trump. It should be based on policy, as Senator Johnson so eloquently said a few moments ago. And when I look at many of the problems that our Democrat folks have mentioned, cost of health care, child care, any number of other issues, cost of groceries, inflation, cost of gasoline, those types of things. I think that many of those problems were created by the last Democratic House that we have and that we had. And I think that we should not have, gerrymandering is, political gerrymandering is uncomfortable. I understand that. But if it's the environment that we're in, and I could mention many other states, I think that somewhere between 15 and 20 seats, additional seats Republicans could have today if there were fair maps in other states. This is a very small part that we can play in rebalancing the scales on a national basis. Once again, I want to thank my Democrat colleagues. You guys were awesome today in your demeanor, and I want to say a few more things about that, but I'm going to go ahead and cast my vote. I vote yes. Passes 6-3. I want to say to Senators Ford and Cadora, my first entry into politics was as a school board member, and for 2 years, vote after vote after vote was 6-1. And I bet you don't have to guess who the one was. So I know what it's like to be passionate about an issue and to have researched it. And in your mind, you know that's just the way it should go, but you're in the minority. And it's very frustrating. And I just want to close with this, that today, Indiana showed the country of how people can vehemently disagree on an issue and be civilized human beings with no violence, with no shouting. I didn't hear one person raise their voice today on this committee. I love you all, and I commend you for a job well done. We're adjourned.